This is Audible.
An Orchid College 3, a contemporary sword and sorcery harem fantasy. Written by Liam Lawson. Narrated by Veronica Hart. Chapter 1. Charm had learned more in the past month, working with the new Augustine Police Department as an investigative wizard intern, than he had during the same amount of time at St. Scrowweird's famous Academy of Arcane Ascension. Admittedly, that learning was highly specialized. Those specializations, however, lined up very neatly with what he aspired to learn. For the countless time, he made a mental note to thank Lillian Madden again for getting him this position. As an orcish foreign exchange student attending a university that was temporarily shut down because of not one, but two massive accidents, both of which Charm had been involved in, Charm was not in a position to have even applied for an internship with local law enforcement. Lillian Madden, the eldest daughter of the family who was hosting him, was a paladin of Thodos, the god of justice, and worked closely with the local police. She had also been involved in those aforementioned incidents, and it was her word that the local police respected. In the few years that she had been a paladin, she and the police had built up a strong working relationship. One strong enough that the police had not only been willing to not make an issue out of his being an orc, but his decided lack of Aflana citizenship as well. That they were severely understaffed in their arcane department might have had something to do with it as well. "Just so," said Dr. Reyes, nodding in approval at the glowing aura Charm had just conjured inside the open corpse, laying on the cold autopsy table. Dr. Reyes was not the kind of doctor that worked on people either living or dead. Dr. Gerald Mueller was the NAPD's pathologist, and he hovered over to the side, like a stooped vulture, while Charm worked with Dr. Amelia Reyes. Reyes was a lean, caramel-skinned woman in her late 40s. Her hair was going gray, and her eyes were pale and sharp. The effect, combined with her short, choppy movements, put Charm in mind of a living knife. She had been cutting enough when he first started, abrupt in her commands and reluctant with her praise. Charm had won her over through sheer diligence and a demonstrated skill with magic that was unheard of in interns, who usually had no actual practice casting. She was the department's forensic arcanologist, and Charm had come to have a good deal of respect for her opinion. "Just so," the raven on her shoulder cawed. Its eyes shone with an uncanny intelligence. "Thank you," Charm said. Dr. Mueller shuffled over with a pair of tongs and dug into the corpse, going straight through the meat until he found something. The tongs were less bloody than Charm expected. When the forensic pathologist withdrew them, a bullet wrapped in the glow of Charm's spell held in the end. The spell he'd cast not only illumined the bullet, it would also make the corresponding firearm it had been discharged from glow as well. Unfortunately for the detectives, that firearm had been discovered in a gutter with no fingerprints and the serial numbers scratched off. It was a dead end. Which was part of why Charm was being allowed to practice his divination magic on one of the bullets the victim had been shot full of. Someone had emptied an entire clip into the unfortunate man's back from only a few yards away. This bullet was the 15th and the last that Dr. Mueller had pulled out of the corpse. A quick glance over at the nearby table where the Glock 17 that had been used to commit the murder rested revealed that the firearm glowed with a matching light. Charm had known the spell worked, of course. Dr. Reyes wouldn't have been so approving, and according to his enchanted sunglasses, she was approving if the spell hadn't worked. It was simply good to see the result and know beyond a shadow of a doubt. Charm had also learned to scribe for objects, create manacles of kinetic energy, and, at Dr. Reyes' insistence, the ritual for binding a familiar like her raven. It was this last that they had most often disagreed over, and Charm only had to wait a few moments before it once again became the subject of discussion. "If you had a familiar, you could have cast that spell in about half the time," Dr. Reyes said. "An avian familiar, perhaps," Charm said. Birds in general were helpful familiars for diviners, especially owls and ravens. Charm wasn't certain that he wanted to forge such an intimate bond with another creature simply to shave a few seconds off his casting time. Divination was one of his focuses, but he wasn't certain that he was going to make it his primary. not with his aspirations to rise to arcane advisor to the glorious horde. Abjuration and evocation were just as crucial. A familiar is a big responsibility, he went on. I don't want to make a commitment until I'm absolutely sure. Dr. Reyes snorted. Men, always afraid to commit. Torm actually did understand this cultural joke, and so was able to share in her humor with a chuckle of his own. The orcs of the glorious horde were polygamists, whereas the humans of the United Confederation of Aflana were monogamists, but the men of both nations were hesitant to marry. Taking a wife was an enormous undertaking, the oaths of which were not to be taken lightly. The honor of both spouses was involved. Torm could only imagine that the pressure for Aflana men, who would be expected to commit to only a single woman, would have an even greater amount of pressure heaved upon them. I am still early in my education of the arcane arts, Torm said. Locking myself into a specialization before building up a solid foundation to work from seems potentially limiting. There's also the issue of housing. I don't know how my host family would respond to my showing up with a pet. Truth be told, the Maddens had been most accommodating, especially considering how things had started out between them. They'd probably take his showing up with a pet owl in stride at this point. Not that he meant to find out. He had no intention of taking a familiar until he had a place to call his own at the very least. Reyes made an unkind sound in her throat. Heard you got it pretty good with Oana's priests. They'd probably put you up in one of her temples. Torm resisted the urge to put a hand up to his neck, where the goddess of hedonism had kissed him. The memory of that particular encounter was both so surreal and visceral, it made him shudder. I think not. Reyes laughed. So did Mueller. And here I thought a young fellow like you'd be jumping at the chance to get into a place like that. Orgies are hardly conducive to study, Torm replied. That earned him a headshake from Mueller. Freaking wizards. The door to the autopsy room banged open, and Lillian Madden burst inside. The red-haired young woman was dressed in her usual jeans and combat boots, with an enchanted telescopic sword on one hip and a heavy revolver on the other. She was lean, athletic, and surprisingly busty for her frame, which was unintentionally emphasized by her heavy breathing as she came to a stop. Torm! Lillian Madden. Gender, female. Emotion, excited, hopeful, furious. Interest level, 7. That interest level had gone up since he'd begun his internship and had steadily been growing since he'd come to live with the Maddens. Torm did his best to ignore both it and her attractive, heaving breasts. He made sure his eyes were locked on hers, even with his own hidden behind the sunglasses as he addressed her. Lillian was a warrior, and he'd not disrespect her as one among his battlemates. Good afternoon, Lillian, Torm said by way of nonplussed reply. Lillian had a habit of exploding onto a scene, usually ready to do some kind of violence, as if the fate of the world was at stake. It was a good habit to have in a warrior, one that had come in handy several times, but he was also used to it by now. How may I be of assistance? I need you to cast a spell. I am a wizard, Torm said. That is what I do. She made a frustrated noise. Just come with me and cast that. She pointed at the glowing bullet and gun, darting past him to snatch the firearm up. Come with me. Torm glanced at Dr. Reyes, who gave a nod. Go help the paladin with whatever mad quest she's on now. Mad quest, her raven repeated, bobbing its head. Lillian glared at the bird. Mueller grinned. If she finishes with you before the workday ends, you can sort those case files on your desk for me, Reyes said as Torm followed Lillian out of the room. He resisted the urge to groan. His desk was a card table set up in the corner of Dr. Reyes's office, and when she wasn't teaching him the magic and procedures used by the police of Aflana, she had him sorting and filing paperwork. Apparently, this, more than anything else, had been her biggest complaint about her previous interns. Torm's ability to actually sort things correctly had earned him many hours of paper shuffling. Lillian moved quickly, forcing Torm to match her pace or be left behind. The department was used to seeing him around by now, so nobody stopped to confront him about his hurried pace. That had happened twice when he'd first begun working there and had ended up being uncomfortable for everyone involved. The pace deprived him of the opportunity to ask Lillian what she needed him or the murderer's gun for. It wasn't until they were nearing the precinct's interrogation room that she slowed and glanced back over her shoulder. "You've still got enough magic juice to cast that spell, right?" "Indeed," Trom replied dryly. He had powerful magic reserves and had only expanded upon them since coming to train in Athlana. "Though it may help if I understood exactly what it is you want me to do." "Cast your spell on that gun and see if Narfu Cook lights up," she said, sounding a little exasperated. The name brought Trom up short. Cook was about as human a surname as one got, but Narfu was Orcish. "Narfu Cook?" he asked, but was ignored in favor of being hustled through the door into the interrogation room. 3 men waited inside. One was the older, heavy-set detective he'd first seen Lillian working with back when he'd first come to Athlana, Detective Guy Lindsay. The grizzled veteran was seated across a table from a slight human in a suit wearing glasses and a hulking half-orc nearly as tall as Trom. All 3 turned their attention to Trom as he entered. The half-orc, who could only be Narfu, widened his eyes in surprise as he took in Trom. Narfu was slighter and shorter than Trom, and a paler shade of green that was almost yellow, the tone closer to warm human flesh than orc. His tusks were short, but sharp-looking, and he wore a collared shirt buttoned all the way up to the top button so that it was tight against his neck. The shirt failed to completely hide the tattoos marking his neck or the bulging of his biceps. "Cast the spell!" Lillian said, while everyone was still figuring out what was going on. Trom lifted his staff and cast. The gun in Lillian's hands lit up. So did Narfu Cook. "The fuck is this shit?" Narfu demanded, shooting up to his feet. "That is not admissible!" The spectacled man, who Trom realized was Narfu's lawyer, shouted, leaping to his feet and pointing an angry finger at Trom. "Inadmissible!" "Out!" Lindsay said gruffly, glaring at the pair of them. Lillian shot Narfu a triumphant grin before turning on her heel and exiting. Narfu's hateful glare was entirely for Trom, however. "That's how it's going to be?" he asked as Trom followed after Lillian. "That's how it's going to be?" When the door closed behind them, Trom asked, "What did you just get me involved with?" "There's no way to legally prove that Narfu committed murder, but there are other forms of justice," Lillian said. "Simply knowing for sure is a big step in the right direction. At the very least, the police won't have to keep wasting resources investigating that particular case." Trom thought about it for a moment. He was an intern, not a forensic archaeologist. None of what he'd just done would help Athlana's justice system punish Narfu Cook. At least, not that he knew of. Lillian was a paladin of Thodos after all, so perhaps she knew something that he didn't. "I don't think Detective Lindsay appreciated our assistance," Trom said. Lillian nodded. "I can handle Lindsay, don't worry." It wasn't Lindsay that had him worried. Trom wasn't afraid of Narfu per se, he simply didn't need another enemy. That glare Narfu had given him had promised violence. Trom almost wished he could meet it. It would be the most straightforward conflict he'd had since coming to this country. Shaking his head, Trom returned to his makeshift desk to sort out the files assigned to him. He was imagining Narfu leaping out of a dark alley and getting electrocuted to death by Trom's favorite lightning spell when the name of the file he was sorting jumped out at him. Jones, T-Broth. T-Broth, known as Tibbs to Trom, was a half-elf bard, a dataholic, and a friend. In the weeks leading up to the closing of St. Scrollweird, Trom hadn't seen his friend, and apparently neither had any of his dates, because several girls had come up to Trom asking about Tibbs. Now Trom knew why. Tibbs's name was on a missing persons case file. Chapter 2. Trom memorized the file. Strictly speaking, he had no business reading it. Once he knew his friend was potentially in danger, however, he couldn't stop himself. How had he not known that Tibbs was missing? He'd stopped coming to school, but that wasn't much of a sign. Tibbs viewed the Academy of Arcane Ascension as more of a self-improvement hobby than something that should be taken seriously. His band and online platform were his vocation. Come to think of it, Trom couldn't remember the last time he'd gotten a notification from Tibbs's band or channel, Bananas Eating Monkeys. He'd only just learned about their existence when he'd met Tibbs. But that should have set off some kind of warning, shouldn't it? When it was time to clock out, Trom discovered Lillian and Detective Lindsay engaged in a shouting match. Lillian's trick had been less appreciated than she suspected, apparently. Lindsay snapped when he saw him. "Next time someone who isn't an actual officer of the law tells you to go into an interrogation room and cast a spell, don't." Trom nodded. "Yes, sir." "He was never going to be caught," Lillian was saying as he turned away. "Not with the kind of lawyer he's suddenly able to afford. That's what we should be." Trom quit listening and waited politely for them to finish. He'd given Lillian a ride earlier. When she realized he was waiting on her, she waved him off. Trom's Draco truck was waiting for him in the parking lot, all three draconian heads raising up from the massive vehicle's hood to swivel around and fix their glowing eyes upon him. The heads let out a hydraulic hiss in greeting, and the enchanted truck's engine roared to life as he paused to scratch each one under the chin. The Draco truck had been created when chaos magic had warped the enchantment already in place on someone's high-end vehicle. Trom had bonded it to him after it tried to kill him, and the semi-living vehicle was as loyal as any warg. It also drove itself and didn't seem to actually burn fuel. Today those benefits freed Trom to lose himself in thoughts about Tibbs. How could he have been so dismissive of the bard's absence? Trom berated himself the entire way back to the Maddens' house, and didn't really stop even then as he hopped out of the cab and absently stroked the truck, settling it down to sleep. The Draco truck had seemed to sense his dour mood, and had been unusually quiet the entire drive, without letting out so much as a snarl at any of the vehicles that had tried to pass it on the highway. "Good truck," Trom said, before heading up the sidewalk to the entryway. He had to admit that the house looked better for his having come to live there, on the outside at least. The weeds and shrubbery that had been threatening to lead a rebellion against the neighborhood had been tamed and the gutters finally cleaned. Inside, at least all the floors and doors were back in place. Was his being here doing anyone any good? Tibbs was missing, and the Maddens' home had nearly been destroyed because he was living in it. Even his attempt to help Lillian back at the precinct seemed to have gone awry. With as long as it was taking for the university to reopen, maybe he'd be better off returning to the glorious horde. He closed the side door behind him and was suddenly hoisted into the air by tendrils of purple light. The tendrils twined about him, yanking his arms to his side and wrenching his staff from his hand. Trom opened his mouth to cast a spell anyway. Even weakened without a casting implement, his lightning spells were formidable, and a weaker attack was better than no attack, only to have one of the glowing tendrils shove itself into his mouth and swell, keeping his jaws open. The damn thing was grape-flavored. More tendrils twined about his fingers, locking them in place. Without the ability to speak or move his hands, Trom was incapable of casting. Some wizards could cast spells with a mere thought. Trom dearly hoped to be among that number one day. But that day was a long way off. A woman pulled herself away from the refrigerator where she'd clearly been waiting for him. Trisha Madden, the stepmother of Lillian Madden and adopted mother of Abigail Madden, had been magically youthened to her mid to late 20s and was absolutely gorgeous with golden skin, smoldering canted eyes, and chocolate curls. She was easily as beautiful as either of her daughters, perhaps more so because she understood how to emphasize her beauty. Unfortunately, although the woman standing before him with a wicked grin on her face had the body of Trisha Madden, Trom didn't need his sunglasses to tell him he was looking at Trixiol. Before Trisha had become a single mother and bar owner, she'd been a powerful cleric of Zosione, the goddess of secrets and forbidden magic. A highly illegal temporal spell had returned Trisha to the teenage priestess point of her life for a few days, and breaking the spell hadn't quite been enough to get rid of her entirely. Trixiol was still alive inside of Trisha, a younger mind without the wisdom or ethics of her older self, and apparently the power of the goddess she had attempted to forsake still coursing through her. The symbol of Zosione, the all-seeing star, glowed with purple light over her lower belly, which her shirt, tied in a knot beneath her heavy breasts, left exposed. Once that symbol had been struck through with a scar, which Trom had come to suspect was self-inflicted. No longer. Trixiol Madden. Gender, female. Emotions, interest level, 8. She giggled and held up a finger to her lips in a shushing motion, then jerked her head toward the stairs and whispering, "I've got something you've got to see." Trom had the unique experience of learning exactly what it felt like to be a helium balloon as Trixie led him from the kitchen by a tendril of purple light. He bobbed along behind her, helpless. His muscles strained with the effort of breaking free. Trom was no stranger to brute force. He was an orc and a collegiate athlete. The term glass cannon, which so many used to refer to wizards, did not apply to him. All of his strength did him absolutely no good. He tried to change his trajectory to bang into the walls. Trixie didn't want Trisha's daughters. She did not consider Lillian or Abigail her own. To know that she was still around. After several moments, Trom succeeded, only the expected thud never came. Instead, Trom's shoulder passed straight through the wall. Trixie looked back at him, a mischievous smirk on her face. We're astral right now, Trom. Invisible, inaudible, intangible. To the material plane, you and I may as well not exist. Then how was she walking up the stairs, Trom wondered, that decided it was merely an affectation. When translocating from one plane of existence to another, the mind and body needed anchors to hold on to or risk fracturing. Powerful magic was required and an equal amount of skill. How was Trixie able to pull this off? He knew she was a powerful divine spellcaster, but her power came from Zocione, who she had tried to sever her connection with. That could not have set well with the goddess. And yet, she was still powering Trixie's spells. All thoughts on that vanished as voices reached his ears. Apparently, just because he couldn't be heard by those on the material plane did not mean that he and Trixie could not hear what was happening there. Abigail's voice was not unexpected in the Maddens' house. She lived there after all. Nimel's voice, however, was. Trom had known that the two had become acquaintances when they had both volunteered for an LGBTQ rally and then bonded over magical theory. Abigail was going to school to learn how to be a mage right, while Nimel was attending the Academy of Arcane Ascension with Trom, learning to be a wizard. There's been nothing since Winnie broke up with him, Nimel said plaintively. She sounded on the verge of tears. From either of them. I don't know what I expected, but they took my virginity together, Abigail. Winnie. The thought of her sent a stab of pain right into Trom's heart. He'd been deliberately keeping himself as busy as possible to keep from thinking of the bunny girl who'd broken his heart. This was followed by a fresh wave of guilt. He had been so busy dealing with his own hurt that he hadn't considered Nimel, who had trusted them both with her body. Not an easy thing for an elf to do with an orc, let alone a trans woman elf. Abigail sighed. That's not your fault. And I guarantee it's not because they don't like you. Winnie and Trom are both just hurting right now. Trom couldn't say whether or not Winnie was hurting. She had disappeared from his radar without school or football to bring them together. I think you hurt the poor sweet little thing's feelings, Trixie said, and stepped through the closed bedroom door, pulling Trom along with her. He bobbed into the room and renewed his efforts to break free. This was an invasion of privacy and trust. This was not a conversation that he was meant to overhear. What he saw made him freeze up. Abigail and Nimel were sitting side by side on the bed together. They were naked, save for their bras and panties. Both girls were beautiful, and Trom felt his body instantly react, his erection straining against his trousers. Abigail was a dark-skinned girl of an ethnicity the humans called black, and wore a blue bra and panty set that matched her mane of blue braids. She was short and curvy, with heavy breasts, wide hips, and a deceptively narrow waist that most clothing didn't flatter. She also wore a pair of spectacles that gave her a scholarly air. Combined with her underwear, her presentation was decidedly erotic, even if the glasses weren't intended to be. Abigail Madden. Gender, female. Emotion, amorous. Sympathetic, mischievous. Interest level, 10. Nimel's own bra and panties were a pale yellow. Her flesh was pale, and her figure a strikingly lean contrast to Abigail's own. Her blonde hair had been styled into curls that tumbled loosely over her shoulders, ending just above the swell of her modest breasts. They need to hurry up and get back together, Nimel said, crossing her arms and not looking at Abigail. Her cheeks were flushed. Nimel gender, female. Emotion, embarrassed, aroused. Interest level, 9. What exactly had Trixiel pulled him in on? So, they can seduce you again? Abigail asked with a grin. Nimel squeezed her bare thighs together and looked away so that Abigail wouldn't see her reddening face. Abigail's grin widened. Okay, I've got something to show you. She bounced off the bed and went to the desk, where she grabbed her tablet. She unlocked it and fiddled about with the screen. Trorm resumed trying to break free. Whatever was going on, this was not a conversation he was meant to overhear. He froze when Abigail bounced back onto the bed with the tablet with a ta-da! There on the screen was a naked image of Winnie in what looked to be a bathroom. And she wasn't alone. Trorm stood behind her in the shot, pants undone, to reveal his rampant erection. Abigail touched the screen, and Trorm realized it wasn't a picture. It was a video. Chapter 3. Trorm watched in sudden rapt fascination as the recording of him and Winnie played. How had Abigail gotten something so private? More importantly, how had this recording been made? Trorm didn't actually care who saw him naked. He had nothing to be ashamed of. But this had been a private moment between himself and Winnie. It could dishonor her, to say nothing of the threat it posed to his collegiate career. Aflana had odd notions about sex and the recording thereof. If this video got out, it could cost him his scholarship when St. Scrowweirds reopened. Oh, my goddess, Nimel said, staring with rapt fascination at the screen. That is so hot. Abigail nodded. Wait until he pins her against the wall. Nimel let out a little whimper and rubbed her thighs together. How did you get this? I made a deal with Winnie, Abigail said, reaching over to brush blonde locks over Nimel's shoulder. She recorded them together for me. It was as if someone had punched Trorm in the gut. Winnie had recorded them? Without even talking to him about it? And then she had shared those videos? The betrayal hurt like a mace to the sternum. And Abigail had been in on it. He screamed into the gag of light, thrashing once more to be free. Now that it had been said, though, he could tell it had been done by her. He remembered this instance when they'd made love in a restroom at a bar during a party. Winnie had set her clothes off to the side, and her phone had been left with them. She must have angled it to record them then. Trixiel giggled. He shifted his eyes to glare at her as best he could. Despite himself, he'd almost forgotten she was there, in light of what was happening before him. Oh, Lady of the Stars! Nimel gasped. He's taking her from behind. Oh, wow. They wouldn't let me go down on all fours when we... Oh, goddess, that's so rough. She brought a finger up to her mouth and bit down on the knuckle. The roughness, it seemed, didn't bother her in the slightest. That position means ultimate surrender to orcs, Abigail said, shifting around behind Nimel and stroking her hair and ears, earning a small whimper. It gives them permission to go as hard as they can. It's only meant to be used on an orc's wives. But they're not married, Nimel said, without looking away from the scene playing out on the tablet. No, Abigail said. But that's why Trorm's so hurt right now, taking her like that. To him it must have been like they were already married or going to get married. Then she broke up with him. Poor Trorm, Nimel said. Poor both of them, Abigail said. I think they'll get back together, though. They're way too much in love. Nimel looked away. Abigail took her chin and made Nimel look at her. They love you, too. Nimel bit her lip and glanced away. Her eyes landed on the tablet and stayed there, hypnotized. You like what you see there, don't you? Abigail half whispered. Nimel nodded, her chin still in Abigail's hand. You want him to take you like that? Abigail asked. Nimel nodded. Tell me with words. Yes, Nimel whispered. Yes, what? Abigail pressed. Yes, I want Trorm, like that. But if he's with Winnie, he won't take me like that. Abigail laughed. Trorm's an orc and a man. You are a beautiful woman. He wants you. He's just hurting and confused right now. Hurting and confused didn't begin to do justice to how Trom was feeling. His chest was caving in, his head exploding. He had no idea what he was feeling. It was as if his emotional processor had been struck with his chain lightning spell, and every neuron in his brain was being electrocuted at once. But that's the way with married orcs, right? Nymal tilted her head at the tablet. Abigail beamed at her. Okay, so I know elves need a pregnancy to get married, but that's not how it works with orcs. They're polygamists. Trom can have as many wives as he can support, and who will submit to him. Abigail shifted closer, invading the much slighter elf's space. Her breasts pressed into Nymal's own as she stared down into her eyes. Would you be willing to submit to him? Nymal stared at her in rapt fascination. Yes. For a moment, Trom thought that they were going to kiss, but then Abigail pulled back, going to her feet and leaving Nymal sitting on the bed. Stand up, she ordered. So commanding, isn't she? Trixiel whispered in Trom's ear. He'd been so fixated on everything before him that he'd once again ceased paying attention to her. That was a mistake. She pressed her body into his back, breasts pillowing against his hard flesh. The material plane couldn't interact with them, or they it, beyond observing, but it seemed that they could touch each other just fine. Or she could touch him, at any rate. Trom renewed his efforts to break free of the purple tendrils holding him prisoner. They tightened their grip on him as Trixiel's hands slithered around and up his torso, feeling his muscles beneath his button-up shirt. A shirt which he proceeded to undo one button at a time so their hands could reach his bare flesh underneath. In spite of himself, Trom shivered with pleasure. Trixiel's touch was sensual and erotic, more of a caress than anything else. So, Sione, but I love these muscles of yours, Trixiel gasped, running her hand over his pectorals. And these abs, damn. Her hands slowly traced their way downward. Nymal stood up to obey Abigail in wide-eyed obedience. She was shaking, but clearly eager for whatever Abigail had in store for her. Take off your underwear, Abigail ordered. Bra first, then panties. I want you completely naked and exposed to me. Blushing, Nymal nodded and obeyed. The yellow bra fell away, revealing pert breasts capped with bright pink nipples. Her thumbs hooked into the waistband of her panties, and she hesitated. Off, Abigail said. Nymal pushed them down and stepped out of them. When she stood, her thighs were squeezed together and her genitals were still hidden. The tape, too, Abigail clarified. I said naked and exposed, all of you. Nymal let out a small whimper, but reached between her legs and removed the small bit of surgical tape that had held her penis back. It swung free, along with a small scrotum pulled up tight near the shaft. Nymal was swollen with need, but not hard. You said they took your virginity, Abigail said, looking Nymal up and down appreciatively. What exactly did they do? Well, Winnie. She sucked me, Nymal said. Her eyes were once again on the tablet, where the scene of Winnie and Trom played out. And Trom, he took me in the ass. Abigail nodded, reaching out to run a finger down Nymal's cheek. The finger ran over her chin, down her throat, between her breasts, and down her belly, making Nymal gasp. But he didn't take you like that, did he? Abigail gestured to the tablet. Nymal shook her head. But you want him to now? She nodded. Trixiel's hands reached the waistband of Trom's slacks. Deftly, her fingers undid the buckle of his belt, then the button and fly of the pants themselves. They're so fucking hot, aren't they? She whispered in his ear. His traitorous erection jumped in response. This was not his to see, but he couldn't look away. Not his to hear, but he couldn't not. He was being torn apart inside, his emotions thrown into chaos from the combination of betrayal and affection before him. In the end, lust was the only thing that made sense, and the part of him that was still aware enough hated him for it. Trixiel opened his slacks and let them fall, along with his boxers. His members sprang free, rampant and hard before them. It dwarfed Nimel's half-hard member, and his tip gleamed with pre-cum. Trom managed to turn his head, just enough to glare at Trixiel, as her hands hovered, mere inches away from him. When he'd first learned that she was still around, he'd threatened to expose her if she did anything sexual with Trisha's body. He'd given her several other threats as well, but this was one of the ones he'd been most afraid of her following through with. Whatever she did, Trisha was the one who would have to live with the consequences. He should have known the crazy cleric would take it as some kind of personal challenge. Hers was a deity of the forbidden, after all. She smirked at him and wrapped her hands around his shaft to stroke him. He groaned into his gag. Before him, Abigail directed Nimel onto the bed, placing her on her hands and knees, the tablet directly in front of her. She ran her hands over the elf's bottom, kneading and squeezing the pert cheeks. "You want to submit to Trom like she did?" Nimel nodded. "Even though you're an elf, you want that orc to take you?" Nimel hesitated, then said, "Yes, I don't care that he's an orc." Abigail reached between Nimel's legs to give her erection a squeeze. "I see that," Nimel moaned. "If he took you like that, it would be rough," Abigail said, giving Nimel several strokes before pulling her hand back to lick the fingers so that they glistened with saliva. "It would be the ultimate submission to him." "Yes," Nimel said. "Yes, I want that." "You want to be an orc wife?" Abigail asked, positioning her wet fingers at Nimel's entrance. "Gods above, help me," Nimel gasped. "I do! I want to be Trom's orc wife." Abigail pressed a finger into Nimel's anus, then another. Nimel gasped. "Even if you have to share him with his other orc wives?" Abigail asked, picking up the pace of her fingers. They thrust into Nimel harder, then harder, jerking her forward. "You know what they'd say about an elf like that, what they'd say about you." She added a third finger. Nimel gasped. Her penis jumped. Her breasts and genitals bounced with the force of Abigail's thrusts, forceful but positively gentle compared to the pounding taking place on the screen before her. I do! I want it! I want him!" Trixiel began stroking Trom's erection more quickly, adjusting her grip so that it was tight one moment and loose the next, as her fingers ran the length of him. "Do you hear that, Trom? The little elf slut wants your big orc cock in her ass. She wants to marry you." Trom felt as if he were going to explode. Pleasure coursed through his body, rage through his chest. All of his pain, his anger, his confusion, none of it had an outlet, so it turned to need. His erection leapt in Trixiel's hands. Nimel's words did him honor, even as Trixiel shamed him. Would Nimel still want him if she could see him now? He roared into his gag. He had to break free. He couldn't let this happen. Whatever game Trixiel was playing, he refused to be a part of it. "They're both just so fuckable, aren't they?" Trixiel asked, matching her strokes with Abigail's. "You going to tell me a big, strong orc like you hasn't thought of fucking Trisha's baby girl? Imagine it, Trom. The both of them bent over, waiting for you to claim them, to make them both your wives." Nimel cried out at the same time Trom did. She fell forward onto the bed, a small trickle of clear liquid dribbling from her member as she moaned. Trom's seed exploded from him in a great arc. It would have splashed upon the bed's occupants had they been on the same plane of existence. Instead, his seed flew right through them and fell through the bed to vanish into wherever things that weren't supposed to exist on the astral plane went. Trixiel giggled and let him go. "Think either of them would be willing to submit to you if they knew how easily I just did that to you?" Trom bellowed in rage. The tendrils gave way, shattering before his wrath. For a moment, Trixiel's face became a mask of fear. Then she hurled him with the tendrils still binding him. Trom flew through the air, down through the floor and stairs, until he reached the kitchen. There was a flash of purple light, and he struck the tile floor. Hard. Stars flashed before his eyes, and pain exploded through his body. Distantly, he was aware of the sound of embarrassed squeals. He pulled himself upright and nearly vomited from the sense of vertigo that accompanied the motion. With a groan, he pushed through it and fixed his clothing as he stormed from the kitchen to the stairs. Trixie couldn't hide on the astral plane forever. He was going to catch her, and then he was going to show her what real power was. He found her at the base of the stairs, looking sweet and innocent and concerned. Her shirt had been unknotted so that it covered her torso completely, and there was none of the mischief of earlier about her. Trisha Madden. Gender, female. Emotion, concerned. Interest level, 5. Trixie had gone, leaving Trisha behind, and no outlet for Chorum's fury. "Gods damn it!" he roared, spun on his heel, and stormed out of the house. Chapter 4. The Draco truck roared from the engine and all three maws as it raced down the highway, barely keeping to the speed limit. It was as if the enchanted vehicle could sense the turmoil roiling within its master. Chorum gripped the steering wheel so hard his knuckles were yellow. He clenched his teeth until his jaw ached. Winnie had secretly recorded them having sex and shared the video without his permission. Abigail had been in cahoots with her about it. Abigail, who had been a good friend and staunch ally. Nimel hadn't even raised a word of protest at the sight. Then again, she'd seemed more than infatuated with him. Nimel had said she wanted to be his wife. Had she been serious, or had that just been something said in the heat of passion? She'd had sex with Abigail. Abigail had had sex with Nimel. A part of his brain told him there'd been no genital penetration. The rest of his brain told that part to shut the frozen hells up, because they'd still had sex together, and the jealousy that flared through him didn't care what the nature of the acts were. Not that he had a claim to either of them. Not only because that wasn't the nature of their current relationships, but because of what had just happened. Trixie had turned him into her toy. She'd turned him into her puppet and played with him. He was so weak. The shame of it made him furious. Chorum slammed his hands on the steering wheel, earning a bellow from one of the dragon heads. That would never happen again. Never. He was not weak. He was not powerless. But he had absolutely no idea what the frozen hells he was supposed to do about her. Anything he did to Trixie would also hurt Trisha. Only the secrecy of her existence was keeping Abigail and Lillian safe from her. Lillian was a powerful paladin, but even she hadn't been able to stand up against her mother before. And Abigail was a mage-wright who worked with improving enchantments and computers. If what he'd just experienced was anything to go by, Trixie would go through them like a warg with rabbits. Abigail had betrayed him. Did he owe her any sort of protection? He didn't know. Did she love him? Did he love her? Nothing could happen between them anyway, right? Her family was hosting him while he stayed in Aflana, and one word from them would see him sent back to the glorious horde and expelled from the Academy of Arcane Ascension. His chest pounded, and he could hear the blood rushing through his temples. What the frozen hells was Abigail doing? She gave him enchanted sunglasses that let him not only read emotions, but told him how sexually and romantically interested somebody was with him. Despite her own interest level being the highest he'd ever seen anybody hold with the sunglasses, she seemed more invested in his other relationships than her own with his. She and Winnie had been plotting together, and they'd shared video recordings of their sexual exploits. Abigail had had sex with Nimel. Nimel, who said she wanted to marry him. Chorum screamed. His thoughts were so circular, he was giving himself a headache. He had no idea what he was supposed to do. This was Aflana. He hadn't expected any sort of romantic entanglement to happen while he was here, of all places. Tibbs was the one who always had the girls around him. Tibbs. He was missing. That, at least, was something Chorum could do something about. He took the next exit, and a few minutes later pulled into the driveway of Tibbs' house. He paused before getting out. This was a place where he and Winnie had made love for the first time. The memory brought a spark of arousal and a stab of pain. She'd been so forthright then, with an almost off-putting degree of frankness. Something must have happened between that first time together and the time she'd recorded them. He pushed the thought from his mind. He wasn't here to think about Winnie, or Abigail, or Nimel, or Trixie. He was here to find and help his friend. A friend who'd been missing for weeks without him noticing. Shame washed over him. Adjusting his grip on his staff, Trom set off for the house. It didn't take him long to find the hidden key in the back, though it turned out not to be necessary. The back door was unlocked. He made his way inside without bothering to turn on the lights. He could see just fine in the dark. The house was more or less as Trom remembered it. Nothing disturbed. No signs of a struggle or a break-in. If it had been an angry ex-girlfriend, the house would have been a mess of shattered objects. Or perhaps that was him projecting what he'd expect of a scorned orc woman. Humans and elves didn't always have the same reactions as his kind to certain things. A quick search of the downstairs didn't reveal anything. Trom hadn't expected it to. If there'd been any clues about Tiv's disappearance, they would be in either his office, his studio, or his bedroom, all of which were upstairs. It would have forever shamed him as a cold storm, however, if he'd gone upstairs without checking the down for enemies, and then had been taken from behind. A sound echoed through the apparently empty house, and he froze. He wasn't alone. Of course he wasn't. The back door had been unlocked. Whoever it was, they were upstairs, trying to keep quiet, and doing a poor job of it. Whoever they were was an amateur at stealth, and Trom bit down the rush of frustration that threatened to overwhelm him. He should have heard them here sooner. Was he going to do anything right tonight? Just because whoever it was didn't know how to sneak very well didn't mean they weren't a capable combatant. Two of Trom's elder brothers were terrible at stealth, but were individuals he'd never want to take on in a purely melee exchange. Adjusting his grip on his staff, Trom made his way over to the stairs and took them silently. The sounds were coming from Tibbs's bedroom. He paused outside the door and silently cast a quick divination spell. One of the new ones he'd learned while working with the police. The partially open door before him didn't vanish, but it was suddenly no longer an obstacle to Trom's vision. There was a small figure in a hoodie crouched down by the bed, rummaging underneath it. Not gnome or goblin small, more likely an elf or a short human. They appeared to be alone. Trom readied another spell and burst through the door. The figure leapt upright with a scream as Trom cast still another spell learned from his time with the police, this one from the School of Evocation. The figure suddenly found her arms and legs pinned to her side, and she toppled over with a yelp. Trom loomed over her, staff held aloft, and pointed at her face. It was a pretty face, if ruined somewhat by the dark makeup that made the woman in the hood look like a bandit and the expression of abject terror. "Who are you?" Trom demanded. "Where's Tibbs?" The woman's mouth opened and closed several times. Then she burst into tears. That was not the reaction Trom had expected, and for a moment he dropped his guard. He caught himself quickly, though. Thankfully, the woman before him didn't seem to notice. "Don't hurt me," she whimpered. "Please, don't hurt me." Trom didn't want to hurt her and had no intention of doing so. It was probably best not to let her know that, though. He crouched down beside her. "Who are you?" "Hannah," she said, sniffling. "Hannah what? What's your clan name?" Trom demanded. She blinked up at him. "Clan name?" "Hannah Collins. Gender, female. Emotion, terrified. Interest level, 1. Trom rolled his eyes. "Surname? Never mind. You are Hannah Collins, yes?" "Oh, gods!" she gasped. "You've been spying on me!" Trom cocked his head. "Why would I be spying on you?" "I don't know," she wailed through a fresh wave of tears. "Why'd you kidnap Tibbs?" Trom scowled. Then understanding dawned. "Oh, gods above, you're one of his girlfriends, aren't you?" She blinked, staring up at him stupidly. Yeah, I am." "Why are you here?" Trom asked, not bothering to hide his irritation. He thought he knew now, but it was better to confirm. I'm looking for Tibbs," she said, voice becoming more steady. "Why are you here?" Trom stood up. "I'm looking for Tibbs." "I won't let you hurt him!" The young woman's expression was remarkably fierce for someone who'd just been bawling. "Good," Trom said, and dismissed the spell binding her. Hannah let out a little yelp as her hands and feet were freed from their invisible bonds. She stared at her limbs, then up at Trorm. "Okay, what?" Trorm sighed. "Tibbs is a friend of mine. I'm looking for him to help him." The girl gave him a more thorough once-over, and recognition dawned. "Oh my gods! You're Trorm Coldstorm, that orc wizard from his song!" She let out a sigh and seemed to decompress. "Thank Thodos! If you're looking for him, he's going to be all right." Relieved. "He will?" Trorm asked, suddenly confused. "Well, yeah," Hannah said, as if this were the most obvious thing in the world. "I mean, you're Trorm freaking Coldstorm. I've seen the vids of you fighting those monsters. You're like a total badass." That was news to Trorm. He certainly didn't feel badass after being turned into Trixie's little puppet. Truth be told, he was feeling borderline incompetent after everything that had come to light that evening. "Do you have any idea what happened to him?" Trorm asked. Hannah nodded, then stopped and shook her head. "It doesn't make sense. I mean..." She took a deep breath. "People keep seeing him around, but nobody he really knows. He's not dating or singing or doing any of the usual things. Nobody who cares about him can get close to him or get in touch, and he hasn't been home in forever." Dejected. Trorm furrowed his brow. Tibbs was one of the most approachable people he'd ever met. Also, among the most sociable. Tibbs loved the spotlight. Ghosting everyone like this wasn't like him in the slightest. "When was the last time you spoke with him?" Trorm asked. Hannah made a circular gesture with her hand that Trorm took to mean a long time ago. "Back when the university was still open. My friend Jill, she was in this abusive relationship, so I told Tibbs about it because they were a complicated on-again, off-again thing. But she just kept saying it was some kind of lifestyle choice or some bullshit. So I told Tibbs about it, and he said he'd go talk to her at this club that she and her guy liked to go to, and now..." Now he'd been missing for weeks, maybe over a month. Sort of. People had apparently seen Tibbs around, not just anyone who actually knew him. "I told the police about the asshole, but because people keep seeing Tibbs around, they say there's nothing they can do," Hannah went on. "I came here trying to find proof of... I don't know, just proof, you know?" "You've never done anything like this before, have you?" Trorm asked. She gave a sheepish grin, embarrassed. "That obvious?" "Yes," Trorm said. Tibbs's file had said something about him being seen at a club. That would be his next stop. "Tell me about this friend Jill, the man she's involved with, and this club they visit." Chapter 5. Silver Whispers was difficult to find. The club was in a discreet corner of downtown. Despite having lived and knew Augustine for several months now, Trorm had not done much exploring beyond the area around the police precinct and St. Scrowaird's campus. He'd had no cause to visit downtown, which was difficult to navigate, with many streets only going one way. Parking was another difficulty. Once he'd managed to find Silver Whispers, which had no obvious signage, he had to find a parking garage, and forked over $10 for the privilege of the space, and had to walk a block and a half over to the stairwell he'd seen leading down to the club's entrance. Several people in long coats or leather costumes waited outside. A few of the people actually wore leashes or collars, and one woman had a red ball gag in her mouth. Trorm gave them a deliberate once-over, trying to take them all in. At least his all-black ensemble wasn't out of place. Many of the standers flinched back as he looked them over or averted their eyes. Certainly, all the ones wearing collars, leashes, or gags did. Most of the others did too, though a few stood straighter as if he were challenging them. Didn't they know the difference between a look and a challenge? He was already in a foul mood after all that had happened, and he found himself prickled by irritation with these idiots. One of the women who'd stood straighter and was holding a leash connected to a truly pathetic-looking man made to step in front of him as he moved around the crowd toward the door. Trorm narrowed his eyes, and she came up short, suddenly unsure of herself. Uncertainty was not a good look for her. Ellen Norman. Gender, female. Emotions, threatened. Interest level, 2. She felt threatened, so her response was to get in his way and puff up her chest like an adolescent male. Humans were baffling. "Trorm Coldstorm!" called a deep voice, and Trorm looked around Ellen Norman to the door, where an enormous human man stood in black leather pants, a leather harness that left most of his torso bare, and a black hood that clung tightly to his face, leaving him only room to breathe and speak. "Holy shit! The Shield Wall himself is here!" The crowd's interest in Trorm renewed. A few gave him curious looks. This apparently was not a football fan-heavy crowd. The hooded man beckoned him forward, and Trorm came to him, exchanging grips when the man held out his hand. Steve Murray, gender, male, emotions, excited, interest level, 5. "I'm Steve, Mr. Coldstorm. Real pleasure to make your acquaintance," he said in a rush, his voice growing higher in pitch the longer he spoke. "Huge fan of your game. I had no idea you were into the scene." The scene? Trorm had no idea what he was talking about. Was the club also some kind of movie set? Trorm decided it was better if he didn't display his ignorance openly. This seemed like the kind of place where competence and a visage of barely restrained aggression would get him farther than polite questions. Not that it paid to be rude when someone offered you their hand. "Nice to meet you, Steve," Trorm said with a grin, not bothering to hide his tusks as he did. Steve made a sound in his throat that might have charitably been called a giggle. Less charitably, it sounded like someone was strangling a chicken in his gullet. "Right this way, sir," Steve said, opening the door for him. "No cover charge for our local quarterback. Guess you're looking for a sub tonight, huh?" A sub? As in a sandwich? Somehow Trorm didn't think that was what the man meant, especially not with the way so many people who were waiting to be let in had suddenly taken an interest in him. "We shall see what the night brings," Trorm said, hoping that sounded suitably mysterious and diplomatic. Steve made the strangled chicken sound again. "Oh, yeah. Guess you'll have your pick, won't you? Just so you know, I don't usually bottom, but, if you swing that way, I'm all yours." Trorm wasn't sure exactly what the man was offering, but he was fairly certain it involved something sexual. That was the only context in which he'd ever heard humans in Aflana refer to swing that way. Also, there was a certain gleam in Steve's eye that Trorm recognized. The man was in lust with him. "I'll keep that in mind," Trorm said, hoping he was striking that right balance. He had no interest in men, but Steve didn't need to be told that. "Thank you, sir," Steve said, beaming. "Oh, wait, I'm sorry, but you'll need to either check your stuff or leave it in your car. No weapons or casting implements that aren't expressly for the scene." "Surely an exception can be made," Trorm said, doing his best to appear imperious. It must have worked, because Steve squirmed before him. "I wish, sir, but I could lose my job. I'm sorry, but you'll have to check it." Steve sounded genuinely apologetic. "I'll return shortly," Trorm said. For a moment, Steve seemed like he was mildly offended, then his eyes widened. "Holy shit! You drove that dragon truck thing here, didn't you? Yeah, no way anyone's stupid enough to break into that." Trorm gave Steve a savage grin. Several minutes later, with his staff stowed in his Draco truck, Trorm entered Silver Whispers. If Trorm had thought the people outside unusual, the inside made him question what exactly was legal in Aflana. Some people were out and out nude, while others wore straps, harnesses, rigs, and pieces of string that would likely get them arrested were they to wear such things in public. Or so he thought. Perhaps the rules in a club such as this were different. Off to the side was a stage where a woman was strapped to a giant wooden X, and people were taking turns flogging her bottom with a flogger that Trorm noted would be painful but not damaging. That struck him as important. The only thing he had to compare what he was seeing to was pornography, and he quickly realized that what was shown in porn was no more accurate than anything shot for a fictional movie. BDSM, he thought this stuff was called, though he didn't know much about it, or even what the letters stood for. He thought the first thing was bondage, and that seemed appropriate. Plenty of people were bound or restrained in some form. In fact, there seemed to be two distinct types of patrons in this club. Those who were restrained or subservient, and those who did the restraining and reigned as alphas. The contextual clues helped him understand, more or less, what Steve had been offering. Sub was shorthand for subservient or submissive. When he said he'd be all Trorms, he'd meant it literally, offering to be some sort of slave, if this was slavery. As far as he knew, such was illegal in Aflana. Apparently, there was some sort of exception. He'd need to learn more. Eyes fell on him, and Trorm's stomach seized. He didn't care for being the center of attention, and public speaking was still something he was struggling to overcome. That said, he knew that this first impression would be the one that determined which of the two groups the other patrons would assume he belonged to. Trorm didn't know how these things worked, but he was no one's subservient slave. He strode into the club like he owned it, barely paying anyone more than a passing glance, as he strode over to the bar and ordered a drink. Things calmed down quickly after that. "You always wear sunglasses at night?" the bartender, a woman with a lot of facial piercings, asked, mischievous. The club was dark, but had several flashing lights. Trorm gestured at them, then said nothing as the bartender's face fell, embarrassed. "Oh, right, orc. Sorry. Those, I'll see if we can't get those turned off or something." Trorm shrugged. The bartender hurried away, leaving Trorm with his beverage. "I had no idea you were into the lifestyle, Mr. Coldstorm," said a familiar, slightly accented voice. Trorm looked over to find everyone giving a wide berth to Izraza Rana as she slithered by the bar over to him. Izraza was a Naga, her pale milk and honey tail easily 20 feet long and powerful enough to crush him should she catch him in her coils. Her human torso was dark-skinned, more cinnamon than coffee, with long dark tresses and a lovely face. When last he'd seen her, she'd been wearing a sari. Now she wore a leather miniskirt and matching corset of black and red leather. The sari wasn't the only thing missing. "No giant pet bat tonight?" he asked. She laughed. "I don't think he would appreciate this kind of club." Izraza Rana, gender, female. Emotion, afraid, excited, hopeful. Interest level, 6. "I didn't think you would either," he said, mentally noting the significantly higher interest level she now had in him. The last time he'd seen Izraza had been at the tutoring center. She was studying the biology of magical creatures, and some of her required courses had her learning arcane theories, which he'd been able to help her with. According to the sunglasses then, she hadn't just been afraid, she had been terrified. Trorm admired her courage for doing what needed doing despite being afraid, even if he hadn't understood what she was afraid of. Here she seemed to be just as afraid, though as before, not a hint of it showed on her lovely face. He had to wonder what had her so frightened. Also, what had her feeling hopeful? Then it dawned on him. Nagas were notoriously matriarchal, with the females being significantly larger and more powerful than the males of their race. Their relationship with males of other races tended to follow the expectation that males be subservient. Was she hoping that he'd be her submissive? If so, she was in for a significant disappointment. Izraza laughed. "You know, I almost didn't come tonight. I'm glad I did, though." Trorm matched her smile. He wasn't sure what she wanted, but he found it easy to get along with Izraza. "As am I," he said. "Though I confess I'm not here for pleasure." Her face fell. "No?" "I'm looking for someone in particular." The word hope flashed across the lenses of his sunglasses, then vanished. Interesting, that. What was she hoping for? "Anything I can help you with?" she asked, hesitantly. That hesitation made him pause. Naga women were the alphas of their race, the dominant gender. In this environment, her assertive nature should have been out at the fore. To be hopeful and hesitant, those were not the marks of a dominant personality. Trorm cocked his head, several thoughts running through his mind. He tabled them, deciding that they could be explored in more detail later. "I hope so," Trorm said. "I am looking for—" "There you are!" cried a woman with an accent similar to Izraza's. For a moment, Trorm thought she was human, then her tail came into view. The newcomer was a Naga, like Izraza, though of slighter built and with a more angular face. The distinctions between their tails were far more striking, however. Whereas Izraza's tail was a buttermilk color with a golden pattern, This Naga woman's tail was banded in orange and crimson. She wore tight leather that clung to every part of her human torso, covering her hands completely and stopping only after covering her neck. She held a pair of leashes in one hand. One went to a Naga male who wore a strip of leather that concealed where his flesh and scales met, and a hood that completely covered his head, blinding and deafening him. The other went to a human male wearing what appeared to be a leather speedo and a similar hood. Sijat Shavad. Gender, female. Emotions, irritation. Interest level, 1.
My lady,
she said, glancing at Trorum.
if you really want a sub, surely you can do much better than this.
Chapter 6. Trorum had a sudden desire to find out how long it would take to fry a 15-foot-long snake. He resisted the emotion, however, schooling his face to careful neutrality. I am nobody's submissive. Sijat glanced at him.
Excuse me, did I say something to you? No.
She made a gesture with her hands that made Trorum want to take her hands away. That would not go over well with Izraza, he sensed, and she had not slighted him. As he looked at her, emotions flashed across his lenses that seemed in direct contrast to the cool expression on her face. Embarrassed, afraid, ashamed. Trorum didn't know the exact nature of their relationship, but he was able to pick up enough context clues to get a general idea and took a chance. Ignoring Sijat, he looked straight at Izraza and said, Do you often permit your help to publicly disrespect you and your instructors? Sijat looked as if she'd stuck her finger into an electrical socket.
I do not,
Izraza said coolly, eyeing Sijat in evident frustration and disdain. Afraid, hopeful.
Instructor?
Sijat asked weakly.
Charm Coldstorm is an accomplished wizard and my tutor,
Izraza said to Sijat.
You have shamed me. My lady, I meant no. Go wait in the car,
Izraza said, tone imperious. Terrified.
You have done enough tonight.
Sijat hung her head.
Yes, my lady, as you command.
She kept her head low as she slithered away, pulling her two submissives behind her. When Sijat was out of sight, Izraza let out a breath and seemed to shrink in on herself.
I apologize for her, Master Coldstorm.
Trorum offered a small smile. She has forgotten. Relief. Izraza smiled and tucked a strand of dark hair back behind her ear.
You said you were looking for someone.
Hopeful. Indeed, Trorum said. Perhaps you could be of some assistance. A friend of mine called Tibbs has gone missing. He was last seen here. Surprise openly flashed across Izraza's face. Disappointment.
Oh, that's too bad. I don't know him.
Trorum didn't think that was why she was disappointed. Forgive me for overstepping. I must commend you for your courage. Izraza blinked.
Beg pardon?
You hide it very well, Trorum said, taking a sip of his drink.
Hide what?
Izraza said, terrified. For the first time, that fear shone through her mask. She sank lower to the ground. That more than anything confirmed Trorum's suspicions. She sank down to flee instead of rising up to strike. He gestured at the crowd around them. That you are not one of the dominant types here. Izraza froze, going completely still. Don't worry, Trorum said. I won't tell anyone. I take it you are from a prestigious clan? She nodded slowly.
You have a good grasp of the situation, it seems. We call them nests, though, not clans. What do you want?
Hope. Fear. Those two together. The fear he could understand now, at least. Izraza was a submissive personality, forcing herself to live as a dominant, where a single mistake could shame her family. But what was she hoping for? A memory came to the fore of his mind. She had asked him out for drinks after their tutoring session together. Was that it, or was he simply being egotistical? Let's start with being allies, Trorum said. I will not hold your nature against you, or use it to do you or your people harm. Relief. Disappointment. Something else changed as well, Trorum noted. Her interest level rose from 6 to 7 here. I'm not opposed to more, Trom went on, but that seems a good starting point to me. Izraza nodded.
That sounds good.
Excellent, Trom said. Then as allies, would you mind explaining a few things to me?
I'll do my best,
Izraza said hesitantly. Trom leaned in close. What is this place? What exactly is the BDMS scene? Because I'm very confused right now. Izraza stared at him.
You're joking.
I'm not certain whether I wish I was or not, Trom said, taking another sip of his drink. I'm looking for my friend Tibbs. He came here to see a man called Curtis Pitts. Anything you could tell me about him or this scene, I would greatly appreciate. Izraza shook her head.
You know, if you hadn't just mentioned that shed skin, I'd probably be laughing right now. Did you seriously come here not knowing any of this?
Trom nodded. Perhaps not the wisest thing I've ever done.
So, you're not actually interested in the lifestyle then?
She asked, disappointed. He was not egotistical then. Good to know. I'm not opposed to learning about it, but it wasn't why I came here tonight. It sounds like you know this Curtis. She nodded.
He'll be over there, pretending he's as much of a top as anyone else here.
Izraza rolled her eyes.
He isn't. Believe me, I come from a nest of proudly dominant women. He's convinced of his intellectual superiority and thinks it entitles him to reap the rewards of dominance without having to earn it.
That was far more scathing than Trom had expected. Curtis must have done something to personally offend Izraza for a reaction like that. I'd better go get this over with then, Trom said, pushing away from the bar. Thank you for your help. Izraza smiled, then fell into step beside him as he began making his way across the club to the spot she'd indicated. He deliberately did not ask her to remain behind, nor did he comment on how she followed his lead, though he certainly took note. A part of him liked that. A lot. Was it because of what he'd just been through, though, or because of a genuine interest in her? Perhaps a mingling of the two. But that was neither here nor there. Trom could sort that out later. For now, he'd not embarrass his new ally by acknowledging her unconsciously subservient behavior, especially not in a place like this. Curtis turned out to be a thin man, wearing tight leather pants and an unbuttoned leather trench coat that showed off his skeletal torso, an impression only emphasized by his pale skin. He was dancing with a girl in a leather bikini wearing a leash that he held the other end to. There was something vapid about her grin. Trom suspected she was stoned. You are Curtis Pitts? Trom asked, loud enough to be heard over the music, quiet enough so as not to be threatening.
Holy shit!
Curtis said, doing a double-take when he saw Trom.
You're that football player wizard from YouTube!
Football player wizard? Trom wasn't sure whether to be flattered that his orcish heritage had been ignored, or insulted that the man clearly didn't think a football player could be smart enough to be a spellcaster. That's me, Trom said.
That was some fancy fucking spellcasting, man,
Curtis said.
I mean, you could have adjusted that shield spell of yours sooner but damn impressive. That eldritch horror didn't know what it was dealing with.
His eyes slid past Trom to take in Izraza. A sly look came over him.
Guess you found someone to top you after all.
Izraza pulled herself up like a snake preparing to strike. Embarrassment. Knowing what he did now, Trom was even more impressed with the display. Izraza probably wanted to do nothing so much as curl into a ball on the spot. She was a strong one, his new ally. She also didn't bother sparing a word for Curtis, as if he were beneath her notice. Curtis didn't seem to quite know what to do with that, so let out an awkward laugh. I have a problem, Trom told him. I was told you might be able to help me with it.
Sure thing,
Curtis said.
I'm good at solving problems, provided you're willing to pay.
He gave a meaningful look at Izraza.
A night with her might net you an answer.
Trom saw red. It made him do something very stupid in his struggle to contain it. I was told you know the whereabouts of Tibbs. Curtis did a double-take, then fury lit his pale, skeletal face.
The fuck I do!
Trom cursed himself. So much for subtlety. Is that Jill? Trom said, gesturing with his chin to the girl on the leash. You mind if I have a few words with her? Yeah, I fucking mind, Curtis said, yanking Jill close to him. She smiled up at him adoringly as the leash forced her up onto her toes. That expression wasn't right. It was more than just drugs. A quick gesture, and Trum had cast a spell sight, enabling him to see magic. Sure enough, the collar was enchanted. Unless he missed his guess, it was some kind of spell that affected one's mental state and heightened suggestibility. What the frozen hells is your problem? Curtis demanded, stepping back and jerking Jill closer still. The girl nearly fell over. Charm Coldstorm don't like waiting for permission to cast spells. That voice sent a spike of adrenaline through Trorm, making his fingers tingle with the urge to cast a spell as Narfu Cook, the half-orc gangster from the precinct, stepped up to them. He too wore black leather, though his was studded with silver spikes. I prefer to ask for forgiveness rather than permission, Trorm replied coolly. Rather than permission, Narfu mocked. You talk pretty fancy for a fucking race traitor. I suppose you would know, Trorm said. Were you an orc, you'd declare your honorable victory openly. Narfu bared his tusks. The findings of the spell are inadmissible in court. You were not unduly harmed, and I've no quarrel with you, Trorm said, gesturing with his head toward Curtis. I have questions for that one. Narfu sneered. Thought you didn't ask permission. I don't, Trorm said, meeting the gangster's eyes. But I do give warnings. I don't! Narfu punched him in the throat. Trorm staggered back, sputtering. Only a lifetime with older brothers, who were bigger and stronger than him, kept him from flailing about like an idiot as he choked. There was only one proper response to an attack like this one, and it sucked to have to do it while struggling to relearn how to breathe. Trorm dropped into a crouch and threw himself at Narfu, going in low with raw fury and aggression. Narfu was clearly not accustomed to people failing to drop instantly after a blow with his impressive strength, nor was he accustomed to sudden overwhelming assaults after them. Trorm's tackle caught him low. Rather than taking the fight to the ground, Trorm flipped Narfu over, sending him crashing while Trorm stayed upright. People screamed and scurried back. The idea of playing with pain was very different from an actual brawl, and none of the club-goers wanted to be any part of this. Least of all Curtis. He bolted, only to be brought up short as Jill, still connected to him by her leash, failed to move. They were both yanked off their feet and fell to the ground. Curtis swore and tried to bolt again. Trorm raised his hand and cast his restraining spell. His voice came out as a hoarse whisper, and he struggled to breathe, but the spell went off, and Curtis froze in place, arms and legs bound by invisible force. He turned and repeated the spell on Narfu, who was already on his feet. A ring on Narfu's hand flashed as the spell went off, and the magic failed to touch him. He grinned and bolted, leaping nimbly aside, as his Raza tried to capture him in her coils. The bouncers were on them an instant later. Steve was with them. From what Trorm could make out of his expression beneath the hood, he seemed personally hurt that Trorm had done violence in his club. The other struck the first blow, Raza said. Coldstorm acted in self-defense. And general common decency, Trorm said, bending down and freeing Jill of the collar about her neck. She screamed and pointed at Curtis. You fucking rapist! Chapter 7. Narfu escaped in the ensuing chaos. Raza did her best to comfort the screaming Jill, while Trorm gave Cherry Tempest's business card to Steve to give to the owner when the police arrived, then pocketed Curtis's smartphone. Trorm was no stealthy pickpocket, but it wasn't difficult not to be noticed with everything going on. When Raza looked to him with a silent plea for instruction, Trorm gave them to her. We're leaving. He picked up Jill, who had dissolved into a quivering mess, in what he assumed had to be shock, and left with Raza slightly behind him. A few of the dominant types made as if they were going to try and block them. One look at the expression on Trorm's face, and they thought better of it. Games of dominance were one thing, actually fighting for it was another, especially with an orc and a naga. We need to get her somewhere safe, Trorm said, once they were out on the street. Unfortunately, that couldn't be the Madden residence, not with Trixiel potentially there.
My home,
Izraza said, without missing a beat. My car, Trom said. Call your servant. Izraza hurried to obey and commanded Sejat to meet them back at her home. She had just hung up when they came upon Trom's vehicle. All three heads rose up to bare their teeth in greeting at their approach.
That's your car?
Izraza said, her voice tinged with surprise and perhaps a touch of awe. Trom grunted. Obviously it was. The driver's door popped open, then rear doors, the back seats folding up to make extra room for Izraza's coils. At his invitation, Izraza slithered in. Then Trom handed Jill over to her, letting the girl pass out on Izraza's golden coils. Where's your home? Izraza gave him an address, and Trom put it into the GPS. As the Draco truck had never been to this location, he drove there himself, enjoying the feel of the powerful vehicle answering his turning of the wheel. Any idea how long she's been under the influence of that collar? Trom asked. She shook her head.
Hard to say. The biggest effects will be mental. My area of specialty is arcane biology. I can try to help a little, though. I know a small healing spell.
Use it. She did, a faint golden-green glow enveloping her hands. For a moment, the interior of the Draco truck smelled of fresh spring. Glancing back in the rear-view mirror, Trom could see that the red marks on Jill's throat and exposed flesh were gone. Those seemed to be the result of Curtis's careless handling of her leash and collar rather than other signs of physical abuse. That was something at least. A very small something, considering Curtis had essentially turned her into a puppet. Her biggest scars would be mental. You're a druid, Trom said. That was a form of divine magic he'd spent even less time studying than God-given clerical spells. Druidic magic, nature magic, was alive and tied very strongly to this plane of existence. The idea of working with energies that might have a will of their own was not something that appealed to Trom, but he could admire those who did wield such things. Healing spells were not easy to manage, even minor ones. Izraza clearly knew what she was about. Izraza nodded.
I am.
You are very skilled. She looked away, blushing.
I'm really not.
You are, Trom said firmly. She smiled, then looked past him.
That's it.
Trom thought at first that she was having him pull into a gated community. She wasn't. Izraza's home was a walled-off, sprawling estate. She gave him a code to get through the security gate, and he drove the Draco truck slowly up the winding driveway to the mansion dominating the center of the landscape with its veritable parking lot in front. Several vehicles were already parked there. When Trom parked, he got out and opened Izraza's door, then took Jill in his arms. The girl was drooling in her sleep, and her head lolled onto his chest, getting her saliva on his shirt. Trom felt nothing but pity for the poor girl. After what had happened with Trixiel earlier, the idea of going what she'd been through filled his belly with a war fire. Here was hoping that Tibbs was doing all right. Trom had lost his biggest lead in Curtis Pitts. On the other hand, he had Curtis's cell phone and a new connection to follow. Narfu Cook was a street tough, so what was he doing with a ring that could protect him from magic? Trom didn't know a lot about Curtis, but he thought that the fact that he had an enchanted, mind-controlling collar might be another point of connection. Mental compulsive magic was highly regulated and largely illegal in Aflana. Of course, after what he'd seen in Silver Whispers, Trom wasn't sure he understood Aflana's legal system nearly as well as he thought he did. He'd need to get a proper explanation from Izraza soon. Sejat met them at the door, still in her club wear. She was accompanied by a mix of human and goblin butlers. No maids, Trom noted.
See this woman to one of our guest bedrooms,
Izraza commanded, her imperious mask back in place. Trom no longer needed the sunglasses to see through it. She was taking charge because it was both needed and expected of her. Yes, mistress, said a human man who took her from Trom. You'll want a woman to be with her, Trom said. A man will make her uncomfortable after what she's been through. Sejat's eyes widened, and then she bared her teeth.
This country. Men.
She just about spat the last word. Her eyes raked over Trom. Anger, jealousy. Jealousy. Anger Trom could almost understand. Jealousy, though? That didn't make any sense. Unfortunately, he was coming to learn that emotions didn't always make sense, and that simply knowing what someone was feeling wasn't always the advantage one might expect. Izraza gave the order, and one of the butlers rushed off to find a maid to stay with Jill.
"Thank you for returning our mistress safely to us,"
Sijat said stiffly, meeting Trom's gaze with her own quietly furious eyes. It sounded as if each of those words physically hurt her to say.
"It is late. You'll want to be on your way."
Trom knew a dismissal when he heard one. It galled him to be commanded by Sijat, but he didn't want to cause trouble for Izraza. He sought a compromise and turned to Izraza. "Would you mind informing me when Jill is up for taking questions? She may know something about my missing friend."
"Of course,"
Izraza said, while Sijat seemed to swell. Anger, embarrassment. Clearly, she did not care for anything less than swift and immediate obedience. Trom turned to leave, offering a quick nod of appreciation when Izraza asked,
"Mr. Coldstorm?"
A crash sounded through the hallway, cutting off her question. All eyes turned to find a small goblin butler standing over a fallen tray and shards of glass and a quickly spreading puddle. He must have been bringing his mistress's drinks when he dropped the tray. If he noticed their collective gazes or the slowly spreading puddle, he didn't show it. He silently mouthed the word Coldstorm. Shock. Zuba. Gender, not applicable. Emotion, shock, fascination. Interest level, 5.
"What are you doing?"
Sijat demanded, slithering over to the goblin in a storm of red scales and fury. The goblin let out a squeal and began apologizing profusely. Izraza looked away from the scene to Trom. There was a question in her eyes. Trom shrugged. He had no idea why the mention of his name would overexcite a goblin any more than the goblin's gender was listed as non-applicable.
"Mr. Coldstorm,"
she began again.
"From what I've seen, you're a man of honor."
Trom wasn't sure if that was a question or not. "I'd like to think so."
"I believe you once promised me a rain check on drinks,"
Izraza said coolly. She might have been placing a bet at the poker table for all the emotion in her voice. The sunglasses gave her away, though. Hope. She wanted him to stay.
"I'm holding you to your promise."
"As you wish," Trom said, wondering if he should add "my lady" or not. Too late, he realized he'd paused too long. That earned him a glare from Sijat, but Izraza read, pleased.
"This way, please,"
Izraza said.
"We'll be in my private parlor."
She looked over to Sijat.
"We are not to be disturbed."
The visible protest that was beginning on Sijat's lips died.
"Yes, mistress."
Dejected. Trom held his tongue until they reached the private parlor. He also made an effort not to gawk. The mansion was pure splendor and riches. White marble and gold everywhere, with plush carpets, and dark wood furniture with plush cushions. The opulence on display was staggering. It was almost as fascinating as watching Izraza manage the stairs without legs, which was something he'd never considered before. Her movements were hypnotic, and not staring was a very real effort. Izraza, it turned out, had an entire wing of the mansion dedicated to her private use, including a room with its own wine bar, plush cushions on the floor, and shelves lined with books. Each wall had either a tank or a cage with exotic fish, insects, or reptiles contained within. An enormous shadow dropped from the ceiling to fall upon Izraza, nearly making Trom jump, his hands coming up to cast a spell before he recognized the enormous bat, called a flying fox, that Izraza kept as a pet. More than a pet, he suspected now that he knew she was a druid. The bat was probably Izraza's animal companion. The bond was both similar to and distinct from that between familiar and wizard, though it wasn't a subject he knew much more about than that. Izraza scratched the bat beneath the chin, making the bell on its collar chime. Trom swore he could hear the animal purring as she carried it behind the bar.
"Red wine all right with you?"
she asked, pulling a pair of glasses down. Terrified, hopeful. "You're scared," Trom said. Izraza froze.
Be careful, Mr. Coldstorm. Words like that here would not go over well should the wrong person hear you.
This is your private wing in a house bigger than some neighborhoods, Trom said. We are in the seat of your power. If someone is listening to us now, it is by your design. You're scared. Did I frighten you?
No!
She said this too quickly and realized it after the words were out.
I mean, no. You did not frighten me, Mr. Coldstorm. That was an interesting reaction that young man had back in the hallway when he heard your name.
You're changing the subject, Trom said, coming over to stand across the bar from her. I'm a blunt man, Izraza. You've asked me here for a purpose, and it has you both scared and hopeful, and I don't know why or what I can do for you. He looked pointedly around the room. I would be your ally. I cannot do that if I do not know what you would have of me. Izraza couldn't meet his eyes. She produced a bottle of wine, opened it, poured herself a glass, then downed the contents in a motion completely at odds with the elegant surroundings. For that matter, her leather corset didn't quite match up with what he was seeing here either, though it did wonderful things for her breasts. She poured again, for both of them this time, and handed him his drink.
Before I answer that, I need to know what's going on with you right now, with that Curtis and your missing friend.
Trom told her. It didn't take too long.
So, you really weren't there because of an interest in the BDSM lifestyle?
Izraza asked. No, I know very little of it, Trom admitted. But if it is something important to you, I am willing to learn.
It is? It isn't,
Izraza said.
What do you know about Naga society?
Trom shrugged. Not a lot. If it is not too impolitic to say, it seems by and large to be an inverse reflection of Orcish society, though with a stronger emphasis on gender than merit determining leadership. Izraza rolled her eyes.
Please, you're going to tell me that the glorious horde isn't primarily male-dominant?
It is, Trom conceded. Our males simply tend to have the leadership qualities we look for.
Same here,
Izraza said with a smile. This was more like it, Trom thought. Intellectual discussion and wine. Clearly this was both of their element. A shame he couldn't let them remain in this comfort zone. Izraza refilled their glasses. Does whatever it is you want to ask of me have to do with Seajat or Silver Whispers? He asked.
Sort of,
Izraza said.
Seajat wants something from me I cannot give.
And Silver Whispers? Trom asked.
I've been trying to study the scene to see if I can apply some of it in my own life,
Izraza said.
The control, the dominance. I have to pretend all the time, and it's hard.
And Trom finally confirmed to himself what she wanted to ask him, and, because of who she was, what she was, and the very nature of the question, why she couldn't. Chapter 8. Trom set his glass down and reached over the bar, poking his hand behind Izraza's head. He let his fingers tighten in her hair, holding her in place so that their eyes were locked. She had gone completely still and made absolutely no move to stop him. A good sign. He didn't have his staff. She was surrounded by servants and most likely security. She was also a power in her own right, being well versed in magic and physically powerful enough to match, if not outdo him with that tail of hers. On some level, Trom understood that he was being reckless, that the move he was making needlessly put him and her both in danger. Neither of them knew each other very well or had a real expectation of what to expect from one another. He acted anyway, holding himself over Izraza and reaching up with his free hand to remove his sunglasses and set them down on the bar. The light of the room bit into his eyes. He ignored it, even as his vision momentarily went out of focus. That was when he felt it, like his neck was being kissed. It sent a sense of urgent need coursing through his body, making him painfully erect. His heart began pounding as if it had been given a direct shot of adrenaline. Trome had the barest moment of recognition, wherein he consciously understood that the blessing he had received from Moana was at work, before the urgency of his need overcame all sense of rational thought or reason. "I don't play games," Trome said, grateful for the bar between them. Without it, he'd have already pulled her to him, and who knew what he'd have done then. Fire in his veins or no, Trome refused to become the stereotype that had originally made the Maddens nervous about housing a male orc in their home. "I respect this culture you've been exploring, but I'm not interested in a night of play. I need more than that." Izraza gasped, breasts heaving in her corset.
"Yes!"
A mixed expression of hope and need came over her face, flushing her cheeks. "I want you, Izraza," Trome said, voice shaking with the effort of keeping himself under control. Everything in him wanted to leap the bar, drag Izraza to the ground, and take her right there. "I don't know what that's going to look like for us, but it wouldn't be just a one-night stand."
I wouldn't want that,"
Izraza said.
If that was all you were offering,
She swallowed.
I'd remove you."
Trome didn't know what that might look like. Her face had a pained expression on it, though. She had to always be in command, in charge, and in control, while always craving the exact opposite. And despite that, when faced with an escape, she was willing to force herself to stand up to him. He reached over with his free hand and ran a thumb over her lips. "You are an impressive woman, and now you are mine." He pulled her to him over the bar, crashing their mouths together. She tasted of wine. His tongue invaded her mouth, conquering her, claiming her. Izraza moaned into his mouth, her hands wrapping around him. She pushed herself into him, torso pressing into his, breasts flattening against his chest. Then she kept pushing, more and more, a building weight and pressure. She slithered right over the bar, pushing off with her tail, which had more strength and mass than Trome could match. He let himself go back a step without breaking their kiss, then lifted a hand, and with an ease he would not have believed himself capable of, cast his spell of invisible binding. Izraza pulled up short with a whimper, breaking their kiss to glance back at her tail. It thrashed, save for several points that were forced to remain still. All of her power rendered useless, her most powerful weapon impotent. She moaned and clawed her hands down his shirt.
"Yes!"
Trome pulled her head back by her hair. She gasped in pleasure, not pain, and looked up at him with naked need. Trome reached to her cleavage, hooked his fingers into the top of her corset, and ripped it free of her. The feat took much more effort than he would have thought, both the leather and ribbing resisting him. In the end, it was the stitching that gave way, and the garment fell to the floor in useless strips. Izraza's breasts, capped with hard chocolate nipples, bounced free. She gasped in shock, the expression heaving her breasts more. She wriggled, her tail fighting with all she was worth against the invisible bonds holding her in place. He wondered if she got the same rush out of being restrained that he did from restraining her. To know that she was so powerful and that he held her despite that. All that beautiful flesh was his for the taking, the touching, the tasting. Only one piece of her coverings remained. His hand grabbed her skirt, and she went still. Her hands grabbed his shoulders, nails digging into his skin through his shirt.
"Are you sure?"
she asked.
"Sometimes people without scales—"
Trome ripped the skirt away. It came much easier than her corset. For the first time, Trome could see where cinnamon flesh became golden scales. It happened about halfway down her hips and went further up on her back and lower in the front, so that where her human bottom would be was concealed. Where the belly scales of the snake ended, however, was a very human-looking, womanly entrance. She was hairless, which he'd expected on some level, and tiny, which he had not. Her petals were damp with need, but closed tight. She had the smallest vagina of any woman he'd been with, despite her easily being the largest when one factored in her tail. For a fleeting moment, he worried that his shaft might not fit inside of her. It was her quivering that drew his eyes back up to her flushed face, which she had turned as much as his grip would allow. Her eyes were locked closed.
You don't have to look. I know the scales in flesh can be...
Look at me, Troram commanded. She obeyed without hesitation, eyes going wide as she cut off. Do I seem put off? He ran a hand down the flesh of her waist, over her hip, and down over the scales that her silken skin gave way to. Her body quivered, goosebumps erupting on her skin as a shiver ran through her tail, making it writhe against the invisible bonds.
Goddess, you're holding me in place. You've got me pinned.
Explain the significance, Troram said. That seems to be doing something for you. She swallowed.
I'll try.
He looked into her eyes as if daring her to fail.
For Nagas, we have 2 types of mating,
she said, her face going red.
There's the mating balls, which is basically when dominant Naga women, such as myself...
Here she gave a bitter laugh.
Basically have an orgy with our pet males. Then there's one-on-one, where we pin our submissive partner with our tail and take control of the sex.
So, my pinning you is like a dominant Naga claiming you? Troram asked. She nodded.
Yes.
And you like it?
Oh, yes. Please, I keep fighting, and it's so strong. Goddess,
she gasped, back arching as her tail writhed all the more powerfully against her invisible bonds. Her nipples stood out like chocolate diamonds. Troram pulled her hair further back, bent down, and bit one. Izraza let out a cry of wordless ecstasy. Troram released her breast and her hair, stepping back, earning a disappointed moan. Do we have to worry about being interrupted here? It was a little late to be thinking of that after all the noise they'd made. The question struck Izraza like a bucket of cold water.
We shouldn't, but perhaps we should go somewhere else, just in case. I can get us a hotel room.
Your room, Troram said. It made her hiss. She also lowered herself, submitting. Troram reached down and undid his belt, making her eyes go wide. He freed it from his trousers and looped it around her neck, creating an improvised collar and leash. This symbolizes your subservience in that club we were just in.
Yes,
Izraza said breathlessly. Are you subservient to me?
Yes.
Then show me to your room. He dismissed the bonds holding her tail. Leave your clothing where it lies. She made no move to pick it up, and instead led him toward a hallway, slithering low to the ground, and only as far ahead of him as the short lead would allow. The hall ended at a pair of heavy wooden doors.
This is my bedroom.
Your bedroom has double doors? Troram asked, raising an eyebrow.
Yes,
Izraza said.
To be allowed in here. It is meant to be intimidating and impressive.
Troram was neither intimidated nor impressed. Is it locked?
Yes, master,
she said. Troram didn't miss that title. He wasn't going to make her call him that, but if she wanted to, he wasn't about to stop her. I don't see where you could be hiding a key. He eyed her nude form up and down pointedly. Her flush returned, but she grinned, the expression both pleased and shy, even as she stretched herself out to give him a better view. It was the most honest look he'd thought he'd ever seen on her lovely face. She slithered forward, pressing herself against the door and rising up, the motion natural as a slithering snake and erotic. The alienness of the motion seemed right for her. She brought her mouth close to the knob and whispered words too quiet for Troram to hear, though he suspected from the sibilant cadence he was able to catch that it wouldn't have done him any good if he had. The door was magically protected, which shouldn't have surprised him given Izraza's apparent wealth, and the command to open it was in her native Naga tongue, which was notoriously difficult for mammalian mouths to work around. The door swung inward, and she slithered backward into the room beyond, her eyes never leaving Troram's. The belt slid through his fingers to fall free, dangling from her neck, and swing between her breasts. Troram followed her in, before even thinking to look around. The room was spacious and smelled of incense. It was laid with cushions and a futon bigger than his bedroom, draped with crimson silk, with curtains hung from corner posts. Corner posts, he noted, which had rings for chains. "Is this your orgy room?" he asked. She didn't exactly flinch, but there was a tightening of her eyes. "Only once." He raised an eyebrow at that. She pulled her arms tight around herself, tail coiling about her body, as she reached the bed and fell onto it, pulling herself into a ball. "I had to prove myself a woman when I came of age. Mother insisted I prove I was a woman and come out. I had to dominate them all. I don't want to talk about this." Trom came over to her and stroked her hair. "Then we won't." She looked up at him. "Promise?" A wicked grin took over his expression. "I promise. We will be doing much better things." He cast the binding, this time on her wrists. Rather than simply releasing it as before, however, he controlled it, lifting her up by her unseen bonds, upward, out of her ball of coils. She gasped and twisted, trying to free herself, moaning in pleasure when she couldn't. He raised her hands high over her head and kissed her, one hand going to her waist, the other to her breast, massaging it in his powerful hand. He moaned into her mouth. Her tail lashed up suddenly, as if trying to strike him. His hand on her wrist squeezed, and her tail went still. He released her, but did not stop his kiss. Trom had never cast a spell while kissing before, and only later would think about how much more difficult that could have made it to cast his restraining spell again. This time he captured only the end of her tail, anchoring it to the side of the bed, leaving the rest of her free to struggle against it. And struggle she did. She seemed to revel in her inability to escape or overcome his power. Trom simply reveled in her. He stepped back, leaving her suspended in the air, naked save for his belt, which still hung about her neck. He undid his trousers, letting his erection spring free, and stepped out of them. Izraza flinched. "Holy shit! That thing's huge!" Trom wasn't so above himself that such comments didn't bring him immense satisfaction, but her shock seemed more than just that of a woman discovering her partner was well hung. She seemed genuinely afraid. "Too large?" he asked. I don't know," she said, cocking her head. "It's so strange. I've never been with someone with legs before. Naga males, they're built very different." "How so?" "For one thing, they've got two," she said, and wiggled a finger at his member. Trom raised his eyebrows. "They're also much smaller," she went on. "Like each one is maybe a third of your size. If that. What you've got there is an absolute monster." Trom grinned, baring his tusks. He used his magical grip on her wrists to pull her to the edge of the futon where he stood, until her face was only inches away from his erection. "Kiss my monster." It should have come across like a cheesy line from a porno. It didn't. Izraza practically lunged forward, bringing her lips to the helmeted head in a passionate kiss, her tongue lathing his flesh. Then, all at once, her mouth opened, and he slid neatly into her throat. One moment her mouth seemed too small to take his tip, then the next, he was buried inside her throat, the root of him pressing into her lips. "Oh, gods!" Trom exclaimed. Izraza pulled back, the entirety of his length sliding free. "Did I hurt you?" "No," Trom said, gasping for breath. "You just surprised me. I've only had one lover who could take me in her throat, and it was an effort for her." Izraza grinned up at him. "Nagas are like snakes. We can take a lot in our mouths." "Clearly," Trom said. "So, what are you waiting for?" She took him again, in short order, and was bobbing up and down the entirety of his length with a speed that Trom would have thought impossible. He groaned, hips lunging forward to meet her every forward movement. Her tongue lathed every inch of his flesh, as if she were determined to lick every single bit of his length clean. He pulled free, mentally commanding the bonds around her wrists to pull her backwards to the bed. Climbing atop her while she struggled with both her tail and torso to get free of his magical restraints was an experience, one that was made whole by the blissful expression on her face. Were it not for that, Trom didn't think he could have gone forward. She was struggling so hard. But she was into it, whatever it was, and her writhing only heightened his arousal. Having to spread his legs to mount her was different. Before, he'd always been the one to spread his lover's legs apart to reach her passage. Not so with Azraza's anatomy. "I'm taking you, Azraza," he said, positioning the head of his shaft at her entrance. The heat coming from her was unbelievable. "Yes!" she cried out, writhing, lifting herself to try and press him into her.
"Take me! Make me yours!"
He reached down and took her by the chin, making her look into his eyes. "You are mine," he thrust into her. Her mouth had had an easier time taking him than her passage. She was hot and wet, but tight. So tight. He pressed onward, relentless. She opened her mouth, lips quivering in a silent scream. Her entire body went rigid as he pushed deeper and deeper. Her voice finally cracked through in a high-pitched squeal when he was halfway inside of her. Then it was as if some part of her simply gave, and he buried himself to the root. Azraza's upper body went completely stiff, her back hyperextending to arch, thrusting her belly upward. Her tail lashed against the bond, one coil crashing into the bedpost hard enough to snap the wood. The post fell across the foot of the bed, bounced, then rolled to the floor with a clatter. Azraza didn't seem to care, as her wide eyes stared straight through him in shock. He began to withdraw, pulled about halfway free, then slammed himself back into her. She gasped, body seizing up. Her passage clamped down on him so tight it almost hurt. Her tail continued to thrash, and Shorm found himself grateful that he'd restrained her as another coil snapped the other rear bedpost. Curtains fell over them, hiding the end of her tail from sight as he began to thrust into her with a more deliberate pace. "Yes! Yes! Yes!" she called out, over and over, her hips finally jerking up to meet his thrusts. "Oh! Oh, yes!" She threw her head back in another silent orgasm, body seizing up once more. Shorm continued his onslaught. He kept it up as she seized again and again, and reduced the falling bedposts to piles of splinters, and the curtains to ripped shreds of fabric. He kept it up as she screamed, and until finally she begged him to finish inside of her. He did, burying himself to the hilt, and letting his seat spill into her in a torrent of released need. He bellowed as he filled her, head thrown back as he roared with triumph. Shorm didn't know what their relationship was exactly, but he knew one thing beyond a shadow of a doubt. He had laid claim to Azraza. Whatever else may come, she was his. Chapter 9. "I thought that alcohol in the morning was discouraged in Aflana," Shorm said, staring at the concoction in the champagne glass before him. Azraza shrugged and offered a playful smile.
"Apparently, it's okay if it's mixed with orange juice and you're dressed nicely."
And they both were dressed nicely. Shorm's clothing had been washed and pressed overnight, and his attire of black button-down shirt and slacks was good for most situations, both formal and informal. Azraza was far more elegant in a blue and gold sari, seated across from him at the small table, her tail coiled about her chair. The restaurant was full of people in nice clothing, primarily older humans, though a few younger ones sat around as well. All were doing their best to politely ignore the orc and naga, which somewhat amused Shorm. Ignoring them back wasn't especially difficult, not when he felt like with one wrong move he'd break something. This entire place screamed crystal and fine china and delicacy. He wondered if this was how his brothers felt around his spell-casting implements back home. No, most of his brothers simply wouldn't care if they broke something or not. He did, however, and embarrassment was waiting just around the corner, so Shorm attacked it. He sat with a confidence he did not feel, moving with an ease that was a lie, sipping a mimosa and ordering an enormous breakfast of pancakes, despite the tinier, prettier brunch options. Azraza had asked him here, after a fashion. She'd wanted to get out of her manor after they'd awoken and cleaned themselves. Neither of them mentioned last night, not the club nor the near-spontaneous session of aggressive sex that had followed. They had both asked after Jill. The girl was still asleep when they left, and Sejat had orders to take her to Chorum's lawyers when she woke up. As much as he'd come to appreciate the police, he'd also come to appreciate their limitations. Rape, mind control, and crimes of a similar nature were difficult to prove, and the police were not paladins. They were good people going about their day, trying to do their jobs and close cases. It was not the most welcoming environment for survivors of such attacks. Not because the police were cruel, but because the nature of the job required heavy skepticism and definitive resolution, the latter of which was difficult to reach without emotional wounds and highly specific, difficult to acquire evidence. Most violators didn't operate openly. They kept their actions covert and difficult to prove. So, lawyers first. Cherry would be sympathetic to Jill and be able to properly go over her options. Izraza was the picture of elegance across from him, sipping her own mimosa and sitting at attention. She had been quiet for the most part, her contributions to the morning's limited conversation the occasional remark, ordering Sejat around and suggesting this restaurant. "You are regretting last night?" Chorum asked. She lowered her drink.
No, not in the slightest.
"You are quiet," Chorum said.
I'm processing,
Izraza said.
That was sudden. Really sudden. I don't regret it at all. It's just, last night was a fantasy come true.
She blushed and looked away.
I'm processing and trying to defer to your lead. I've always had to be the one in charge. You're the dominant partner in our relationship, and I don't want to disrespect you.
She was right. Last night had been sudden. Despite the nature of the club he'd been in, sex hadn't really been on Chorum's mind, until he and Izraza were alone. Then the desire between them had struck like a bolt of lightning and raged like a wildfire. He had a sneaking suspicion he might know the cause as he replayed the evening in his head. "Do you recall that incident with the LGBTQ rally?" he asked. She blinked.
That seems rather non sequitur.
"A necessary preface," Chorum said. "Do you?"
I do. I know you were involved.
Chorum nodded. "After everything blew up, I believe I saw Oana herself. She blessed me." This time, Izraza didn't blink, she simply stared.
That would definitely explain a few things about last night.
It also made sense put in that perspective. Oana was a goddess of hedonism after all. What other form would her blessing manifest itself as? "Does it change anything for you?" Chorum asked. In light of what had been done to Jill and himself recently, he found himself especially cognizant of agency, especially sexual agency.
No,
Izraza said quickly, too quickly. Chorum produced his sunglasses and slid them on. Despite the brightness of the restaurant, they hadn't seemed appropriate. He quit caring now in light of acquiring potentially necessary information. Izraza Rana. Gender, female. Emotion, wary, pleased, hopeful. Interest level, 10. An interest level of 10? That had shut up quickly. Was that healthy? "It doesn't bother you that our decisions might have been divinely influenced?"
The gods cannot take away free will without starting a divine war,
Izraza said.
And Oana is grateful to you. She wouldn't have blessed our union had she intended harm. Although...
"Although what?" Chorum asked. Izraza grimaced.
She's a deity of hedonism. She might have lowered our inhibitions or given us a push toward each other, sensing we'd be a good match. But she's not known for considering consequences. This, what we have between us, it's beautiful. It's also dangerous.
Chorum nodded. "I don't know what your place in your nest is, but I take it that it's fairly prestigious. Should what we did last night get out..."
It would shame my whole nest,
she said, looking down. Terrified.
I have to be a leader, a force to be reckoned with. I stand to inherit a powerful position. I'm expected to have many submissive Naga lovers. Taking a non-Naga might be appropriate if I were obviously dominating him, but that is very much not the case with us.
You are refreshingly frank and straightforward. Thank you, Trorm said. He took another sip of his mimosa. She swallowed.
I feel safe with you. I know you are powerful, but it's more than that. There's a part of me that simply feels right being with you, being yours.
This last she added so quietly it was almost a whisper. The words danced across the table to caress his skin and fill him with a possessive surge. She was his. Then tell me what you want, Trorm said. That desire you've been hiding from everyone, that you've been too afraid to give voice to because it does not align with what everyone tells you you should be. A weight seemed to lift from Azraza's shoulders.
I am expected to lead the nest one day. I make decision after decision, taking charge and fighting my own instincts. Every day is an effort. Last night, I was looking for a night with a dame. Sea-Jet caught me sneaking out and ruined my plans. The truth is, I'm perverse, Trorm. I want to be taken, not do the taking, and that's so wrong. But with you, it feels right. For the first time since I've discovered sex, I didn't feel like a pervert for enjoying what I enjoyed, and not enjoying what I don't.
She looked up, meeting his eyes.
I want more. I don't know what that looks like. I know that there are risks to us being together. I know that our cultures don't just clash, they're explosively opposed. But I do know that I want to do more with you. I want to keep being yours. Goddess, I'm babbling. I sound like an idiot.
You sound like someone finally giving voice to something they've wanted for a long time, Trorm said. I'm honored, both for your words and the sharing of yourself. I will not demean myself for you. I will not make myself lesser or hide myself or my beliefs away, but I will take pains not to shame you either. Azraza gave a relieved smile.
Thank you.
Trorm realized that she would have done it if he demanded it of her, shamed herself in front of her people, and potentially lost everything. That was a lot of power to have over someone, willingly given or not. Trorm wanted it. The realization surprised him, though he supposed it shouldn't. More, though, he wanted to be worthy of it. He wasn't sure that he was or ever would be. He knew that his brothers would have leapt at the chance to take such control over a lover, any lover, but especially a Naga. To them, it would have been proof of their masculine superiority. Perhaps the glorious horde was more patriarchal than he'd consciously considered. There is going to be a learning curve, Trorm said, for both of us. Neither of us knows much about how the other's people operate or what they expect. I will not shame myself for you, nor do I want to see you hurt. He grinned, showing his tusks. You are mine. She smiled and looked down. The waiter arrived with their food, placing an Eggs Benedict before Azraza and a mountain of pancakes and bacon before Trorm. Trorm wasted no time before he began eating. He would need his energy for what was to come. When he finished, he produced Curtis's phone from his pocket. Azraza saw it and looked a question at him.
That belongs to Curtis, no?
It did, Trorm said. I'm hoping to see if it can help find my friend. He turned on the phone and found the screen locked. His first thought was to take it to Abigail, who could doubtless bypass the security feature without breaking a sweat. Then he remembered what he'd seen yesterday between her and Naimal. That, now that he thought about it, that had actually been a form of flattery. Everything that had been said and done between them had done him honor. A good portion of his fury, he realized, had been due in no small part to his confinement at Trixiel's hands. No, that wasn't entirely true. There was still an element of betrayal that ran deep. Abigail had been an active participant in those recordings, taken without his consent. He knew that he would forgive her, but not yet. The wound was still too fresh. With that in mind, he knew he could not go to her to help him with this. On a whim, he tried the combination 1, 2, 3, 4. The phone opened.
How'd you know his password?
Azraza asked. The man is too stupid or too lazy to properly court a woman and had to resort to mind control, Trorm said. The combination seemed worth a shot. Trorm started with Curtis's pictures and wished that he hadn't. There was a lot of pornography, a lot of it featuring poor Jill. Occasionally, it would be interrupted by notes of an arcane nature or random hallways and doors. Trorm recognized a few of those from the university, though he couldn't have said where most of them were or where they led. Then he found the pictures of Tibbs, and his blood boiled. A single crack appeared on the phone's screen as he squeezed it. He forced himself to relax his grip. Tibbs had a collar like Jill's on. In some of the pictures, he was being hurt. In others, forced to do embarrassing and demeaning activities, most of them in the nude, and all with that same vapid smile Jill had worn. If those pics got out, it would do far more damage to his career than the recordings of Trorm with Winnie.
Are you okay?
Izraza asked. He knows where my friend is, Trorm said through clenched teeth. And the bastard was now with the police. Trorm might be able to get to him. He began formulating plans when a text popped up on the screen from Narfu Cook. Where are you? The police have the weakling, Trorm sent back. I'm coming for you next. Probably not the smartest move, but he was all out of smart moves. He wanted to roar. He wanted to make something explode. No, he wanted to rip something apart with his bare hands.
Trorm?
He whirled upon that familiar voice. When he stood, only a few feet away, a look of shock on her face. Chapter 10. Winnie was there, right in front of him. She wore an airy white sundress that flattered her athletic figure and generous curves, complementing the soft brown fur that covered her. Her long rabbit ears stood straight on end, matching the shocked expression on her face. Clearly, she hadn't been expecting to see him here any more than he had been expecting her. She wasn't alone. Her arm was looped over Scott's, who was dressed in a button-up and slacks like Trorm's, if more colorful. Scott was a fellow football player. He and Trorm had initially butted heads, but they'd come to be allies, and he was here taking Winnie on a date. "Trorm!" he said excitedly, taking in Trorm and Izraza and clearly discerning that they were on their own date. Relief. That took Trorm a moment to sort through. The man was relieved that Trorm was on a date with another woman? Ah, he thought that if Trorm was dating someone else, then it wouldn't be awkward if he went out with Winnie. It was a reasoning Trorm couldn't fault him for, even if it was fundamentally flawed. Trorm wasn't good with anyone dating Winnie, mostly because right then he wasn't good with Winnie herself. He decided to make a conscious effort to not hold it against his battle brother. Winnie, on the other hand, did not share Scott's sentiment. Winnie Zamora. Gender, female. Emotions, conflicted, jealous, embarrassed. Interest level, 10. Her interest level hadn't dropped. That was interesting. Maybe his sunglasses were broken. No, the last time he'd thought that, he'd put his foot in his mouth. Scott, Trorm said, nodding and standing up and offering his hand. Scott accepted, and after the fashion of young Aflana human males, pulled Trorm in close to bump their shoulders together. Trorm gestured to Izraza. "This is my date this morning, Izraza Rana." She rose up to their height, and Scott finally noticed her tail. His eyes widened, afraid. He did his best to hide it, offering Izraza a friendly smile and reaching out to shake her hand much more gently than he had Trorm's. "Nice to meet you," he said, then looked at Trorm. "A Naga? Damn, man, you've got a thing for monster girls." Both Izraza and Winnie froze. Only countless hours of practice since coming to Aflana kept Trorm from doing the same. He didn't need the sunglasses to know exactly how Winnie and Izraza felt about being called monsters. "I have a thing for beautiful, intelligent, and capable women," Trorm replied coolly. Scott, to his credit, realized quickly that he had blundered. He looked back and forth between his date and Izraza. "Oh, damn! I stuck my foot in it again, didn't I?" Winnie's ear twitched. "Like, yeah." "Hey, babe, I didn't mean anything bad by it," Scott said. Right, Trum said, unable to stop himself. It's not like he set up his phone to record intimately private moments and shared them without your consent. Izraza and Scott both gave Trum funny looks. Winnie's ears fell. That's weirdly specific, Scott said nervously. Trum's phone went off. At first, he looked down to the cracked screen of Curtis's phone, which he'd left on the table, but it remained blank. Then he remembered he had his own phone and pulled it out. There was a text from Tricia. Or at least, he hoped it was Tricia and not Trixiel, simply pretending to be her. After reading it, he knew it had to be. Trixiel had never been able to convey such a maternal sense of scolding through a simple text message. Where were you last night? The police are here asking questions. Come home now. I'm afraid I have to leave, Trum said, quickly texting back that he was on his way.
Trum,
Izraza said.
I want to help. Just call on me when you need it.
Trum nodded. She smiled.
Also, I've got brunch.
Trum raised an eyebrow. No, you don't. He was in a hurry. That didn't mean he was about to let his date pay for him. Perhaps it was a normal thing for a Naga woman to pay, considering their gender bias. But Trum wasn't a Naga. If Izraza was his, then he intended to take care of her. As he paid far too much for their food up at the front, he heard Scott say, And she offers to pay? Damn, Cold Storm, you lead a charmed life. Ouch! Winnie had kicked him. Despite himself, Trum grinned. He called Cherry Tempest on his way to the Maddens' house and had her on a video call when he arrived. The entire Madden clan was waiting for him in the living room. They were joined by a pair of police officers. Abigail and Tricia started to ask questions about where he'd been, but Lillian put a stop to that. The police go first. With Cherry's guidance, Trum told them much less than he'd initially planned on. His answers to their questions were curt and direct, never giving them anything more than exactly what they asked. Some of their questions he refused to answer and told them that they'd have to direct their questioning to Jill. It had been decided, after talking with Cherry, that the less people knew about Tibbs's situation, the better. For one thing, he was clearly alive. If whoever was holding him thought that they might get caught, that could change. And that wasn't even taking into account the fact that Trum had obtained the photos of Tibbs illegally, or what it would mean for his friend should those photos get out. When the questions were finished, Lillian escorted the police out. As soon as she and the officers were gone, Tricia stood up. Trum Coldstorm, you owe me some answers. Trum glanced at his phone. Cherry shrugged. Sorry, Mr. Coldstorm, this one's purely domestic. You could give me a call sometime when you didn't just need counsel, you know. I heard you and that cute bunny aren't an item anymore. Trum had no idea why his cheeks burned. Tricia sputtered as he hung up the phone. She threw up her hands and held them there as if warding something off. No, there is no sex in this house. No! Embarrassed. Trum chose not to say anything. If Tricia wanted to believe her house was some sort of bastion against hormones and sexual need, he'd let her hold on to that illusion for a while longer. Trixiel might be willing to see Abigail and Lillian as sexual beings, and therefore recognize when one of them was acting on their natural urges, but Tricia was clearly in denial. Tricia quit ranting and pointed a finger at Trum. A bondage club? What the frozen hells made you go to one of those, and why didn't you just say you wouldn't be home last night? He hadn't said anything about where he was going or when he'd be back, because he'd been furious with Trixiel and didn't want her to have any idea about his whereabouts or activities. It wasn't like he could tell Tricia that, though he was sorely tempted. Trixiel's actions had skirted the very edge of their agreement and definitely violated Trum, but apart from the hand job she'd given him, she hadn't really done anything sexual with Tricia herself. Sexually charged, sure, but apart from him being utterly humiliated, was there really an argument to be made that she'd hurt anyone? Yes, there very well was, he decided. Only it didn't matter, because his only recourse could put Tricia and the rest of the Maddens in even greater danger. If he wanted to move against her, he had to be damn sure he was willing for the fallout, because there would be some major consequences. Instead of answering her, Trum looked to Abigail. Did you know Tibbs is missing? She blinked, surprised.
Tibbs is missing?
Trorum nodded. I went out last night to look for him. The last place he was seen was at that club.
Oh, thank the gods,
Tricia said, half under her breath. He supposed at least one of them was to be thankful for last night, but not for the reasons Tricia hoped.
Why didn't you tell me? Abigail asked. I could have been looking for him online.
Something in Trorum snapped. The rage he hadn't let himself throw at Winnie back at the restaurant. The betrayal he'd felt that she'd played a part in those recordings. The utter helplessness he felt at being boxed in by the circumstances surrounding Trixiel and Tibbs both. It all erupted over the dam he'd built inside of himself to keep his emotions in check. He rose to his feet, towering over both Tricia and Abigail, and roared, "Why did you make those videos?" Abigail and Tricia both shrank back from him in a fear so palpable he didn't need his sunglasses. Trorum immediately felt ashamed. He hadn't done anything but shout, but shouting was a luxury he couldn't allow himself. He was an orc in a flana, a nation primarily comprised of humans who weighed maybe half as much as he did and were only a fraction as strong. Trixiel might be a powerful caster, but Tricia was not, and Abigail was as non-combatant as they came. In one moment of fury, he'd undermined all the trust he'd built up with them. With visible effort, he pulled himself back together. You and Winnie both know what it means if those videos got out. She might not care who sees her. Truthfully, I don't care who sees me either. I am not ashamed of what I've done. St. Scrollweirds would, though. You two could have cost me my scholarship. And his dream of becoming the arcane advisor to the chief of the glorious horde with it. Abigail's lower lip quivered.
How did you find out?
Abigail, what videos is he talking about? Tricia asked. Her tone was flat and cold, furious. Abigail swallowed.
Winnie and me, we made a deal. She set up her phone to record them when they had sex and sent me the videos.
Tricia closed her eyes and took a long, deep breath. Ignoring the fact that nobody should be having sex in this house, why on earth would you do that? Trum's right. Pictures and videos, they always get out, and once they're on the internet, they're there forever, baby. You've put his entire education at risk. Please excuse me, Trum said. I think I've had about as much as I can handle for the moment. We are not done, young man, Tricia said after him. It brought him up short. It was so easy to forget that despite looking like she was in her mid-20s, Tricia was actually in her mid-30s. You and me, we're going to have a long talk later about keeping it in your pants. Trum resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Considering it had been her hands who had taken him out of his pants just a few hours ago, even if she had no memory of it, that was somewhat hard to swallow. He stepped outside, closing the front door behind him, and Curtis's phone went off. Narfu Cook had texted him back. I challenge you to an honor duel. Trum texted back almost instinctively. I accept. Details came in from Narfu, but the sound of footsteps drew his eye up from the phone. Lillian stood in front of him, hands on her hips. We need to talk. Chapter 11. That's not your phone, Lillian said. Lillian Madden, gender, female. Emotions, frustrated, disappointed. Interest level, 7. Interesting, Trum thought. With those emotions, he'd have expected her interest level in him to drop. It had before, under similar circumstances. It's not, Trum agreed. The phone in question chimed again with a text message. He didn't look at it, instead tucking it away in his pocket. Whose phone is it, Trum? Lillian asked. Would you prefer I hold my silence or lie to you? He asked. Thodos, damn it, Trum, Lillian said, all but throwing her hands in the air. She brought a hand to her face for a moment, as if he'd given her the mother of all headaches. When she pulled her head up a moment later, her pale, freckled cheeks were flushed, and her eyes glistened with fury and unshed tears. I helped you get that internship with the police so that you wouldn't get involved in exactly the sort of thing you're doing now, she said. Trum crossed his arms over his chest. You intended to put me on the bench. "This isn't a football game, Trorm," she yelled. "It's dangerous. It's a matter for law and order. We have a justice system for a reason." Trorm was sick of being politic and polite. "A system that you trust so much you undermined by having me cast that divination spell on Narfu Cook and his gun." Lillian flinched. "The police were never going to pin it on him. This way I know, and I can keep an eye on him." "But not the police," Trorm said. "The people who you are saying I should leave this to?" "That's different," Lillian said, turning a finger to point at herself. "I'm a paladin of Thodos. I have a divine calling." "And I'm an orc. I have to uphold my honor and that of my allies," Trorm replied. "You're more than your race," Lillian said imploringly, reaching out to place her hand on his chest. Trorm rested his hand over hers. "As are you. You are more than human, more than a calling. You deserve a life that is your own." Lillian looked away, but didn't remove her hand. "We're not talking about me, Trorm. What you're doing is dangerous and illegal." "So was your involving me in Cook's case," Trorm said. Lillian jerked her hand free, recoiling as if slapped. "That was different." "Your actions circumvented Aflana's legal system and placed the both of us in danger," Trorm said coldly. "The only distinction between my actions and yours is that you are neither in charge nor in control of me." Lillian stepped back. Her hands balled into fists at her side and shook. "You think that this is all some kind of power play?" "I think that you know better than anyone else what is right and wrong, what is the correct course of action to take, and that you are somehow an exception to the rules that you believe bind the rest of us," Trorm said. He took a deep breath. He had to calm down and remain in control of his actions. He couldn't afford another outburst like the one he'd just had in the house. "I thank you for being concerned for me. It is appreciated. However, I do not yield to your authority." He stepped around her and began walking down the sidewalk. The Draco truck raised its heads, and the engine roared to life. "You're an Aflana, Trorm," she said without turning to face him. "Not the glorious horde." That was something he was too keenly aware of. The longer he was here, the less connected he felt to his own people. A wave of homesickness washed over Trorm. Everything made sense in the glorious horde, including his place as the least of his brothers. At least being an unlucky sixth son was something he could understand. If he was to become something greater than that, he needed to be here, learning and growing. But he couldn't do that at the sacrifice of who he was. The Draco truck pulled up the sidewalk, and the cabin door opened to admit him. "I could stop you!" Lillian called, turning around to face him. Trorm stopped and looked back at her, taking her in. She was still armed with her collapsible sword and revolver. Truth be told, he'd wondered which of them would triumph in a contest. Another truth was that a part of him longed for the confrontation, urging him to raise his staff and cast. An honor duel. This ongoing contest between them would be settled, dominance established, and order restored. Were they in the glorious horde? But as Lillian had said, this was Aflana. That wasn't how problems between allies were handled here. If he engaged in combat with Lillian, everything would come to an end. The friendship and alliance they had established would shatter, and with it his connection to the other Maddens. Apart from the obvious consequence of being sent home, Trorm found that he didn't want those relationships severed. That said, he was in the right. He had to stand his ground and draw a line in the sand. If that line was to be crossed, it would not be by him. "You could try," Trorm said, meeting her eyes. He did not want to fight her, but he was ready if it came to that. His footing was solid, his staff held in a grip that was neither too loose nor too tight, and a spell was at the tip of his tongue, ready to be cast. The real challenge was holding himself still while being ready. Everything in him either wanted to get away or to engage immediately, not wait for her to make the next move. Lillian didn't seem to know what to make of him. Her eyes were wide, and her hands spasmed, as if unsure whether or not to go for her weapons. Surprised. On some level, she hadn't expected him to meet her challenge. Slowly, she lowered her hands. Trorm got in the Draco truck and took off. It didn't take him long to find the site of the duel. The entire ride there, Trom clenched his fists on the steering wheel, urging the Draco truck faster. After everything that had happened, this solitary scrap of familiar tradition offered him an outlet. He went after it with everything he had. Honor duels were an ancient horde tradition, a means of settling disputes between rivals quickly. They were brutal, one-on-one fights. Without a medic or a caster of divine healing magic on site, it could be fatal, or at least prove crippling. Every grievance each participant brought to the fight was left in the fight, their rage and might brought to bear in full, until a clear victor stood in triumph over his broken foe. Alliances were also commonly forged out of honor duels. It wasn't uncommon for the victor to buy the loser a tankard of ale after and invite them to the victory party. For all the savagery involved in the honor duels, the end result was often more cordial than not. Battle scars were worn with pride, and blood brothers would often laugh about the wounds they had once inflicted upon each other. That Narfu Cook wanted one spoke highly of the half-orc, even if it was a touch extreme for what had occurred between them. Neither of them had directly offended the other's honor. Rather, they seemed to simply be orbiting each other, their problems spilling into one another's path. The options were to let the farce continue indefinitely, or to bring it all to a head. Trom approved of Narfu's decision. The battleground was the top of a parking garage next to a construction site on the edge of downtown. Yellow tape and orange cones had been put up over the entrances to keep people out, which Trom appreciated. This was not something Aflana citizens would understand. Their entire social system was built around the idea that violence was bad, that it had no place in the world, except as a tool to be wielded against other enemy nations. While Trom appreciated the peace of the United Confederation, he also understood that it was stifling him and strangling its own citizens. To be alive was to be violent. One needed to be able to expel their fury. Conflict was the birthplace of growth. He tapped his staff deliberately on the concrete floor as he strode past the orange cones into the dark parking garage, setting the top ablaze with golden light. The garage was empty of cars. Perfect. He did not want to explain collateral damage to anyone. A part of him was tempted to walk all the way to the top level, but he resisted the urge. A wizard he might be, but an honor duel would require a certain amount of physical exertion. Perhaps it might even come down to an old-fashioned bout of unarmed combat. The idea took on a life of its own and sent a wave of something akin to hunger through Trom, and he adjusted his grip on his staff. Instead of walking, however, he took the stairs. Better to save his energy. The sun was high overhead when he stepped onto the open top level of the parking garage, and he was grateful for his sunglasses. Without them, the light would have blinded him. It was still painful, even with the darkened lenses. Trom did not mind the time. It was appropriate. He'd heard that old Aflana used to have duels, and those tended to occur at midnight. High noon seemed a fitting inversion for a pair of orcs. He'd do Narfu the courtesy of thinking of him as an orc, not a half-orc, he decided. The man was owning his heritage and honoring it. Narfu waited on the far side of the parking lot in a tank top and baggy jeans. He had a hoodie tied around his waist, and the exposed skin was wound with tattoos. Trom did not recognize their significance. They weren't orcish tattoos, though a few bore some resemblance. Was there perhaps an orcish clan in Aflana that he did not know about? Narfu's head was wrapped in a do-rag, and had rings on both hands, and a chain necklace with an octopus medallion set with a ruby hanging from it. Odd choices of jewelry, those. Then again, perhaps not. One of those rings had to be the one he'd used to protect himself against Trom's spell the night before. As odd as it was for Narfu to have an item like that, Trom thought it better to overestimate his opponent's resources than the reverse. That necklace for sure had to be enchanted as well, most likely the other ring as well. Trom was so focused on the jewelry and speculating what magic each piece might hold that he almost missed the gun Narfu was holding before him idly turning back and forth as he looked it over. For what, Trump couldn't have said. Odd choice of weapon for an honor duel. Of course, it might be seen as an equalizer in Narfu's eyes. Trom was, after all, a wizard. "You came," Narfu said, looking up from his gun as Trom stopped a few yards away and let the glow upon his staff die. It had served its purpose, announcing his arrival. "You issued a challenge," Trom said. "Yeah," Narfu said, turning his head. "Yeah, I fucking did. Boss said you'd show up." Trom had just enough time to wonder who Narfu's boss was before the half-orc raised his gun. "Didn't think you'd be stupid enough to fall for this shit." Trom threw his shield up in a half-dome before him to catch the hail of bullets Narfu unloaded. He was unprepared for the ones that struck him from behind, along with a cacophony of colorful energy blasts that followed. Too much happened too fast for Trom to identify everything that hit him. The only things he could tell about the condition of his left arm and left leg was that they were in utter pain. Then he was flying. Trom barely managed to roll behind a concrete barrier before more bullets and blasts of magical energy struck where he'd landed. Men crawled out of hiding places, holding wands, rods, firearms, and the odd magical item that didn't match any proper description. So many magical items. Where had they gotten them all? That thought was quickly subsumed by another. Narfu had set this up as an ambush. He'd lured Trom into an isolated location with the promise of an honor duel and then desecrated the sacred tradition. Rage unlike anything he had known roared through Trom. Every ounce of anger and hurt he'd felt over the last 36 hours exploded out of him. He repositioned his shield spell, which must have shifted when he'd fallen, and protected him from the worst of the assault, and charged at Narfu with a bellow. Lightning crackled from his staff, but Trom was too furious to concentrate well enough to cast. The distance between him and Narfu vanished, and the half-orc's eyes went wide in shock and fear as Trom reached him. He tried to shoot Trom, but his gun clicked empty, the clip having been exhausted in his initial attack. Trom raised his staff in both hands, electricity crackling up and down the length, and swung. One of the gangsters behind him got off a shot with his wand, and a fireball erupted just behind Trom. It sent him and Narfu flying. Narfu hit the concrete barrier, boxing in the parking garage. Trom went over it and fell. Chapter 12. Later, Trom would not be able to recall exactly how he'd done it. The spell had simply come to him in a moment of clarity. With a bellowed word and a gesture, he cast the spell of unseen binding, creating a link between the wrist of his offhand and the wall of the parking garage, rushing by him. His shoulder gave a sickening pop as the invisible bond went taut, and nearly ripped his arm from his body. The momentum of his fall swung Trom inward, and he barely managed to get to his feet up in time to keep from shattering his knees on the concrete barrier of a lower level. Trom banished the binding spell and flew into the lower level of the parking garage. His shield spell, which was miraculously still active, caught the ground as he struck it, and he slid down the ramp at breakneck speed toward the exit. After Trixie had once destroyed the floor beneath him as a means of getting around his shield, Trom had modified his favorite spell to shield him against such things. His forethought paid off. Without it, the impact more than likely would have killed him. Trom came to a stop in the middle of the street. He heard shouting, footsteps. The gangsters were coming for him. A roar drew his attention, and he turned his head to find the Draco truck barreling down the street of its own accord, all three heads roaring. Several gangsters rushed out of the parking garage, guns and magic items at the ready. The Draco truck opened one of its mouths and bathed them in a torrent of fire. They fell back screaming, shadows lost inside the flames, engulfing them. The Draco truck slammed into a truck between Trom and the burning gangsters, and its door flew open. Trom tried to get up and fell over. He hurt. Everything hurt. So badly. He grunted and crawled, dragging his burned and shot body across the pavement and up into the truck. The Drago truck was driving before he'd fully pulled himself inside, racing down the street as the sound of gunfire roared behind them. They rounded a corner, and the door slammed shut behind Trorm as momentum shoved him more inside. Blood smeared over the seats. "That's going to take forever to get out," he said stupidly. The world was spinning and didn't hurt so much anymore. Was that a good sign or a bad sign? Assuming the worst, he decided, though what that actually meant for him to do, he had no idea. His phone was suddenly in his hand. When had it gotten there? Didn't matter. He knew who he was supposed to go to when he had questions. "Mr. Coldstorm," Cherry Tempest said, sounding pleasantly surprised. "Two calls so close together. People will talk." Trorm opened his mouth, but no words came out. "Mr. Coldstorm?" she asked. The phone slipped from his hand to fall to the floorboards. Cherry's voice sounded in the distance, tiny and full of static. The world spun faster and then went black. Trorm awoke on a cloud. At least, that's what he thought. It turned out that he was sunken into the padding of the most comfortable bed he'd ever laid down in, and was covered in soft sheets of a material he didn't recognize that combined the best feelings of silk and cotton. Soft, breathable, not too warm or too cool, and they were touching every part of his body. The realization that he was naked made him bolt upright, covers falling from his chest. He wasn't alone in the bed. Cherry Tempest sat beside him on the edge, her short skirt, a mockery of human professionalism, pushed up almost all the way, the tops of her thigh-high stockings exposed. Her manicured hand found Trorm's chest, and his eyes were drawn to it, the contact of their skin electrifying. So much so that his eyes drifted up, and he found that though she was wearing a buttoned-up business suit jacket, she was not, in fact, wearing anything underneath it. The effect of her bountiful breasts was both fascinating and glorious. She smiled, drawing his eyes upward to her face, which belonged in magazines. "I'm happy to see you, too," she said, glancing pointedly down. "But you need to lay down, Mr. Coldstorm." Trorm realized that at some point, either at her touch or during his admiration of her body, he'd created an undistinguishable tent in the sheets. Were Cherry a regular citizen of Aflana, and not the cleric and temple lawyer to the goddess of hedonism, Trorm might have been embarrassed, if only because a regular citizen of Aflana would have been. But this was Cherry, and she at least had no backwards, overly conservative ideals about nudity and sex, the likes of which were beginning to give Trorm a permanent headache. He allowed her to push him backwards into the cloud of cushioning beneath him. They appeared to be in a bedroom. The decor was simple but elegant, and Trorm couldn't bring himself to pay it much attention, with Cherry sitting beside him on the bed, and his erection threatening to tear a hole in her expensive sheets. She leaned over him, and Trorm readied himself to feel that electric touch again. What would it be like to kiss a cleric of the goddess of erotic pleasure? He didn't get to find out. She slapped him on the chest, hard enough that it stung a little. Trorm raised an eyebrow as she pulled back, shaking her hand and wincing. Apparently, she'd done more to hurt her hand than him with that, and it turned the pleasant expression on her face into one of irritability. "Don't you scare me like that!" Trorm chuckled. "My apologies." "That is not funny, Mr. Coldstorm," Cherry said, standing up so that she towered over him. "You're really beautiful when you're frustrated," Trorm said. "I know," Cherry said, flipping back a curly lock of blonde hair. "I even cry prettily. Focus." "That's a little difficult," Trorm said, glancing pointedly at his erection. "Did we make love?" He wasn't sure if that was actually how clerics of Awana worked their healing, and judging by the fact that he wasn't in agony or poked full of holes, Cherry or some of the temple's alkalites had healed him in spectacular fashion. "If I didn't know you were in earnest, I might smack you for that," Cherry said, shaking her head. "Also, you don't want to hurt your hand again," Trorm said. She glared at him. "That too." No, Mr. Coldstorm, I do not require lovemaking to cast healing spells, and I would never sexually assault someone who could not give their consent. Trom grunted. I appreciate that. After what had happened with Trixiel, he found that he genuinely meant that. Cherry sighed. In all seriousness, Mr. Coldstorm, what on earth just happened? I'm not sure if I should tell you or not, Trom said. Not because I'm not grateful, I assure you I am, but I do not wish to cause undue trouble. Cherry snorted. Somehow she made it ladylike and attractive. That struck Trom as odd. Orc women could pull that off. Human women, though? Just how much of Cherry's attractiveness was her own, and how much was a gift from her deity? I appreciate that, she said after a moment. Who'd have thought you could get yourself into so much trouble? This has something to do with your missing friend? Trom nodded. It does. Only that didn't quite seem right anymore. Nothing about what had just happened made sense. This entire nation didn't make sense. He took a deep breath. No, it did make sense. He just hadn't liked the kind of sense that it made. He'd been angry and hurt and looking for an outlet. Narfu had offered him something familiar, and instead of thinking about why a criminal in Aflana would offer a traditional orcish method of resolution, he'd simply leapt at it. He'd acted like any one of his brothers would have, instead of the wizard he was training himself to be. At the very least, the Temple of Awana offers you healing, sanctuary, and of course, legal counsel, Cherry said. On the subject of which, there's someone here to see you. She walked away from the bed and over to a simple door, opening it to reveal what appeared to be a regular, everyday office on the other side. Some part of Trom thought that he'd been brought to Cherry's house, but that wasn't it. Despite her flirting and devotion to his well-being, they didn't actually have a personal relationship. This wasn't her home. This was the Temple of Awana, where she worked. No wonder the bed was so comfortable. He's up, Cherry said to someone in the office, and Tricia stepped through the door a moment later. Trom dearly wished he had his sunglasses on in that moment. The stillness on her face could just as easily have been hers as Trixiel's. Until she actually began speaking, he'd have no means of telling who he was actually dealing with. Considering his current position, he wasn't certain which one would make him worse off. I'm afraid I was legally obligated to contact your host family when that remarkable vehicle of yours dropped you off looking like a burnt husk of Swiss cheese, Cherry said, ignoring Tricia. Trom couldn't say he blamed her for that. Trixiel had hijacked what was supposed to be an offering to Oana in an effort to break free of her own divine servitude to Zocione. It hadn't gone well. A lot of people had been traumatized, if not too badly hurt, many of them followers of Oana and potential recruits. As Tricia had effectively been under magical compulsion at the time, the Temple of Awana didn't officially blame her. Unofficially, however, was another matter. Trom groaned and let his head flop back onto the pillow. Have fun, Mr. Coldstorm, Cherry said, exiting the room and closing the office. Trom took a deep breath and tried to organize his thoughts into something that wouldn't make Tricia send him back to the glorious horde. A weight crashed into him. Tricia had done a running jump and landed in Trom's lap, straddling him and deliberately grinding herself against his erection. Purple light flashed in her eyes as she laid her hands on his bare chest. Electricity, not unlike what Trom had just experienced with Cherry, arced through him at her touch. Trixiel, he said, half snarling. What's up, Trom? She said, wriggling on him. I should call for Cherry right now, Trom snarled. I'm sure the Temple of Awana would love to know you're back. She grinned, a feral, almost feline grin, and ground herself against him, rocking her hips. You sure? We could be doing something so much more fun right now. I thought we had a moment before. Her grin turned positively wicked. You can't tell me why you didn't enjoy yourself. Men have such a harder time hiding when they do. Trom sat up, dislodging her. He grabbed arms, spun her over, and pinned her to the bed. She writhed over him in a way that put Trom in mind of his Raza, and his erection pulsed with need. I didn't think you had it in you, Trixiel said, gazing up at him. You going to do it, Trom? You going to hold me down and take me?
I promise not to fight too hard.
Her grin stopped making him think of a cat. This was a shark he had pinned down, a shark that wanted to rip out a piece of his flesh, and would smile that predatory grin the entire time it ate him. He let her go and stood up from the bed. His clothes were folded on a chair nearby, his sunglasses atop them, and his staff leaned against the wall beside it. Trixie looked his naked form up and down pointedly.
Pity.
"What are you here for, Trixie?" he asked. "I have a hard time believing you hijacked Trisha's body and impersonated her through Oana's temple just to seduce me." She pouted.
Maybe I just missed you and that hard body of yours.
Trom grunted and proceeded to dress.
Fine,
she said, hopping up to sit on the edge of the bed.
I know what happened to you, I know what you're going to do next, and I know you're not going to succeed without my help.
Chapter 13. Embarrassing as it was to be so predictable, Trixie called his next play exactly. Or at least, the spirit of it. Go after Narfu Cook and his gang. There were multiple reasons for this, not the least of which was his own personal satisfaction and offended sense of honor. Narfu Cook had exploited the honor duel and profaned it. That alone made Trom want to wrap his fingers around the criminal's neck and choke the life out of him. Trom had calmed down enough, however, to not be ruled by such irrational desires. That would simply be an added bonus. Narfu had said that his boss knew Trom. More, he'd indicated that his boss understood Trom well enough to know how to set a trap for him. It implied some kind of connection with Trom that made him more than uncomfortable. That trap had been executed with overwhelming force. A few adjustments to his standard arsenal of spells, and more than a little dumb luck, had kept Trom alive. Whoever had planned it had not only failed to underestimate him, as most opponents did when facing an orc wizard, they'd overcompensated. It was as if whoever it was had expected to need every one of those additional attackers to succeed. And then, there was the matter of all those magical items. Where had a street gang gotten such equipment? Trom had a sneaking suspicion it had something to do with Curtis. He was a wizard, and apart from his proclivity for sliminess, didn't seem the type to be wrapped up with a gang as a member himself. But a supplier, that Trom could easily see. If he'd been the one to create the collar they'd taken off of Jill, then he could be supplying Narfu's gang with all kinds of equipment. That didn't seem quite right, though. If Curtis was smart and capable enough to craft such items, there'd be better buyers out there than Narfu's gang. There was simply no way they'd have that kind of money to spend, especially not when guns were so much more discreet, and often just as effective at killing as magic. The combination of resources and personal connection meant that Trom, and by extension, the entire Madden household, was in danger. Whatever this gang was involved with, it went far beyond just Tibbs going missing. Trom had a suspicion that it was Curtis, not the gang, who had a problem with Tibbs, and that the gang had only gotten involved because of Curtis's connection to their supply of magical items. The man had seemed spiteful enough to get his gangster buddies to abuse someone who'd tried standing up to him. All of which Trixie understood after only a brief conversation. Not only did she understand it, she supported his decision to go after them, which begged the question he thought she wasn't likely to answer. Why? She shrugged.
A number of reasons. You want the long list or the short list?
Yes.
She laughed. Right. It's because I can't stand the idea of anything happening to you and that magnificent dick of yours.
Trom gave her a flat look. She sighed and offered up another shrug.
You'd be amazed how many guys buy that one.
You don't respect me enough for that to legitimately be a reason, Trom replied. That made Trixie raise an eyebrow.
You need to respect someone to want to fuck them?
No, Trom replied. I suppose that you don't, but I'm not wrong.
You sure? Trixie said. I mean, your dick is like super huge. Where am I going to find another like it?
Craigslist, Trom suggested. Or Tinder, though I'd have to kill you if you did.
Jealous?
She asked smugly. I wouldn't let you do that to Trisha's body. She scowled at him and crossed her arms.
This is my body.
Trisha wasted her life with it. I'm not going to repeat her mistakes. No, you'll just throw yourself into danger with it, with an ally you don't trust, Trom replied. On that note, why on earth should I trust you at my back? In fact, why should I let you be involved in any of this? Trixie didn't just cross the room, she stalked across it, getting right up in Trom's face and poking him in the chest, though he noted that she didn't poke him as hard as she could, probably so that she wouldn't hurt her finger. 1, because I know the area where that gang hides out. 2, you got your ass kicked before, and I'm not only a powerful caster, I can heal. 3, because you don't get to tell me what I can or cannot do, not unless you want to find out exactly how spiteful I can be. I will wreck those brats Trisha calls daughters. I will send you back to the glorious horde. Oh yeah, I know Trisha's got that kind of authority, and I will seriously fuck you up. In spite of his best efforts, Trom found himself somewhat impressed. If Trixie wasn't threatening to hurt his friends and utterly destroy his dream, he'd have probably been aroused all over again. A part of him wanted to grab her, throw her back onto that bed, and find out just how much she'd been lying about her reasons for wanting to help him. He didn't. She had him boxed into a corner again. Still, he had one more move left to play. One he should have done much sooner. He produced his cell phone and called Lillian. The call went to voicemail. Trixie smirked. The little paladin's off chasing that cult again. You're not going to be able to get in touch with her. She narrowed her eyes. Not until it's too late. Trom sighed. He didn't like this at all. Tell me where they are, he said. Your word of honor that we're battle-blooded for this? Trixie asked, stepping back. Trom blinked. It shouldn't have surprised him that she knew the term orcs used for enemies, agreeing to put off personal grudges to hold an alliance in the face of a greater threat. It was the cornerstone for the creation of the glorious horde. Otherwise, the various clans would still be warring with each other, and the other nations would have overwhelmed them. That said, he'd had a very brutal lesson in how a non-horde treated their traditions. Deal, Trom said. A knock came on the door, and Sherry poked her head in. Oh, you're both dressed. Trixie looked suddenly incensed, and if Trom hadn't known any better, he'd have sworn he was in the room with Trisha. I am this young man's host mother. What kind of whore do you take me for? Cherry shrugged. People do things they wouldn't usually when they come to a temple dedicated to Oana. Speaking of Trom, you've got another visitor. Trom decided the bedroom was probably not the best place to stay, and so stepped into Cherry's office, Trixie on his heels, where he found his Raza waiting for him, dressed in a new sari, her enormous bat resting on her shoulder. Her expression was back to its stern, impassive mask. Scared, the sunglasses flashed, then embarrassed, as her eyes darted over to Trixie. There's a conference room down the hall you three can use, Cherry said, and guided the three of them there, closing the door behind them to ensure privacy. Is everything all right? Trom asked Izraza. She gave a pointed glance at Trixie. If Trom hadn't known better, he'd have called it imperious. He did know better, however. Wait outside, Trom told her. You don't tell me what to do, Trixie said. I could tell Cherry about you, he said. She glared at him, eyes flashing, then stormed out of the conference room to wait in the hall. I heard you were hurt, Izraza said. Trom nodded. I was. How did you know? She looked away, flushing and lowering her human torso closer to the floor in a sign of serpentine submission. C-Jet hired someone to spy on you. Trom raised an eyebrow. She did? Izraza nodded. She knows that we slept together. She's just got a few things backwards. Such as? She thinks I've dominated you and that you're now my plaything. And she doesn't trust you to be discreet. The fact that you drove to the Temple of Oana she took as a sign of you cheating on me. Naga males don't. Women have multiple men. Our men only have the one woman. Ah, Trom said. Does she think you're here to confront me? Izraza nodded. It was the easiest explanation, and it got me here more quickly. She indicated you'd been hurt. He nodded. I appreciate your concern. Of course, she said in a rush. You're my master. I
I don't know exactly how we're going to make this work between us, but I do know that much.
She lifted her gaze to meet his. Trom cupped her face in his hand and leaned down to kiss her. The door opened. "Are you fucking done with private time yet?" Trixie demanded. "We've got a gang to locate and dismantle." Izraza blinked. "Where?" That was not the question Trom had expected to hear from her. Apparently, neither was Trixie, because she actually gave an answer. New Augustine actually had a magical earthquake about 100 years back that sank half the city, including the subway system. There's a ton of buildings and caves down there. I know the general area they've made their base. If it's caves, then I'm something of an expert, Izraza said, reaching up to scratch the chin of her giant bat. The thing purred like a cat, jingling the bell on its collar. I would imagine that over 100 years, after being sunken by a magical earthquake, there's bound to be a lot of arcane flora and fauna running around, and you'll need to be able to find your way around. She gave Trom a hopeful look. "You want to come?" Trom asked. "Of course," she said, then seemed to understand his surprise. "The nature of our relationship aside, I am a Naga woman of a powerful nest. I am more than capable of handling myself." "A druid would be helpful," Trom admitted, "but I didn't get the impression that you knew any combat spells, and you are unarmed." For the first time, Izraza looked publicly sheepish. She reached over to a bead on her sari and pulled it free. Glowing with crimson light, the bead expanded until she was holding an AK-47 in a comfortably familiar grip in her arms before her. "Kidnappings are known to happen, and my nest has enemies," she said with a small smile. Trom and Trixie stared. Izraza's cheeks colored. "It's not illegal. I have a permit." "I need one," Trom said. Izraza laughed. "That might be arrangeable." "Okay, Snake Girl's got a gun, you've got your staff, and I'm a natural badass," Trixie said. "What are we waiting for? Let's go!" Trom held up a hand. "You said you only knew the general area of the gang's base." Trixie sighed. "Yeah, okay, only the general area. But we've got a druid now who said she knows caves, so how hard could it be to find them?" "We don't know," Trom said. "That's the point. But I've got an idea." A few minutes later, the three of them were piling into Cherry's office. She looked up from her desk and looked back and forth between the two women flanking Trom. "You know, Mr. Coldstorm, were I not a devotee of Oana, I'd think you had entirely too much female attention." Trom chuckled. If only it were all of the kind Cherry seemed to think it was. "I have a request of you," he said. "Of course you do," Cherry said with a smile. "Out with it." "Do you still have any of the bullets that were pulled out of me?" Chapter 14. It turned out that the entrance to Old Augustine in the underground wasn't all that far from the parking garage where Trom had been shot up. He supposed that made sense. The gangsters would have wanted to be able to make a quick getaway after what had happened, and any vehicles in the parking garage might have tipped him off that they were there. According to Trixie, there were all kinds of entrances down to Old Augustine scattered around the city. When Trom asked her how she knew about them, she gave him a flat look and pointed at the all-seeing star tattooed on her belly, which was now exposed thanks to the cropped hoodie she changed into, along with a pair of yoga pants, as soon as they were away from the Temple of Oana, muttering about Trisha's terrible fashion choices. "Deity of forbidden knowledge and magic," she said, making a little circle over the mark with her finger. Izraza seemed to be taking Trixie in stride. She hadn't asked any questions yet, though, from the way she was eyeing the cleric of Zocione, she clearly had them. So did Trom, for that matter. Such as how Trixie was still in her goddess's good graces enough to still work her magic after her attempt to break the faith. Whatever the case, Trixie could still cast, as evidenced a short time later. They'd followed a flight of stairs hidden behind a crack in a low alley and come out in what had once been a subway system. Parts of it were caved in, and everything was covered in dirt and mushrooms, but Trom recognized it for what it was. Trixie had sworn and turned on her phone to use as a flashlight until she was able to get off a spell that made her eyes adjust to the dark. Izraza needed no such spell, though she admitted in a whisper to Trom when he asked that she probably couldn't see as well as he could. On the other hand, it seemed she could sense heat to some extent, which Trom thought was bound to come in handy. They made their way toward the sunken section that had once been the subway track, following the improvised compass Trom had created by virtue of tying off one of the bullets he'd been shot with using a string and holding it in front of him. The bullet glowed with the light of his divination spell, a slightly modified version of what he'd used at the police station for Lillian. This spell sought to reunite bullet with firearm. It was currently inadmissible in court for reasons Trom didn't fully understand, but it more than sufficed for their purposes. They hopped down onto the tracks and followed the bullet's glowing pull as best they could. The trouble was that the bullet wanted to move in a straight line to the firearm that had shot it, and that led them into a wall. With Trixiel's knowledge of old Augustine, however, combined with Izraza's knowledge of cave systems and magically created ecosystems, they were able to navigate the underground and follow the lead with little effort. They had one moment of worry when, after leaving the tracks to follow a side passage that could not have been there before the earthquake, when something large moved down another passage. Trom only caught a glimpse of fur and a decided sense of menace before Izraza acted, quickly casting a spell that Trom didn't understand. Whatever the hairy beast was, it shuffled back away from them and vanished into the shadows. Trom looked at Izraza with a question. She shrugged.
I just made it realize we'd be more difficult to eat than we're worth. Most animals, even those mutated by magic, don't want to get hurt.
Trom grunted in understanding, and they pressed on, eventually coming out onto a street that had sunken down into a cave. A few buildings had fallen over, but more stood in silent preservation. The cave had a museum-like quality about it, or perhaps mausoleum, Trom thought, eyeing a car a little way down the road that had been smashed by a fallen rock. A skeletal hand poked out from the window. The scene was somewhat ruined by the light and noises of men playing video games, coming from a building down at the corner. Trom couldn't have guessed which game it was, but he did recognize that the building they were using must have once been a bank. Had the gangsters robbed it after it had sunken down here? That might explain their magical items. The group moved silently down the street and glanced inside. Wires were attached to glowing crystals, which ran into a collection of surge protectors, all but lost in the tangle of cords and wires plugged into them and spreading out through the building. Lights and appliances were all being supplied electricity independent of the city's power grid through those crystals, albeit in a highly jury-rigged fashion. It worked, which Trom supposed was all that mattered to these guys. Most of them were huddled around a portion of the lobby set up with folding chairs and old furniture in front of a television, where the group was playing their video game and shouting at the top of their voices. Some of them were really young, Trom noted. Too young to not be in Aflana's school. What Aflana considered adulthood had always confused him. They seemed to consider puberty some kind of marker, and high school as well, and their legal system actually had specific ages designated as being adult depending on the region. There was no deed or task or proof of adulthood involved, just biology, time, and an arbitrary system. That said, Trom did not think that said system would recognize half of those men as adults. He leveled his staff around the door and let fly a bolt of chain lightning that leapt from gangster to gangster. They fell over, passed out, and sizzling, but not dead. Trom hadn't made his bolt especially powerful, and a quick look over from Izraza proved them all to be in decent health. Trom cocked his head as he looked at the unconscious gangsters. They were all too young, and none of them had magic items. Had any of them actually been involved in the attack on him up above? He bound them with cords stolen from their jury-rigged magical generator, and they went further into the bank. "This doesn't feel right," Trom said to his companions.
"Of course it doesn't,"
Trixiel said.
"It's a trap." "Then why are we still here?"
Izraza said, glancing around and adjusting her grip on her AK-47.
"Hello?"
called a weak voice from down the hall.
"Trom, is that you?"
"That's why," Trom said, hurrying down the hall. The gangsters had modified one of the rooms into a prison cell, which was where they stashed Tibbs. He was dressed in tattered clothes and had a collar identical to Jill's locked upon his neck. "Trorm!" he said, his dirty and bruised face lighting up. He was missing a few teeth. "You came!" "Damn right," Trorm said. "Step back." Trorm, Trixiel, and Izraza were all very different, but one thing they all had in common was a gift with magic. Between the three of them, the bars holding Tibbs were obliterated in short order. "How do we get the collar off?" Trorm asked. Tibbs shook his head. "I don't know." "Perhaps we find out above ground?" Izraza asked, glancing around nervously. "The gang doesn't seem to be here. That makes me uneasy." "I agree with Scales," Trixiel said. "Let's go. We can regroup and plan later." The lobby was not how they left it. For one thing, the teenagers they knocked out were missing. For another, it was full of hardened criminals with Norfu Cook at their head. All of them were armed with guns, knives, an assortment of enchanted odds and ends. "Gods damn, you really are fucking predictable," Norfu said and raised his gun to fire. The group fell back into the hall as Trorm raised his shield spell. Bullets and arcane energy bounced off of it as the walls around them were destroyed by ricochet and magical backsplash. "Damn it!" Trorm snarled. "Another trap!" Something slid around his neck and clicked closed. "Hey, you're bad about falling into those," said Tibbs, who was not wearing a collar now, and who, now that Trorm thought about it, had not had that stupidly vapid expression that Jill had. A feeling of utter bliss came over Trorm, rolling into his mind like fog off the coast. It was so peaceful. Tibbs swelled, gaining muscles that tore through his clothing, and kicked away Izraza's gun before she could swing it around to aim at him. A preternaturally fast step brought him up close with Trixiel, who tried to release a blast of purple lightning, only to find Tibbs's fist planted in her solar plexus. Tibbs's fist blurred, delivering a rapid series of blows to Trixiel's ribs, which cracked audibly. That was followed by an elbow across the jaw, which sent her toppling to the ground. A kick to the head, and she was out. Izraza whipped her tail around, slamming Tibbs into the wall. Considering what Trorm had seen that tail do of hers to her hardwood bedposts, he expected Tibbs to crumble. Tibbs did not. Instead, his body made a kind of squishing, as if his bones weren't quite connected right, then pulled back together. He motioned with one hand, and Trorm found his hand raising his staff and letting fly a bolt of electricity into Izraza that knocked her out cold. Trorm blinked. He hadn't meant to do that. Why had he done that? His brain felt so heavy. Thought was slow. Because it was being impeded, he thought sluggishly, as Tibbs pulled himself free of the indent in the wall his body had made when Izraza slammed him. Narfu appeared in the hallway, which Trorm realized was no longer being blocked off by his shield spell. Narfu chuckled. "Damn, boss! Worked like a fucking charm! How did you know?" Tibbs, who was now so swollen with muscle that he looked nothing at all like the half-elf bard, shrugged. "Trorm Coldstorm is an honorable orc with an overdeveloped sense of loyalty. He is one of the most dangerous wizards his age I've met, but at the end of the day, he's just like a boar, charging blindly at whatever provokes him." Tibbs sighed. "At least we can make some money off these assholes." "You're the doppelganger," Trorm said, understanding finally dawning in his foggy brain. His grin widened. He was pleased he figured it out, and that genuine pleasure, mixed with whatever bliss the collar was pumping him full of, to create a potent concoction of artificial happiness. Arlen Hunt, the upperclassman who had manipulated and ultimately tried to kill Trorm, had worked with a doppelganger. The shapeshifter had attacked Nymel and tried to replace her, and proved that it could do more than just imitate people, as it had evidenced again by manipulating its muscle mass. The doppelganger had abandoned Arlen in the end and vanished. Or rather, it had gone back to the gang it ran. The doppelganger wearing Tibbs's face scowled. "Still able to think, even with that thing on his neck. Damn, I'll be glad when we sell him off." "Does the buyer need him all in one piece, boss?" Narfu asked. The doppelganger shrugged. "More or less, but I don't think he'd mind a few bruises and broken bones. After all, Trorm's proven himself difficult to take down, hasn't he?" Narfu grinned wickedly, and Trom grinned back, even as the half-orc brought his fist smashing into Trom's face. Chapter 15. Trom knew that time was passing, but he couldn't keep track of it. Minutes, seconds, hours, they all blurred together. He moved when instructed, and smiled every time he was struck. He knew that he was hurt and bleeding. It just didn't seem to matter any more than the passage of time. Everything was okay. Better than okay. The world was a good place, and he liked where he was, wherever that was. Some part of him understood that they'd been moved to another building entirely, and that it had probably served as a temple before the earthquake had sunk the old city. He understood that his friends were hurting too, that they had been brought to where the gangsters had been keeping Tibbs. None of it mattered. His mind was at peace. There had only been a single instant where that peace had been shattered. A couple of the gangsters had started talking about what they were going to do to his Raza and Trixiol. Rage had coursed through Trom, fierce and primitive and possessive. It had been a primal thing that didn't care about reason or fairness. It had burned through him like fire, and erupted from his mouth in a roar that made one of the gangsters actually wet himself. Trom had been beaten after that. It hurt a lot. He didn't care. No one had so much as looked at his Raza or Trixiol after that. Trom's mind sank back into the fog, and he fell into something akin to a waking sleep. On some level, Trom understood that he should care, that he should get up and do something because he and his friends were not in a good place. And yet, he couldn't bring himself to care enough to act. It created a depression beneath the serenity, and the smile slowly bled from his face. He had a spell that could get them out of the room they'd been locked away in, he was sure. He just couldn't bring himself to cast it. Knowing that he had the means to free himself, and yet couldn't bring himself to use them, was its own special brand of torture. Trom sat in a chair, his back to the door of the room they'd all been locked in. He knew the others were laid out on the ground, trapped either by magical items or simply beaten so badly that they couldn't bring themselves to move or act, or were perhaps passed out. They needed him. He sat in his chair and stared at the wall. The smile forced itself back onto his face, and the sinking feeling inside his chest was pushed deeper beneath the fog. He didn't want to get up. He didn't want to do anything but sit there and stare at the wall. It was nice. There was a sound behind him. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered, and that was nice. Hands found his throat. Trom didn't care enough to act, but the part of him beneath the blissful fog braced for him to be strangled. The fingers of the hands undid the collar around his neck and pulled it free. Pain ripped into Trom. A hand wrapped around his mouth as he tried to scream. The beatings he'd endured hadn't registered on a proper level until just then. His jaw, his nose, his chest, and head, and neck, and ribs. The pain was accompanied by a fury that turned hot, then turned cold as the higher functions of his brain kicked in. He quit struggling against the small, familiar hand, doing its best to keep his mouth shut. Trom turned in his seat as the hand pulled away and found Winnie standing there in a pair of short shorts and a black t-shirt, her baseball bat slung over one shoulder. "Winnie?" Trom asked, blinking the fog away. Gods above, he hurt. She reached into a heavy-duty fanny pack, the kind hikers might take up a mountain, she had belted around her waist, and produced a can of healing potion. She popped the tab and handed it over to him. "Here!" The potion was of the cheap kind, coming in a can instead of a bottle, but it did wash away nearly half the aches and pains plaguing Trom's body. And just because it was a lesser kind didn't mean that it wasn't expensive. Trom drank it down gratefully, and let the empty can fall from his hands with a sigh of relief. What? He never got the chance to finish his sentence. Winnie threw herself into him, straddling his lap, wrapping her arms around him, bat falling to the floor in a clatter, and burying her face in his chest. "I'm so sorry, Trom." Trorm blinked. That he had not expected. Awkwardly, he pulled his sore arms around her and patted the back of her head.
I didn't mean to hurt you with the videos,
she said.
It was so stupid, and it was so wrong. I mean, I didn't think you'd have a problem with it because you're an orc, but, that was stupid, and I should have asked. And I'm just as bad as a fucking date rapist.
Winnie threw her head back, tears pouring from her eyes.
I'm a frat boy.
Trorm said.
I shouldn't have agreed to do it,
Winnie said, sniffling.
I'm so sorry, Trorm. It's obvious now why you'd have a problem with it. I completely forgot that Aflana doesn't like that kind of thing. I didn't think you'd mind, because you're an orc and a football player and a guy.
Okay, Trorm said. Okay, I forgive you. It's okay. Winnie blinked away her tears.
Really?
Trorm nodded, but I would like an explanation. He glanced around their room pointedly. First off, how did you get here? The short version. Then after we're out, what you and Abigail were up to with those videos. Winnie nodded.
Okay.
Then took a longer breath, seeming to steady herself.
Okay.
Not to sound ungrateful, because I assure you I am not, Trorm said. What are you doing here? And do you have any more of those cans of healing potion? Winnie nodded, bunny ears bobbing as she bounced out of Trorm's lap to fish into her fanny pack.
Totally. I brought a couple just to be safe.
And how you found us? Trorm pressed. Winnie's ears drooped, and she looked away.
Trisha's not the only one with a past.
Trorm didn't say anything. Winnie's ears drooped further.
And I may have, been sort of, stalking you since we broke up?
Saying that they had broken up didn't strike Trorm as accurate. Winnie had been the one to break up with him. That wasn't something he was going to bring up now, however.
When I realized you were tangled with Cook's gang, I figured you'd probably need some help, so I've been keeping close, she said, still not looking at him. As they spoke, they knelt beside their unconscious companions. Trixiel and Izraza both had laurels of orange leaves placed upon their heads, which seemed to be keeping them unconscious. Tibbs, however, was like Trorm had been, with one of those collars on his neck. He stared at the wall, smiling vacantly and looking like a solid mass of bruises. Give him a potion or two before removing the collar, Trorm instructed, looking over Trixiel and Izraza. You know Narfu Cook? Neither of them seemed terribly badly hurt, but Trixiel had taken blows to the head strong enough to knock them out. Daytime television liked to make it seem like getting knocked out was like going to sleep, where the victim could just pop up again a convenient time later, like they'd just woken up. That was not the case in reality, and Izraza had been electrocuted. Trorm couldn't recall how much power he'd put into the spell. It would have to have had been a significant amount to knock her out, considering her impressive mass, when one factored in her tail. I know of him,
Winnie said, popping the tab on a can and instructing Tibbs to drink, which he happily did. She gave him another when he was done.
I moved here for college. Didn't have the grades to get in the normal way, but it's funny, when you're a cheerleader, they let you enroll. So that's what I did. I wanted a fresh start.
From what? Trorm asked. The second potion did Tibbs a lot of good. He was still a sickly patchwork of bruises, but at least one could tell that he was a male and a half-elf now. Winnie's ears fell completely.
I might have sort of run with a bad crowd before. I mean, you didn't think it was a little odd that I knew how to pick locks back when we had that problem with Arlen?
Trorm shrugged. You were a thief or a gangster?
Something like that,
she said, holding up a pair of cans.
These are the last of the healing potions. I think they might need them more than you or Tibbs if we're going to make it out of here.
She handed him one and took Izraza's head in her lap, while Trorm knelt beside Trixiel with the other can.
She's pretty,
Winnie said, removing the garland from Izraza's head and holding the can to her lips to drink, which she did greedily.
Is she your new girlfriend?
Izraza choked on the healing potion.
It's not like we...
She looked to Trorm, blushing deeply. Trom realized that his sunglasses were missing when the emotions he was expecting to flash across the lenses failed to do so. The gangsters must have taken them. That was a shame. Trom shrugged, then reached over to take Izraza's hand. We're still figuring out what we are. Izraza gave him a relieved smile.
Yes.
He gave her hand a squeeze, then returned his attention to Trixiel, the can of potion ready. He paused before giving it to her. What if she woke up as Trisha? That could seriously complicate things. Better complicated than unconscious, he decided, and removed the garland, positioning the can for her to drink from when she came to, which she did a second later. From the accompanying curses, Trom recognized that Trixiel was still in control of the body. You two cover the door, Trom said, gesturing to Izraza and Winnie. The two shot each other appraising looks as they obeyed, flanking the door, Winnie with her bat at the ready. Izraza plucked another bead from her sari and turned it into an AK-47, replacing the one she'd lost before. Trom felt a pang of longing as he realized his staff was missing. It was so much a part of who he was that he felt naked without it. The idea of some thief taking it and doing who knew what with it made his stomach clench. How many of those do you have? He asked Izraza. She shrugged.
Just 2, I'm afraid. They took the other one.
Trom took a deep breath and removed Tibbs's collar. Tibbs shot to his feet. Motherfuckers! Trom grabbed him and covered his mouth. Tibbs screamed into it and began beating Trom's chest with furious but feeble strikes. His hands were knotted and gnarly. They'd broken his fingers repeatedly and healed them wrong deliberately. That was going to make playing music very difficult. After several moments, Tibbs began shaking and calmed down. It's okay, Trom said. We got you. We're getting you out of here. Tibbs nodded. You found me! We did. The doppelganger? Yeah, he or she has been going around pretending to be you, Trom said, remembering the reports of people having seen Tibbs around. It didn't take over your life, but it kept people from looking for you. Tibbs nodded again. I want it dead! So do I, Trom agreed, then looked around. But first, we need to get out of here. We are in less than optimal conditions for a confrontation. I do not have a lot of magic left in me, nor my staff, and we are all hurt save for Winnie. Get out, regroup, then make these bastards suffer, Trixiel snarled, nodding in agreement. Winnie, you lead, we'll follow, Trom said. Any security we need to be concerned about? She shook her head.
I took care of it before coming in, and the rest are outside, working a deal with whoever they were trying to sell you to.
This was a side of her that Trom had never seen before. Focused. Not cold exactly, but more intense and slightly withdrawn. She readied her bat and eased the door open. They followed in a single-file line. They'd been locked away inside a temple, Trom realized, as they walked through the hallways. He spotted an engraving on one wall, a sword with a scale balanced atop the point. Thodos, Lord of Justice. Lillian would be furious to know that her god's former temple had become a den of thieves. The symbol radiated with power. Trom would have very much liked to stop to investigate it, but that was not an option. Perhaps later, after he killed the doppelganger, Narfu Cook, and their entire gang, he could come back and investigate.
Where are the guards?
Izraza asked quietly.
What?
Winnie asked.
You thought I just left the corpses lying around for the others to find?
Trom had forgotten just how sexy Winnie could be. When Izraza gave an approving nod, he had to adjust himself in his trousers. Trixiel noticed and gave a derisive snort. They exited into what must have once been a parking lot. Half of it had fallen away, creating a sheer drop-off about 30 feet above the rest of the parking lot, which was connected to tunnels and roads that seemed more or less intact, despite being underground for the better part of a century. They all ducked low when they saw the gang gathered below. There had to be nearly 24 of them, and each of them, even Narfu, who Trom spotted at the front, looked uneasy. They clutched weapons and magic items with the air of people expecting to be attacked. That was when Trom noticed the figure across from them, dressed in a black robe with the hood up. The figure wore a pale, round mask that completely hid his or her face. The figure spoke, its voice distorted by some kind of magic. "Remove that disguise!" it commanded. The gangster next to Narfu rippled and became a wiry figure with snow-white skin, tall and lean, completely hairless and androgynous. It had a mouth, a nose, and 2 eyes, but Trum couldn't bring himself to describe the featureless mass as a face. The pieces were simply there to offer sensory input until the doppelganger replaced them with something else. Terrifying as the doppelganger was, Trum realized at once that the masked and hooded figure was the bigger threat. The doppelganger had not hesitated to abandon Arlen before, and he hadn't been a minor threat. This person commanded it to reveal itself, and it hadn't even hesitated. That was when Trum realized that he recognized the figure. He'd seen them before. Not with his own eyes, but through the eyes of the living spell. The living spell had attacked the figure, and Trixiel had eaten it. With a jolt, Trum turned to look at Trixiel, who was staring with undisguised horror at the masked person. Trum turned back to the masked figure to find that they had shifted in place and were looking right back up at him. "Shit," Trum said. Chapter 16. As one, the gang turned, bringing up their weapons and magic items. They weren't fast enough. Izraza already had her AK-47 at the ready, and simply pulled the trigger. The roar of her weapon didn't just echo through the caves. It resounded through them like a physical force. It was quickly joined by return fire from the surviving gangsters. In the space of a few seconds, half the gang was dead. The screams of the rest were lost in the tempest of gunfire and roaring of spells released from their enchanted equipment. Fireballs joined the bullets, racing up to the group, and they ducked. With the high ground, they were able to use the edge of the cliff as cover. Trum went belly down and began casting. Pulling himself to the edge, he let fly his chain lightning spell. It struck a still-standing gangster and leapt from him to another, then another, then another, before crashing into the doppelganger, who shrugged it off. The others weren't so lucky. The first one dropped dead. The bullets in the other two's guns exploded, taking away their hands. Dead or not, they were out of the fight. Fatigue hit Trum like a truck. He wouldn't be able to cast many more spells, especially not without his staff. Beside him, Izraza's AK-47 clicked empty. Trum's ears were ringing, so he shouted to be heard. "You have more ammo?" Izraza shook her head. Trum glanced around their group. Apart from Winnie, they were effectively unarmed and in bad shape. Izraza didn't possess combative spells. Tibbs, despite having had 2 healing potions, still looked like hell, and Winnie was armed only with a baseball bat. Also, she was terrified of being bespelled again. The gang down there had magic items with unknown properties and capabilities. Also guns. That left him and Trixiel. Frozen hells. This was going to suck. "Winnie," Trum ordered. "You take Izraza and Tibbs and get out of here." Both women started to protest, but Trum cut them off. "Now!" They hurried to obey, each shooting him worried looks as they fled with Tibbs across the parking lot. "If you wanted to be alone," Trixiel said, her voice clear, despite the ringing pain in Trum's ears, "all you had to do was say so." "You know who that is?" Trum said, pointing at the robed figure, who had turned and was walking away from the confrontation, unhurried and unbothered. Trum clenched his fist. That bastard had wanted to buy him, and now they were just walking away. Trixiel shrugged. "You know that cult Lillian's always chasing?" Trum thought back and remembered that there had, in fact, been a cult that had been giving Lillian trouble when he'd first come to live with the Maddens. He thought she had resolved her issue with them. Apparently not. "That's one of their leaders," Trixiel went on. Trum nodded. "So, we need to kill the rest of these bastards and then catch him." Trixiel laughed. "Yes, that's a wonderful idea. Let's do that right now. What are we waiting for?" Trum raised an eyebrow. He couldn't tell how serious Trixiel was being. He must have been relying on his sunglasses even more than he'd realized. "If anyone can," Trum said, "it's us. I'll take point with my shield. You take them out. He cast his shield, making a half dome and angling it down. His experience in the parking garage had given him an idea. Climb onto my back. Trixiel obeyed with a manic giggle, and Trorum jumped off the edge of the cliff. They raced down it, the shield acting like an invisible sled. Bullets and bolts of magical energy bounced harmlessly off the unseen barrier as they careened down the cliffside. Trixiel's giggling turned into full-blown, maniacal laughter. Purple blasts of light erupted from her outstretched hands, knocking gangsters down like tin ducks at a carnival shooting gallery. A bolt struck Narfu and fizzled out harmlessly in a shower of purple sparks. "You take that one," Trixiel said, sounding offended. "I can take out the doppelganger more quickly." "Deal," Trorum said as they reached the ground. Narfu and the doppelganger were the only ones still standing. Beside them, Trorum could still see the robed figure walking away, heading toward a tunnel on the opposite side of the parking lot. Trixiel slipped from his back, tattoo, hands, and eyes brimming with divine purple energy. Together, they charged. The doppelganger and Narfu raced to meet them, apparently out of bullets as well. Narfu barked out a word, and the necklace on his chest began to glow. A pair of tentacles erupted from his shoulders, each several times the length of his arms, and launched themselves at Trorum. Trorum made no move to dodge. They grabbed him, binding his arms to his sides as Narfu came on, raising one hand to continue the beating he'd given Trorum before. Trorum grabbed hold of the tentacles and cast his lightning spell. As he'd suspected, Narfu's ring didn't protect him from spells cast directly into him. It probably created a sort of magical shield around him, a shield that did not apply to direct skin-on-skin contact. Electricity made Narfu go rigid, and smoke curled from his body. He screamed and staggered. Trorum ripped free of the tentacles and tackled Narfu to the ground. He had maybe one or two good spells left in him, and he couldn't afford to waste them on this scum. His fist found Narfu's throat, then his nose, then his temple, his throat again. Narfu's tentacles tried to grab hold of Trorum and pulled him free, while Narfu's own hands made to feebly protect himself. Trorum ripped free of the tentacles and grabbed hold of Narfu's head with both hands to slam it back into the hard ground, over and over and over. "Coward!" Trorum bellowed. "Desecrator! Die in dishonor!" Narfu's skull made a sound like an eggshell underfoot, and the tentacles vanished. His whole body went still. Trorum stood up, shaking with exhaustion, anger, and spent adrenaline. He turned to find Trixiel coming to him. She raised her hand. A bolt of purple energy knocked him off his feet. Trorum hit the ground hard. For a moment, he thought that the doppelganger must have replaced Trixiel. But that couldn't be the case. The doppelganger could manipulate its body in amazing ways, but it couldn't cast the spells of a person it was impersonating. Sure enough, when he glanced back at Trixiel, he could see the pale, unmoving body of her enemy, laying bleeding on the ground behind her. Purple light extended from her hands, just like it had back at the Madden house, and Trorum was pinned as tendrils of purple light took hold of him by the wrists and ankles. "What are you doing?" Trorum demanded. "They're getting away!" He jerked his head in the direction of the robed figure. They had disappeared down the tunnel now. "I know," Trixiel said slowly, as if to a stupid child. "That's the idea. I don't want to fight that guy." Trorum struggled against his magical bindings. As before, his limbs refused to move. "Then let me go! I will face him!" "Why on earth would I do that?" Trixiel said, clearly puzzled. "When I have you right here and all to myself." For the first time, Trorum realized that she was carrying something. The light holding him down was only coming from one hand. Her other held a collar. The same collar that Winnie had removed from him and then dropped. Trixiel must have grabbed it while they were healing Tibbs and protecting the door. Trorum roared and redoubled his efforts to fight the spell. If he cast now, he'd have nothing left to fight the robed figure. If he didn't cast, he'd be forced back into mindless servitude. Trixie must have sensed the direction his thoughts were taking him, because she leapt at him, straddling his chest and wrapping the collar around his neck. "You're mine now!" she cried out gleefully, fingers fumbling to snap the clasp shut. They brushed over his neck where Oana had blessed him. A shiver ran through Trorm, followed by a compulsion he didn't understand but instinctively obeyed. He cast a spell that Dr. Reyes had been urging him to cast since he'd begun working with her. The spot on his neck where Oana kissed him flared with divine power, and Trorm's spell flared to life, radiant with invisible power. Trixie fell backward off of him, screaming. The purple light holding him in place vanished. Trorm rocked up and groaned. He hurt everywhere. Trixie writhed on the ground, eyes shining with a dying light. He tried to rise to his feet and fell over. Magic rushed into him. Unfamiliar magic. He became aware of Trixie's location in a whole new way, a sort of sixth sense blazing to life in the back of his mind. She was sore, and she was angry, and she was afraid. Not just afraid, terrified. She screamed and screamed until she blacked out. Trorm actually felt consciousness drain away from her. She'd choked herself out with her screaming. He had no idea if the spell he'd cast had worked properly or not. He suspected not, because he felt his reservoir of magical energy still holding enough for a spell. He propped himself up and checked her pulse, realizing as he did so that he could feel her life force. She was well. Hurt and exhausted, but alive. Something was happening inside of her. It was like her natural magical energies were circling one another and mixing. The sensation was quietly violent, like an undertow. What it meant for Trisha, Trixie, and everyone else, he had no idea. With an effort, he pushed himself upright. He still had an enemy left. There'd be time for questions after that. He staggered, then turned it into a run, going after the robed figure. Every step was agony, but Trorm pushed onward, down the cave tunnel he'd seen them go down. "Stop!" Trorm commanded as he saw them ahead. The figure obeyed, turning to face him with that empty white mask. Trorm came to a stop and nearly collapsed, only a few yards away from the robed stranger. Trorm bared his teeth. "You wanted me," he said. "Here I am." "I suppose you are," came the distorted voice. Trorm waited, but the figure said nothing. With a roar, Trorm charged. He was confident that whoever it was underneath that robe was not an orc, and therefore not as strong as him. He was the exception to the rule of physicality regarding spellcasters, and with only one good spell left to him, he hoped to overwhelm his opponent before they had a chance to bring their spells to bear. Trorm almost reached them. The figure made a casual gesture with his hand, a wand appearing in it, and Trorm crashed into an invisible barrier. A shield spell, he realized, had ringing from the impact as he staggered back. Like his, but bigger. He regained his footing and shook his head to clear it. "That was foolish," the figure said. "You are capable for a fledgling wizard, especially for your age, but you are nowhere near my level." Trorm bared his teeth. He could feel blood oozing from around his tusks. "I'll show you capable," he said, and cast his last spell. The invisible bindings snapped into place around the robed figure's limbs, pinning their arms and legs together and pulling the robe tight against them. The shield spell between them vanished as the wand was lowered. Trorm grinned in triumph. He'd done it. "Now it's time for some answers," he said, stalking forward. The masked person's wand twitched. The magical bindings holding them in place vanished so suddenly that Trorm staggered as his spell broke. The wand came up, and the cultists adjusted their stance. "No!" the wizards said in their distorted voice. "Now it is time for a lesson. I will enjoy teaching you the difference between a true master wizard and an apprentice." Chapter 17. The fist that struck Trorm was approximately the same size and mass as a cow. It was silvery and full of stars that shimmered as it appeared and rushed forward. It hit him like a truck and took Trom clear off his feet. He hit the ground yards away from the point of contact and bounced. His shoulder gave a sickening and sadly familiar pop as it was dislocated again. He roared and hit the ground again. The giant floating hand followed him. He rolled out of the way as it punched at him again, but wasn't fast enough to avoid it as it grabbed him by the leg. Trom was swung through the air to crash into the cave wall. He staggered forward and swung his own fist. He hit the floating appendage squarely in the knuckle. It did absolutely nothing. The giant hand flicked him, and Trom felt a rib crack as he flew back again as if shot out of a cannon. He bounced into the parking lot turned cavern where the bodies of the fallen gangsters littered the ground and rolled. When he came to a stop, he couldn't breathe. His chest hurt. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get air to go down his throat and into his lungs. One of his ribs had been broken and the wind knocked out of him, at the very least. Several thoughts went through Trom's head then. Chief among them was the understanding that he could very well die. He had a dislocated shoulder, at least one broken rib, multiple bruises and other minor injuries, was physically exhausted and completely out of power to cast spells. This was followed by the understanding that, although he might die, he did not want to, and the decision was made to do everything that he could to prevent that from happening. Because he wanted to see everyone again. Abigail, Winnie, Nymel, Izraza, Lillian, and Trisha. For the life of him, he couldn't remember why he'd been so angry with any of them as he pushed himself upright. Pain made him unsteady, and he nearly fell back to the ground. Their faces stayed with him, their voices, their touches. He wanted to know why Abigail had given him those sunglasses, and why she'd wanted those videos. He wanted to know if Nymel had been serious before when she told Abigail that she wanted to be one of his wives. He wanted to explore the exciting dynamic between himself and Izraza. He wanted to fight with and alongside Lillian again, with words, steel, and spells. He wanted to learn about Winnie's past and see if they might have a future together. He wanted to help Trisha deal with Trixiel and make the Madden residence a stronghold of safety and prosperity. To do those things, he had to get up. So, Trom stood up. His legs shook beneath him. Every muscle in his body screamed in silent protest. But once he was up, he found it easier to make himself move. The light of the glowing fist down the tunnel vanished, and the robed figure stepped out, wand held casually at their side. Two things occurred to Trom. First was that Trisha's body was lying unconscious only a few yards away, completely vulnerable. Second, that there were other bodies lying around. A lot of bodies, actually, and most of them were holding magical items. Trom raced for Narfu's corpse. The robed figure flicked their wand, and a pair of slimy creatures appeared in the air before them. At first, Trom thought they were the Slimians that Arlen had summoned, but quickly realized that these were something else. The Slimians had appeared like monkeys crossed with octopuses. These things were avian, with wings and dripping feathers and heads and feet like the heads of cuttlefish. The tentacled avians, Tenvians, Trom's mind quickly supplied, flew at him. The massive tentacles where their bird feet should have been opened, and barbed appendages shot out to tear into Trom, ripping out chunks of his flesh in sprays of blood. Trom screamed and kept running. He threw himself at Narfu's corpse and ripped the octopus necklace from him, bellowing out the command word he'd heard the half-orc use before. A pair of enormous tentacles erupted from his back as the Tenvians circled around. It was the sudden appearance of the new appendages rather than Trom's skill with them that enabled him to catch both slimy bird things. He squeezed, curling the tentacles around them, and dropped down. There was one item that he absolutely had to get off Narfu's body above all others. The Tenvians vanished from his clutches, dismissed back to wherever they'd been conjured from, and bolts of acid struck the tentacles. The acid ate through the powerful but soft flesh in moments, and the tentacles fell from Trom. He dropped the necklace and lost the sensation of his new corroding appendages with a sudden relief. He'd been able to feel the pain the tentacles had experienced as if they were really a part of his body while he'd been holding the necklace. He grabbed Narfu's hand, wrenched the enchanted ring from his finger, and slid it on just as more bolts of acid appeared, hoping he'd got the right one. The acid bolts splashed off of something invisible, only a scant inch away from Trorm's body. He'd guessed right, and the ring's protection against magic had activated just in time. The acid splashed onto Narfu, eating away at his flesh with an angry sizzle. Trorm grinned, despite the sudden stench of burning flesh. He had a means of defense against this wizard's primary offensive tool. Now he had to find a means of going on offense himself. If the masked wizard seemed put off by Trorm's new defense, they didn't show it. With a flick of the wand, another pair of Tenvians were summoned into existence with matching warbling shrieks. Trorm bolted. The ring might protect him from blasts of acid or energy, but he'd proven there were ways to magically circumvent it. Ways he was sure that the masked wizard knew about. He or she wouldn't have summoned their beasts if they hadn't been confident their summons could hurt him. Trorm's only hope lay in taking a chance with the corpses. The Tenvians caught him before he reached the nearest one. The barbed tentacles shot out of their feet, harpooning him. Instead of simply taking away pieces of him, the barbs sank in deep, and the slimy bird things flew on, dragging Trorm behind them, lifting him up into the air until their barbs tore free and he fell back to the pavement. He bounced off a corpse and rolled. The world was spinning. He'd lost a lot of blood. Pain made everything foggy. It was like someone had put that damn collar back on him. That comparison filled Trorm with rage, and he reached over and grabbed the gun the corpse had dropped. He lifted it just as the Tenvians swooped in on him and opened fire. The blasts reduced their wings to useless pulp. They crashed into the ground with wet squelches, ichor spraying in every direction. Trorm turned the gun on the wizard and fired until it clicked empty. The bullets bounced off his enemy's invisible shield. Trorm swore and grabbed a rod another corpse had dropped, immediately understanding how it was supposed to work. He swung it, and a ball of fire erupted from the tip. It splashed against the masked wizard's shield spell, just as harmless as the bullets. Trorm hefted the rod. It would make a decent club, if nothing else. He stalked forward, one staggering step at a time. Pain and blood loss were making him delirious. He was strong. He knew that. If he could just get to the wizard, he knew that he could somehow beat them to death. How Trorm was going to get around the shield he hadn't figured out yet, but that didn't deter him. Get to the wizard. Beat the wizard to death. It was a good and simple plan. It was the only plan his agonized and overwhelmed brain could manage. The wizard flicked their wand, and a portal opened in front of Trorm just as he stepped forward. He staggered through it and came out of the ceiling of the cave. He fell through the air, the rod slipping from his hand to spin off into the distance. He was going to die, Trorm knew. He had no means of stopping himself. There was no wall nearby to cast his invisible manacle spell to and grab hold of, and even if there was, he had no more energy to cast with. He roared his defiance and hoped that he might somehow survive the impact. He knew he wouldn't. Another portal opened directly beneath him right as he was about to hit the ground. Trorm fell through it and found himself falling from the ceiling again. His roar trailed off, and he stared around in confusion. Then he fell through the portal at the floor again and out of the one at the ceiling, moving even faster than before. The wizard had created a portal loop. Trorm was trapped, falling over and over. Portals were not easy things to create. Creating a loop like this so quick as to make it into a prison took a mastery of spellcraft that Trorm knew he was nowhere near mastering. Touching the edge of a portal was a good way to get one's appendages sliced off. Trorm thought about his new ring. Even if it did manage to protect him from the magical tear in space, it wouldn't stop the force of the impact with the ground where the portal was anchored. At the speed he'd attained, if Trorm managed to stick an arm out, it would be pulped on impact. Trorm fell and kept falling. The masked wizard summoned a horde of Slimians, these identical to the ones Arlen had summoned, and sent them scurrying over the corpses, retrieving the magical items the gangsters had dropped when they died. The wizard opened part of their robe, producing a bag, which the Slimians deposited their treasure into. The bag never swelled, or seemed to get any heavier. Then the Slimians found Trixiel. Troarm roared as they carried her over to the masked wizard, who contemplated the fallen form. "Let her go!" Troarm shouted, or tried to. His voice was weak, and the rush of wind from his falling took his words away. The wizard seemed to understand him, though. They crouched down and prodded Trixiel's belly with their wand. Troarm thought this was odd at first, until he noticed that her tattoo was missing. No, not missing, he realized. The ink of it had faded, replaced by what looked like scar tissue. The symbol of Zosione had been burned from her flesh. The wizard stood up and flicked their wand as Troarm began his descent again from the ceiling. The portal on the floor vanished. Troarm threw up his hands to catch himself instinctively, knowing that it wouldn't do any good. He was dead. He'd dodged death so often, now he was going to die, and he didn't even know who it was that had killed him. Vines erupted from the ground, shooting up to catch him. Gunfire roared, tearing through the Slimians. The wizard threw up his shield spell, and the bullets bounced away. Troarm looked over to see Winnie and Azraza at the top of the cliff, near the abandoned temple. Both had AK-47s aimed at the wizard, and had clearly just unloaded on their summoned spawn. The wizard pulled back, then flicked their wand. Another portal opened behind them, and they stepped through. Troarm let out a sigh of relief as the vines lowered him gently to the ground. Azraza and Winnie were at his side a moment later. Azraza placed her hands upon him and began healing. It was a far more natural experience than the potions Winnie had given him. It didn't just hurt, it itched. He groaned and made himself lay still.
"What happened?"
Winnie asked, looking around, bat at the ready.
Troarm groaned. "We beat the gang. Then I got my ass kicked."
Chapter 18. The return to the surface was a blur. Troarm was in bad shape, even with Azraza's healing. She'd done a lot for him, probably saving his life, but it wasn't enough to undo all of the damage his body had suffered. It was enough, however, to let him pick up and carry Trisha's unconscious body. She didn't even stir. The doppelganger's body was missing. A cursory examination revealed that all of the magical items had been looted from the bodies of the fallen gangsters. Only Troarm's staff remained, which Winnie carried, while Azraza covered them with her gun. Even with the gangsters dead, there were other dangers down in the caves. They found the Draco truck waiting for them with the engine running when they reached the surface, Tibbs positioned in the rear passenger seat. Trisha was placed next to him, and Troarm made his way to the driver's seat. Winnie climbed in after him, and Troarm moved without resistance to the middle seat, discovering that Azraza had pulled herself up into the passenger's seat, her tail draping over the chairs and into the back. Both girls leaned into him, resting their heads on his chest, as the Draco truck took off for the Temple of Oana. Troarm was exhausted, but not too exhausted to feel confused. He'd lost. Badly. He hadn't been able to meet either Azraza or Winnie's eyes during the entire trek back to the surface, and now that they were here, the pair were acting as if he'd won a great victory, draping themselves on him like this. Had they not witnessed his shame? They must have. It had been Azraza's vines that had caught him when he fell. He didn't deserve either of them, yet they were both with him, supporting him. It did something inside of his chest that he couldn't describe or explain. Troarm's arms slowly went around each of their shoulders, and the both of them snuggled more deeply into his chest. Their arrival at the temple was a bit of a blur. Troarm had vague memories of being half carried inside and Cherry Tempest ordering some people about. He snapped to attention some time later as ecstasy rolled through his body, and he realized that he was laying naked in the same bed he'd woken up in before, surrounded by scantily clad acolytes of Oana, headed by Cherry. They were chanting, and their hands glowed with healing light, which was the source of Troarm's pleasure. Trom didn't know a lot about magical healing or divine spells. He did understand that healing was difficult, which was why hospitals didn't always have clerics on hand. To receive this kind of treatment at a hospital would have cost a small fortune. He hadn't realized just how grateful to him the clerics of Awana were.
"Thank you,"
he said to Cherry, his voice weak. She smiled at him. "No thanks are needed. You are in Awana's favor. Rest." He obeyed, falling quickly to sleep. He awoke as the healing ritual was completed, the acolytes filing out of the room. Trom sat, and Cherry came to stand beside him. "I have a few questions for you, Mr. Coldstorm," she said. "I've instructed your companions not to speak to anyone about what happened until you and I have talked, and they've received instructions from you." Trom nodded, and proceeded to tell her exactly what had happened. Cherry's face grew dark at what had been done to Jill and Tibbs. Awana was a deity of hedonism, not violation. Unfortunately, not everyone saw the distinction. As a result, the subject of rape was not just a sensitive subject with them, but one which, as Trom discovered, would let forth a stream of vitriolic hatred so potent it could melt steel. He found himself grateful that none of it was directed at him. "There's not much left in the way of legal recourse," Cherry said when he finished, bringing her up to speed. "You killed pretty much everyone directly involved except for Curtis, so the primary thing to do in order to protect you and your friends is keep silent. Considering the material that was produced of your friend's violation, I think that might be best for everyone." Trom grunted. "He was the wronged party. I will follow his lead." Cherry sighed. "If he wanted to pursue this, then there might not be a lot I can do to protect you from the fallout." Trom nodded. "I understand." Fortunately, Tibbs just wanted to forget the whole thing when Trom visited him in another room. He'd been healed as well, though not to the extent Trom had. He was receiving slower care from a smaller number of acolytes, many of them female and many of them very interested in him. Trom couldn't help but notice that Tibbs's face had been completely restored to its former handsome, bordering on pretty state. "You killed them all?" he asked. "I did," Trom said. "Good." "All but Curtis." Tibbs scowled. "That fucker!" He looked thoughtful for a moment. "You said they arrested him." Trom nodded. "Okay, then we let the matter go. Nothing ever happened." "Agreed," Trom said. "Rest well. There are some very interested girls waiting to hear from you when you return home." Tibbs grinned. Cherry had called Abigail and tried to call Lillian, but Lillian wasn't answering her phone still. Abigail was on her way over to the temple. Tricia wasn't in a coma, but she hadn't woken up yet. She would soon, though, Cherry had told him, which was good. It was time to expose everything that had been going on with Trixiol. He wished Lillian would have been there as well, but perhaps it was better to talk first with Abigail. He was directed to a prayer chamber, which was really just a spacious room covered in pillows. It should have been tacky. Instead, it came across as elegant and comfortable. Perfect for orgies, Trom thought wryly, thinking of whose temple it was. Winnie and Azraza were waiting for him there. They looked like they'd been talking. Trom wasn't sure whether he felt relieved or concerned by that. Both women rushed to him as he entered. He explained to them that no one was to talk about anything that had happened, and they both accepted that quickly. With a nervous glance at Winnie, Azraza said, "I need to return home. I can only be away for so long before Sijat and the others will get nervous." "I will call you," Trom said. A tension left Azraza's shoulders, and she let out a sigh of relief. "Good." She left, with a backwards glance at both him and Winnie, leaving the two alone. Silence stretched between them. "So," Winnie said awkwardly, "is she like your girlfriend now?" "What did she say?" Trom asked. Winnie shrugged. "I couldn't get a straight answer out of her, and I can't get a read on her either. She's like total ice queen." She met his gaze with obvious puzzlement.
How did you guys, hit it off?
My relationship with Izraza is between me and her, Trom said. She values her privacy, and I respect that. I ask that you do as well.
Winnie blushed, and her ears drooped.
Right. Guess I kind of deserve that.
Trom shook his head.
That wasn't a reprimand.
Her ears perked up.
Oh, I guess... I'm sorry, Trom. I really didn't mean to hurt you.
Trom sighed.
I'm only hurt because those videos put me at risk. I don't really care about the recordings themselves. I care that if they're seen by the wrong people, I could lose my scholarship and be sent back to the glorious horde.
Winnie's eyes widened.
I didn't think of that.
I don't think Abigail did either, Trom said. Do you know why she wanted those videos? I cannot understand what she wants.
Her interest in him was obvious, flattering even. It was also dangerous. If anything happened between them that soured their relationship, it wouldn't take much to send him back to the horde. Trisha most definitely would not approve. Nor would Lillian, he imagined. That was a relationship that he could not afford to explore.
What she wants?
Winnie grimaced.
It's kind of complicated, and I don't think I could explain it right. I guess it's like you with Izraza. You'll have to ask her.
Trom nodded. That's fair. I'll do that. There's also some other things that she and I need to discuss.
He was quiet for a moment.
She's on her way here now. Will require privacy.
Winnie swallowed.
Right. Guess I'll be going then. It was good seeing you again.
Trom reached up his hand where Narfu's ring was, still on his finger. He pulled it free and offered it to her.
It was good to see you as well.
She accepted the ring with a puzzled expression.
What's this?
The ring has an enchantment that protects the wearer from spells, Trom explained.
Winnie's eyes went wide, and her ears stood straight up.
Trom, this has got to be super expensive.
He shrugged. I know how you feel about magic. I want you to have it.
Winnie stared at him for a moment, then leapt into him, wrapping her legs around his waist and pulling him into a kiss that set a fire to his chest. Trom hefted her easily and kissed her back, his tongue meeting hers, claiming her mouth. He wanted to throw her to the pillow-strewn ground and ravish her on the spot. He was about to do it too when he heard the door open and Abigail walked in. She blinked as she took in the pair of them, and Trom set Winnie down. Winnie brushed a strand of hair out of her face as she struggled to catch her breath. "Guess you two made up," Abigail said flatly. Winnie shot Trom a questioning look.
"We're figuring things out,"
Trom replied.
"But yes, we're working them out."
Winnie grinned at him, then produced his sunglasses.
"Where'd you find them?"
Trom asked, accepting them. Winnie winked.
"I've got my ways."
"I'll be in touch,"
he said as she walked out of the room.
"Can't wait,"
Winnie said, darting away before he had a chance to put his sunglasses on and get a read on what she was feeling.
"So,"
Abigail said into the silence, "how are things?"
"Trixiel didn't vanish completely from your mother after we thwarted her plans," Trom said. "She's been periodically taking over Trisha's body. I don't know what she's been up to, but she's made threats against you, Lillian, myself, and Trisha herself to keep my silence."
Abigail stared at him. Shock. Slowly, she blinked.
Okay. Wow. So, what do we do?"
"Something happened earlier," Trom said. "I'm not entirely sure what, but the mark of Zosione is gone from her. Or rather, it's a scar now, rather than a tattoo. I don't think she's still in Zosione's favor."
"She isn't," Cherry said, striding into the room. "I apologize for interrupting, but Trisha's awake now, and I have some things to tell you before you go visit her."
"Is she all right?"
Abigail asked. "She is," Cherry said, "and Trixiel is gone for good. My clergy made certain of that."
"No loss there,"
Abigail said with a huff, crossing her arms. Trom couldn't disagree with her, not after her attempt to turn him into a mindless slave with the collar. The rest was bad enough, but that had been the last straw. "And she's incurred the wrath of both Zosione and Oana," Cherry said.
What exactly does that mean?
Abigail said. I don't know the specifics, but something happened to her with you, didn't it, Troram? Cherry asked. Troram nodded. I don't fully understand what happened, but I felt Oana's power. Cherry nodded. Something's happened, and whatever it is, she is no longer one of Zosione's spell-eaters. She frowned. Oana seems content with whatever punishment she's bestowed upon her, but Zosione, I think you should be prepared for trouble. You two are likely to get caught in the crossfire. She's really not happy with Trisha for leaving her twice. Chapter 19. I'm mad at you, Lillian said from the passenger seat of the Draco truck the next day as Trump drove them to the precinct. She had dark circles under her eyes and was carrying a steaming paper cup of coffee with more espresso shots than Trump imagined was healthy for the human body. I understand why you didn't tell us about what was going on with Mom, but I'm still mad. Trump grunted in acknowledgement. He hadn't expected her not to be. Truth be told, Lillian had taken the news fairly well. She seemed relieved that her mother's tattoo of Zosione's all-seeing star was gone, even if the scars remained. Lillian Madden. Gender, female. Emotions, exhausted, frustrated. Interest level, 7. She sighed. I may have a lead on that cult you've been chasing, Troram said. Lillian's head whipped around so that she stared right at him, curious. You do? He told her about the masked wizard. That sounds like one of them, she admitted, especially when you consider the connection with the doppelganger that was working with Arlen. I want to help you go after them, Troram said. Lillian looked at him sideways, suspicious. You do you? Whoever that was, they were powerful, Troram said. Too powerful for me to handle on my own at my current level. I imagine the same holds true for you, though I could be wrong. Paladins were divine warriors of the gods. Deus ex machina wasn't simply a literary device where they were concerned. Lillian grinned and sipped her coffee. Pleased. Okay, but that wizard you fought, that's not really much of a lead, is it? Was she pleased because she'd said she might be more powerful than him, or was it something else? Troram suspected she liked the idea of the two of them working together. Now that he thought about it, maybe that was why she helped him get the internship at the precinct. It could also explain part of her frustration about his solitary adventures. Maybe not, but this might be, he said. When we fought the living spell, I saw into its memories before it died. It was attracted to anger and hatred directed at me. It saw that figure. There must be some form of personal connection. Lillian gave a slow nod. That makes sense. Okay, if we're doing this, we're going to need some ground rules. Very well, Troram said. What are they? Lillian leaned back in her seat. Fuck if I know. We'll figure them out in a bit. Damn, I need some sleep. I may have something to wake you up, Troram said. What, a spell? No, information, Troram grinned. And a lead. Lillian turned her head to stare at him over her coffee. Okay, information first. I discovered a lost temple of Thodos below the city. I think you and I should return and give it a more thorough examination. She blinked at him, surprised. You found a temple of Thodos? Yes, Troram said. Lillian was quiet for a moment. You want to tell me how? No, Troram said. Sorry, I don't want to keep secrets from you, but this is one that is better not discussed. Okay, that's the first ground rule then, Lillian said. No more secrets. I cannot give away others' secrets I've been entrusted with, otherwise I can agree to that, he said. I suppose that will have to do, Lillian said. What's the lead? Curtis, Troram said, pulling into the precinct. Huh? Lillian said. The Draco truck pulled to a stop in their parking spot, and Troram killed the engine, the three heads lowering to a resting position. Curtis supplied the doppelganger's gang with a host of magical items, Troram explained. The doppelganger was presumably acting on your cult's orders before and was meeting with one of their representatives again. It seemed to be that they were in a distinctly subordinate position. And you think that Curtis is somehow connected to this cult? Lillian asked.
I don't know, Trorm said, but I believe it's worth investigating.
They got out of the Draco truck and made their way into the precinct as Lillian groaned. I'll have to get permission from Lindsay before we can talk to him. Detective Guy Lindsay was less than pleased with Lillian's request. He crossed his arms and glared at them both. You want to interrogate one of my prisoners after the shit you pulled? Trorm was surprised to learn that Curtis was still a prisoner of the precinct. His understanding was that a court date would be set, followed by bail, which would either be paid or not, resulting in the suspect staying in jail or retaining some degree of freedom. At Trorm's look, Lindsay sighed. That Jill girl's not the only one he messed up. There were others. Some were young. Trorm's stomach went cold. How young? Lillian asked. Trorm didn't need his sunglasses to tell him that despite her level tone, the paladin was furious. Young enough that we put him in county, he probably won't make it to trial, Lindsay said. Him and his lawyer are trying to get a plea deal, and for now, he's staying here with us. What's he trying to trade? Trorm asked. Lindsay gave him a look, equal parts suspicion and respect. Says he stole a bunch of magical projects the professors had at the Academy of Arcane Ascension. Thing is, we sent someone last night to investigate, and only a few items are missing, nothing like what he's describing. That was odd, Trorm thought. He didn't doubt for an instant that Curtis was telling the truth. The real question was, why had the cultists returned the stolen items? What's it going to cost me to get a few moments talking with him? Lillian asked. A date with your mother, Lindsay replied without hesitation. Trorm very nearly punched him. Lillian placed a hand on his arm, squeezing down on his flexing bicep. His grip on his staff was so hard, his fingers hurt. Trorm forced both his grip and his muscles to relax. Lindsay gave him a once-over. Fine, he said. I need an extra body on the gnome painting case. Weekend stakeout. Lillian made a face, but removed her hand from Trorm's arm to shake with Lindsay. Deal. Lindsay grinned and led them to an interrogation room. You're lucky. We already had something scheduled today with him and his lawyer. He opened the door to the interrogation room and was blasted off his feet into the hallway as a wall of fire rushed out the door. Screams followed, only to cut off. Trorm and Lillian flew backward, crashing to the ground. Trorm threw up his shield spell, blocking the doorway and keeping the flames back. They raged and splashed off of his shield. The fireball spell had been exceptionally powerful, and Trorm's arm buckled with the effort of holding his shield in place. The explosion vanished, replaced with mad laughter. Lillian was on her feet an instant later, hurtling into the room, sword at the ready. Trorm was after her an instant later. Curtis stood over the charred remains of two corpses. The fire had burned away much of their clothing, but Trorm was able to identify at least one as an officer, and the other, it seemed, judging by what remained of the suit, was Curtis's lawyer. Curtis himself was busy unlocking the handcuffs, holding him to the table. He had a wand in one hand and a magical glow about him. From the shattered pieces of glass littering the metal table in front of him, Trorm was guessing that Curtis had drunk some kind of magical enhancement potion. He screamed when he saw Lillian and flicked the wand. Trorm barely raised his shield spell in time to protect her from the resulting explosion. The walls around them went up in flames. Screaming ensued. Curtis got free of his handcuffs as Trorm leveled his staff at him and let fly a lightning bolt. Curtis ducked backward, conjuring his own shield spell, which took the brunt of the attack, sending bolts of electricity splashing off in all directions. He rolled to his feet and made to cast his fireball spell again. This time, Trorm was ready. He recast his own shield spell, shaping it into a perfect sphere around Curtis, and inverting its defenses, the alteration coming shockingly easy to him. The fireball crashed into the shield and exploded, filling the orb with raging fire and engulfing Curtis completely. The wizard screamed and screamed as the flames raged, licking and beating against Trorm's inverted shield spell. Sweat beaded on Trorm's brow. His limbs and staff trembled. Whatever enhancement Curtis had taken, it had made his spell strong. Sustaining his shield took all of his focus. And then it didn't. Curtis's screams stopped, and the fire vanished. Trorm's shield spell remained in place, but it was so full of trapped smoke that nobody could see inside of it. Aside from the smoke, there was no sign of movement from inside. The sprinkler system kicked on, downing the fires Curtis's spell had set to the building. All around, police moved, grabbing the injured and the fallen and pulling them away. Others ran into the room, weapons drawn. To their credit, not one of them pointed their firearm at Trorm. With a sigh of relief, Trorm let his shield spell drop. The smoke rolled out like a tidal wave, leaving only the charred skeleton of Curtis behind. "I think," Trorm said to Lillian, breathing heavily, "that this lead might be a dead end." Lillian stared at him. "That was terrible." Trorm grinned. Then they set to work. They pulled as many people free as they could, then had to wait while the fire department got everything under control. Trorm was not idle. He talked to lawyers, investigators, and then began filling out the electronic equivalent to a mountain of paperwork on a precinct tablet. He was almost through it all finally when Dr. Reyes found him. "That was damn good thinking with that shield spell," she said. "Damn good," her raven repeated. Trorm felt his chest swell with pride. "Thank you." He let out a long breath, and with it bled away a tension he hadn't realized he'd been carrying. The last few days he'd felt like a failure. Nothing had seemed to go right, and then he lost to that masked wizard. He'd felt like a complete failure, and only his determination to keep going kept him from curling into a ball and calling it quits. Trorm had needed this, he realized. A small victory, even if it was a messy one. He'd done something undeniably right. It felt good. It was time to take charge and make certain some other things were done undeniably right. "Congratulations on your new familiar, by the way," she said. "I don't see it, though. What did you end up getting?" Trorm frowned at her. "I'm afraid you're mistaken. I don't have a familiar." Dr. Reyes looked taken aback, surprised. "You sure? I'm an arcane forensics specialist, and you look like you've got the magical bond." Trorm shook his head. "Afraid not. I've got no bird or cat or any other small animal following me around." Dr. Reyes shrugged. "Maybe you do, and just don't know about it." Trorm shrugged. It was possible, but unlikely. "If one shows up, let me know," Dr. Reyes said with a grin. "I'm curious to meet your new partner." "If a familiar turns up bound to me," Trorm said, going back to his paperwork, "I'll be sure to let you know." He went back to it with a vigor. There was something he needed to do. Chapter 20. Cherry Tempest liked Trorm's plan when he called her on the phone. She gave him her blessing to use a room in Owana's temple and wished him good luck, adding that he was going to need it. Trorm agreed with her. His stomach was in knots as he waited in the pillowed room he'd been in before. The only difference to the room was the presence of 3 chairs situated in a rough circle. He'd showered, washing away the smell of smoke, and informed the Maddens that he would be out. Tricia and he hadn't had a proper conversation yet about what had happened. He had the distinct impression that she was trying not to think about it. Trorm didn't hold that against her. He also hadn't spoken with Abigail about her reasons for recording him. He didn't hold it against her anymore. He also knew that there was no future between them. But he did have a future to plan for. For the last few days, he'd been reacting instead of acting. Thinking like his brothers, like an orc warrior instead of like a wizard. Wizards were intelligent, contemplative, and they planned ahead. In order to do that properly, he needed himself centered. He needed sure footing. There had only been one moment when he'd felt that since Trixie had appeared in their lives, and that had been yesterday in the car with Izraza and Winnie. He hadn't deserved their trust or their care. They'd given it anyway. They deserved more than he'd given, and it was time to rectify that. And not just with them. Nimal arrived first, poking her head through the door and glancing around.
Good! I caught you early.
She grinned and slipped inside. She was wearing a cute green dress with a golden floral pattern.
We haven't had a real talk in too long.
She glanced away. Trom stood up, crossed the room to her, and cupped the little elf's chin in his hand. He tilted her head up and leaned down to kiss her. Nimal whimpered into his mouth. When he pulled back, her face was flush, and she was breathing heavily.
Oh, aren't a girl before you do that.
No, Trom said, then kissed her again. He had to catch her around the waist as her legs went out. Her hands clutched at his shirt.
I guess it's safe to say you still like me then,
she gasped between heavy breaths. I do, Trom said. Things have become complicated, but yes, I do like you a lot. Nimal went scarlet all the way to her pointed ears.
Yeah, well, since when are things with you not complicated?
She looked down, then back up.
You're not wearing your sunglasses.
Not tonight, no, Trom said. I trust everyone here to be upfront and honest.
Oh,
she said.
I heard a rumor that you were dating a Naga.
We did go on a date, Trom said. The blush fled from Nimal's face.
Did you do more?
We did.
Oh.
She looked away, then took a deep, shuddering breath.
Okay. You, like that stuff?
The femdom, the BDSM, or the snake body? Trom asked. Nimal went red again.
I can't be a dom.
Trom blinked. I have no interest in being dominated.
Oh.
She blinked and looked away.
That's good, because, I can't do that. I don't have it in me. I know some guys are into having a trans woman top them or whatever, and that just doesn't—
It does nothing for me either, Trom interrupted. Be at peace.
So, the Naga girl, she didn't dominate you? Or whatever it's called in BDSM?
Nimal asked. That's between me and her, Trom said.
A wise answer,
Izraza said, slithering through the doorway, making Nimal jump. She wore a royal purple sari, which, Trom noticed, was distinctly bead-free. She trusted him enough to come unarmed.
Sorry,
Nimal said.
That's not— Honestly, I don't know if it's my business or not. I wasn't trying to be nosy.
Izraza offered a smile, then looked past her to Trom.
You should go without the sunglasses more often, sir. You have lovely eyes.
Trom didn't miss the sir. It seemed a reasonable alternative to master for public. Perhaps private as well. Trom wasn't sure yet. Frozen hells, he wasn't sure if they'd ever be in private together again after this. He hoped so. Thank you, Trom replied, noting that Nimal was slowly mouthing the word sir. She hadn't missed it either. They'd have to be exceptionally careful around Izraza's household.
Am I late?
Winnie asked, stepping into the room. She wore a tank top with a cropped jacket and short shorts. A quick glance revealed that she was also wearing the ring Trom had given her. Not at all, Trom said. Thank you all for coming. He gestured around at the chairs before taking one himself. Won't you all please sit? They did. Winnie took the seat directly across from him, while Nimal and Izraza sat on either side.
So, what's up?
Winnie asked.
Most guys never want to have all the girls they've slept with in a room together.
Trom still hadn't mastered his fear of public speaking, and with all three sets of eyes on him, he felt it crushing in on him. He pushed back against it. They haven't slept with women as remarkable as the three of you. Nimal blushed. Izraza allowed a small smile upon her face. Winnie flat out grinned and wiggled in her seat.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I really hope that this is going where I think it's going.
Nimal and Izraza both glanced at her, then looked back to Trom, their eyes questioning. This, Trum thought, would be an ideal time for the sunglasses. Both the elf and the Naga had schooled their faces into masks. Izraza was much better at it than Nimel, who was nervously chewing her lower lip. Apart from Nimel's nervousness, however, Trum had no idea what they were feeling. Hopeful? Disgusted? Angry? It all came down to this. He was an orc, but he was also a wizard. Planning and action in one. And it all began with a declaration of intent. "Winnie," he began, "you and I were together the longest. I began thinking of you as something more than a simple girlfriend. I had no right to do that. It hurt worse than anything when you broke up with me. Despite that, I've never stopped feeling a connection with you. I believe you feel the same." Winnie was practically bouncing in her seat as he spoke. She bit her lip, her cute overbite in evidence. Clearly, it was taking everything in her to not interrupt him. Trum turned to Nimel. "Nimel, we have been friends since the start of the semester. Then we became more. I don't know what that is. I never gave us the chance to explore it. But there is undeniably something between us. You gave me a precious gift, one I still cherish the memory of." Trum hadn't thought it was possible for Nimel to blush any redder. Her burning pointed ears actually began to wiggle up and down. "I think that there's more there. I apologize for not acting upon that sooner. I want to find out what it is." He turned to Izraza. "Izraza, we have not known each other long, but you have trusted me with a great secret. I dare say you've given me the key to your heart. I want to unlock it and throw the gate wide. I want to prove to you that I am worthy of that trust." Trum took a deep breath and stood up. "My relationship with each of you is young. That does not mean that it is not powerful and worth nurturing. If I have made a mistake with any of you, it is that I have not pursued you with intent. I mean to change that." He looked at each one of them. "I respect that we each come from very different cultures and backgrounds. In my own, we do not have fiancés. We do not have girlfriends. We have people who we have sex with and who become our wives when they submit completely to our dominance." Izraza gave a visible shiver that went all the way down the length of her golden tail. "I want to claim each of you as my bride," Trum said. "I want your love, your devotion, and your submission. I understand that I am not much yet, and that it is still too early to ask any of you to share yourselves so completely. So, I want your blessings to pursue you, all of you, with the intent of claiming each of you as my bride. I want something official, so to speak. Not a piece of paper, but an understanding. I don't want to date you, I want to court you, because I have a very specific end in mind." He let out a long breath. "I am just a college student and a fledgling wizard. I have very little to offer. That will not always be the case. I am making something of myself. I want the three of you to be a part of it and the life I have envisioned. I ask a lot and have very little to offer save myself and my promise." He went down on one knee. "Will you each give me leave to court you and see what we can make between us?"
Yes!
Winnie threw herself from her seat and tackled Trum to the floor, capturing his mouth in a fierce kiss. Trum kissed back, and for the second time in the space of a few moments, was filled with fire. It took everything he had to break the kiss, and not simply rip off Winnie's clothes to ravish her right then and there in front of the other two.
That was certainly exuberant,
Izraza said.
"Sorry,"
Winnie said, bouncing upright and not sounding sorry at all. She took several steps back as Trum got back to his feet.
"But this excites me. I mean, like, really, really excites me."
She looked right into Trum's eyes.
"Breaking up with you was the biggest mistake I ever made. I was afraid. I won't be any more."
She let out a sound that was half sigh, half giggle.
"I can't believe I actually want to, like, be with only one guy for the rest of my life. That's nuts."
Considering Winnie's views on sex and the amount of partners she had before Trorm, he could believe it was strange for her to consider. It had been one of his plethora of concerns, laying his desire bare before them all. Nimel squirmed in her seat, drawing Trorm's attention.
I'm outcast by my people, she said. There's no place with me among the elves. Trorm, you were not just kind to me. You stood up for me and stood by me. You were like a rock I could hold on to. You didn't make me face my fears. You gave me solid ground to stand on, which is so much better.
A tear slid from her eye.
I've been terrified these last few weeks that you didn't like me, that this night with Winnie was just a one-time thing. I mean, why would you want me when you've got her, right? Only you didn't have her anymore. She broke up with you. And, Trorm, I want this. I want this so badly. It hurts.
She stood up, knees trembling, but a look of determination gleaming in her eyes.
If we do this, if I agree to this, I can't just be a spare girlfriend. I'm not someone's second choice.
Never, Trorm agreed. That brought a quivering smile to Nimel's lips.
If I'm a part of this, then I'm a part of it. Damn, there's so much to figure out.
She brought the palm of one hand up and wiped away her tear. There is, Trorm said. I look forward to figuring it out with you. He held out his hand. Nimel crossed the distance to him and took it, looking up into his eyes.
Then I say yes.
All three turned to look at Izraza. She wore her impassive mask, but had sunk low in her seat, unconsciously submitting, even while she tried to remain in control. To her credit, Trorm never would have guessed, only a week ago, that that was what he was seeing, and when she spoke, her voice did not waver.
Do you have any idea what you are asking of me?
I am asking you to forsake a life that you hate, that is destroying you from the inside, and eventually to be my bride, Trorm said.
That's a big risk to ask, she said.
The tip of her tail quivered. That's why I'm asking to court you, Trorm said. I ask you to surrender nothing until you are certain that you are ready to submit to me. She swallowed, then licked her lips.
We will have to keep our relationship secret.
For now, Trorm said. I am proud of our relationship. Understand that I do not desire to hide it. I offer to do so only for your safety and security. When you are mine, truly mine, there will be no more hiding. Izraza's lips parted slightly, and she had a distant look in her eye.
Yes, yes.
Winnie laughed and threw up her hands.
It is what I hoped for.
She bounced up and down in place.
There's only one thing that could make this better right now.
All three of the others turned to look at her.
And what is that?
Izraza asked. Her impassive mask was broken, and there was a slight quiver in her voice. Winnie grinned, shrugged out of her jacket, whipped off her tank top, and reached behind her back to undo her bra.
I'll give you a hint. We're in a temple of Awana.
Chapter 21. Winnie was the first one naked, unsurprisingly. She shimmied out of the rest of her clothes in record time to stand naked and proud before them all. Nimel and Izraza both stared at her.
We don't know each other very well,
Izraza said. Her composure was completely gone. She was openly aroused and afraid. Trorm cast his binding spell, trapping her wrists together behind her back. She gasped, arching back, as if the sensation of having her limbs locked together was its own form of ecstasy. Do you trust me? Trorm said, striding over to her. She slid from her seat, raising herself so that she was clearly 2 feet below him, and had to look up to meet his gaze.
Yes, sir.
Trorm took her face in his hand, and she leaned into it, then twisted to kiss his wrist. Good girl, he said.
Hot damn!
Winnie exclaimed. He glanced back to find Winnie behind Nimel, hands grabbing at the elf's dress. Both of them had frozen to stare at the scene before them. Nimel had a look of utter shock on her face.
You topped a naga?
She asked, then squealed as Winnie whipped her dress up, momentarily hiding her face and leaving her standing there in just her underwear and heeled sandals. I did, Trom said, earning a pleased moan from his Raza. Nimel wrapped her arms around herself, trying to keep Winnie from removing her bra and panties.
Aw, what's the matter, hun?
Winnie asked. Nimel looked away, then glanced at his Raza. She said something too quiet to be heard.
Speak up,
Winnie said. Nimel looked to Trom and met his eyes. Upfront and honest, he said. That's the only way this works, Nimel. If you are afraid or uncomfortable, tell us. She bit her lip, then nodded, taking a deep breath before speaking.
You're both so beautiful.
Izraza tilted her head in confusion.
You are very beautiful yourself.
Winnie nodded, making her bunny ears bob.
Yeah, like, you're a total hottie. But you're...
Trom stepped away from Izraza to take Nimel up in his arms. He lifted her into the air and kissed her soundly, pulling her all but naked body fully into his. He claimed her mouth with his own, pouring all of his barely restrained passion into her. When he broke the kiss, she was out of breath. He set her down and simply held her to him as he spoke, addressing all three of them. Each of you are beautiful. You're also more than that. You are capable. He looked to Winnie. You are courageous. He nodded to his Raza. And you are intelligent. He gave Nimel a squeeze. His hands went down between Nimel's shoulder blades and unhooked her bra. She stiffened, then moaned as he slid it from her. His fingers hooked into the waistband of her panties. He tugged them down over her bottom. Nimel shivered. He let go, and they both let the garment fall around her ankles. She stepped free of them, kicking her sandals off in the process and wiggling to free herself of the tape binding her in place. Trom kissed her again, slow and fierce. When he broke, he met her eyes. There's one of us with her clothes still on, and her hands are bound. Help her out of them. Nimel nodded breathlessly and stepped away from Trom, completely naked and exposed. Izraza's eyes widened as she caught sight of Nimel's semi-hard erection bobbing before her as she approached.
That is why you said there's no place for you among the elves.
Nimel nodded.
I guess we got something in common, huh?
She began carefully undoing Izraza's sari. Winnie cuddled up into Trom's side.
I don't know which I'm more excited about, having you inside of me again, or watching those two.
Trom picked her up and carried her bridal style over to the other two. Izraza was now naked, the sari lying in a colorful pile behind her. Her pert breasts were heaving as she breathed heavily, fear and arousal blending within her to create a cocktail of eroticism. Trom enjoyed the contrast of her naked cinnamon skin with Nimel's own creamy flesh. He set Winnie down and stood before the elf and the Naga. Disrobe me.
Yes, sir,
Winnie said with enthusiasm and set about unbuttoning his shirt. Nimel, my trousers. She went to her knees before him and undid his belt, then his slacks, and pulled them down along with his underwear, freeing his erection. She let out a noise that might have been a moan or a whimper at the sight.
I still don't know how you fit that thing inside of me,
Nimel said, giving his length a stroke while Winnie pulled his shirt free. He reached down and took his Raza gently but firmly behind the head and pulled her face toward his member. Nimel, her hands are tied. Guide me into her mouth. Izraza moaned as Nimel hurried to obey, angling his erection right at the Naga's open mouth. She swallowed him down with the same ease as before, taking him right up to the hilt, down her throat, with no apparent effort. Nimel dropped her hold of him as her fingers threatened to go into the Naga's mouth as well.
Holy shit!
She stared in rapt fascination as Izraza began to go up and down his length, guided by Trom's hand. Izraza moaned around his flesh, looking up to meet his eyes. They glittered with desire. And more, so much more. They hadn't known each other long, but this felt so right. This had been the right move. Trum had no idea how it was all going to work, but he looked forward to finding out. Winnie crawled between them, belly on the floor, and lifted herself up, bracing herself with one arm wrapped around Trum's leg. How she managed the position, Trum could not have said. She leaned forward and captured Nimel's erection in her mouth. Winnie's other hand trailed its fingers up Izraza's tail to circle her exposed, womanly entrance. Winnie teased Izraza's folds in time to her bobbing up and down on Nimel's member, then slipped a finger inside of her. Izraza cried out, her throat still full of Trum's erection, and her flesh contracted, squeezing him and sending the most delicious thrill through his flesh. Winnie popped free of Nimel long enough to say, "Damn, she's tight," before redoubling her oral efforts on their elfin lover. Trum reached down with his free hand and began kneading Nimel's breast. Her hips began bucking to meet Winnie's lips. He pinched her nipple. She went stiff and cried out. Winnie took her length completely into her mouth and swallowed down Nimel's orgasm. Nimel fell back, gasping, her member glistening and flaccid, the foreskin sliding slowly back over the tip. Izraza stopped bobbing up and down Trum's length to stare. He supposed she wouldn't have had much to compare to in the way of non-Naga members aside from himself. The Naga's eyes swept upward, over Nimel's hips, her flat belly, her perky breasts, to finally rest on Nimel's blushing face. Nimel swallowed, obviously nervous under the Naga's gaze. Izraza slowly pulled back, and Trum let her free, his erection sliding out of her lips to bob, glistening between the three women. "You are lovely," Izraza said. "Kiss," Trum ordered. Izraza shivered and rose up to the clearly startled Nimel and pressed her lips to the elves. Trum stepped back, going to his knees, and grabbed Winnie by the hips. He lifted her up onto her hands and knees. She let out a delighted squeal, and he positioned himself behind her, rubbing the head of his shaft up and down the soft folds of her entrance. She moaned and looked back over her shoulder at him, meeting his eyes. "It's for real this time, you know." That shattered his control. Trum slammed into her with everything he had, yanking Winnie's hips toward him to bury his length inside of her. Winnie screamed in ecstasy. Trum roared. He bottomed out with a wet slap, pulled almost completely free, and slammed himself back into her again, pulling her hips to him. Winnie cried out, again and again as he slid inside of her. "My goddess, that's hot," Izraza said as she stared, then looked down at her tail. "I don't think I can manage that position. He seems to really like it." Nimel reached over and cupped Izraza's face. "You wouldn't be here if he didn't want you." She leaned forward and pressed her lips to Izraza's in a gentle kiss. Their lips pressed together, and their tongues began a tentative exploration of each other's mouths. "Lay down," Trum ordered. The pair did so, resuming their kiss at his instruction. He grabbed Winnie and positioned her over Izraza's tail, her face level with the Naga's sex. "Pleasure her while they kiss." Winnie didn't hesitate. Her lips found Izraza's nether lips and began to lovingly kiss, caress, and explore. Her little pink tongue flicked out over the bud at the top of Izraza's entrance, and the Naga stiffened in Nimel's arms. Her hands were on Nimel's breasts, Nimel's on hers. Winnie began licking her in time with Trum's thrusts. Izraza broke her kiss with Nimel, her head flying back as she cried out. This is perfect," she said, staring glassy-eyed up at Trum. "It's like an inverted mating ball." Trum remembered how she'd described Naga mating. One dominant female and a writhing mass of submissive males. This was essentially the opposite. For his Raza, it had to be among the ultimate proofs of her submission. He redoubled his efforts, slamming over and over into Winnie. Harder, harder. She screamed, then fell forward. Trorum slid free of her, and she rolled onto her side. He positioned himself over his Raza and sank himself down into her tight, hot passage. Her tail lashed out, and he cast a quick binding spell on the end, lashing it to the floor with invisible bonds of magic. She screamed, just as loud as Winnie, and her whole body shook as she orgasmed. The combination of everything simply overwhelmed her. Trorum forced himself to stop and pull free of her passage. His shaft shone with the mixture of his Raza's and Winnie's fluids. He looked to Naimal. Naimal, shaking, went down on her hands and knees, positioning her bottom toward him. It took everything Trorum had not to take her right then and there. "I can't be gentle. Are you sure?"
"Gods above, yes!"
Naimal gasped. Izraza and Winnie pulled themselves up beside her on the floor, and each took her hand. Trorum grabbed hold of Naimal's hips and positioned himself at her entrance. She whimpered. He hesitated.
"I want this, Trorum,"
she said.
"I want to be your orc wife. Take me! Take me!"
He did. She screamed. Trorum tried to be gentle. He couldn't. Her submission was too much. He lost himself in claiming her. Naimal seized up an orgasm beneath him as he ravaged her body. Then again. She was tight. So damnably tight. Her passage clung to him as if it didn't want him to leave her body. When she orgasmed, her body squeezed down on him, making herself tighter still. The first time, he resisted. The second time was too much. He came inside of her with a roar, pumping into her with each burst of his seed, planting it deep inside of her until he was finally spent. Naimal collapsed as he slid free of her. Then Trorum did likewise. Winnie giggled.
"Hot damn! When do you think you'll be ready to go again?"
Trorum grinned. "Let's find out." They did. For over 2 hours, they made love until something registered in the back of Trorum's mind. He had no idea how he knew it. He simply did, and called an end to their lovemaking. Kissing each of his lovers, he dressed and stepped out of the room. He'd have dearly loved to continue with them, but he sensed that wouldn't be possible. He waited in the entrance of the temple. A few minutes later, Trisha Madden staggered inside. Trorum discovered that he didn't need the sunglasses. He could feel everything she was feeling, as if it were being broadcast to him. Arousal, frustration, embarrassment. Her face was red and sweaty. Her nipples were so hard, they were poking through her modest black shirt and heavy-duty bra. Her inner thighs glistened. The front of her black denim short shorts was noticeably darker. She stared at him with a look equal parts lust and wrath. Several memories coalesced simultaneously in Trorum's mind. Down in the underground city, he'd cast a spell Dr. Reyes had taught him when Trixie tried to bind him with the collar. He hadn't thought about why he'd cast that spell or what it might have done. There had been so much going on, and it simply didn't work on people. But Dr. Reyes had said she sensed that he had bound a familiar to him only a few hours ago. It should have been impossible. Only the place where Oana had kissed him had flared with power when he'd cast that spell. Cherry had said that Oana had exacted her punishment on Trisha for what she had tried to do during her time as Trixiel. She'd made Trisha into Trorum's familiar. And if he could sense everything she was feeling, then it seemed that Trisha felt what he was feeling, only much stronger. For the last several hours, she must have been forced to endure the ecstasy of his lovemaking without any release of her own. She glared at him, her breathing ragged. "Trorum!" she said, barely able to form her words around the mixture of arousal and anger coursing through her. "Stop having sex right now.
Trorm let out a groan. This was going to get awkward. This has been an Orchid College 3, a contemporary sword and sorcery harem fantasy. Written by Liam Lawson. Narrated by Veronica Hart. Copyright 2019 by Liam Lawson. Production copyright 2020 by Liam Lawson.
Auto.